EPT 20.
Big bucks, Bronco. Remember Jack.
You don't wanna miss this, baby. Oh yes, believe it, baby. We make the place go crazy.
Perfect.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back. It is Simon Vinciac who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona, where we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. And this is the penultimate day of the main event, the day we play down from the final 16 to the final 6. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
Just 2 more days to go. We'll stream the final table tomorrow at 1 p.m. at local time. Today it's all about getting to that final table. And we look forward to hearing from you over the course of the day. Use the live chat on Twitch, use the live chat on YouTube, and of course stay across what's happening in the wider world of PokerStars via X, Facebook and Instagram. If you missed yesterday's coverage, here's what happened on day 5. 40 players took their seats at Casino Barcelona. Headlining our featured table was Rania Nasruddin. Early door, she knocked out Piero Aliotto. Simon Vinciac was at the secondary table, hoping for back-to-back Barcelona wins. Got into a classic race against Andrew Hume. That ace on the flop gave him hope. But a queen on the river saw his run end in 36th. PSPC champ Alexander Shilko was also KO'd. Meanwhile, Rania hit a miracle river card to make a full house.
1.2.
And she sent Jack Sinclair to the rail. A flurry of bust-outs followed. And it was the elimination of Galbar that took us down to 16. With Rania back in the chip lead. So, chip count of all 16 players, starting with the bottom end of the leaderboard. We still have Jose Barbosa and Govert Matal in the danger zone. Danger zone! You see a bunch of players around the 30 big blind mark, including Marius Catalin, Pertea and Yella Myrna. If we look at the top end of the leaderboard, we have the big stacks of players like Fabiano Kowalski, who made the final table of this event 2 years ago. Stephen Song and Rania Nasruddin, who's looking to do what very few players have done before and make back-to-back EPT final tables. A 3rd place in Monte Carlo early this year. How far can she go in this event? Everyone has locked up 62 grand. Today, we're going to start paying 6-figure scores. And tomorrow we're going to pay a 7-figure score, because the winner of EPT Barcelona 2024 gets to lift the trophy and claim a first prize of more than 1.5 million euros. Players arriving for the start of the day. Govert Matal rocking another fancy shirt and his very nice hat. That is Jose Barbosa from Brazil. Alex Fournier Not sure if he's related to the people who make the playing cards. Ari Lodge from the UK. Jelle Myrna still wearing that bucket hat, repping the Netherlands. Andrew Hume is an EPT reg, also from the UK. The American still going strong. David Coleman. And the player who is second in chips right now, former GPI Player of the Year, Stephen Song. Fabiano Kowalski, hoping to make another EPT final table, as is the start of day chip leader, Rania Nasruddin. Rania headlining the feature table alongside Stephen Song. Meanwhile, keeping tabs on Fabiano Kowalski and the players who aren't on the main stage at our secondary feature table. Now, we only played 5 minutes of level 28 last night, so we've still got most of the level to run. Blinds 40K, 80K, with an 80K big blind ante. And I think it's fair to say those are the two biggest stories. Not to take anything away from the other 14 players, but the prospect of Kowalski making the final in Barcelona 2 out of 3 years, and Rania going back-to-back. That's what we're focused on today.
You're my gym friend.
Yeah,
I knew
absolutely.
I could count on you.
Very excited to see what's going to go down, guys. Final 16, let's get it done. Blinds 40K, 80K with an 80K
I went running
ante.
today.
No, like after the day, though.
Oh, you went running last night?
No, no, 2 nights. 2 nights.
Oh.
I was hyped up.
I definitely could not sleep after running.
Gover full of those eights last night.
Dinner break, so
Laddered up.
Anything after, so it was good.
I ate
to wake
dinner
up with
break,
these.
and I ate dinner after.
Okay.
Tal, as we established, is the shortest stack right now. Starts the hand with around 10 big blinds and bets 4 of them, raises to 350K.
This is kind of like an effective all-in sort of thing. Putting in chunks and chunks, but started the hand with, 10 bigs, so story checks out.
This is a king cracking hand.
I was going to say, Joe, yeah, this is definitely a hand that could crack kings, but because he makes it so many bigs pre-flop, I wonder if we just don't bother. It's not like 5 big blinds good.
Right.
You have plenty of...
If you had more chips to win, maybe, right?
500 back.
Who is
600
that
back?
breathing?
It's a player
900?
breathing into a sweatshirt.
I fold.
Very good. Yeah, we don't want to be playing that. Great hand for 2 big blinds, Joe. Not so hot for like 4 or 5.
I want to be even with you. I don't want to be too far ahead of you.
Okay. I want to be even with you with chips. So you can go.
Not too far ahead, not too far behind, Easy fold.
If you chip up, I chip up.
There. We're looking, but I think we should take it from the other end of the table.
Hey.
Sorry.
It's hard for me.
There's multiple of you down there.
It's hard for me to chip up if you take from me. We're gonna bring chips to this side of the table.
And that's what was happening yesterday.
I mean,
It was mostly here, but...
yeah, okay. It was coming.
Kept on knocking these guys out.
So a reminder of what we discussed yesterday. No redraw now when we get down to 16. Just break a table.
Kind of.
There will, however, be a redraw when we get to 9.
Uberlo's a good shuffle.
Thank you. This was
Our
fine.
team was so boring.
Regarding the play, yeah, it was basically nothing was happening.
The quiet American, David Coleman.
10-8 of hearts. He folds. Round to Yuri Zabrodotsky from Ukraine, King 7.
He was the one breathing into the microphone, James. Yell at him.
Oi, Yuri, no! Stephen Song, Ace Queen.
C6 raises, 170,000 volts.
Raises to 170,000. Rania Nasruddin, Queen 7 suited.
Resisting the urge to play this pot. 2 folds in a row.
10 balls, 170,000.
And that is going to be a defend from Yellow Myrna in the big blind with 9-7 off.
Yellow Myrna, Yellow Myrna, Yellow. I have to remind myself that his name isn't Jelly Moan, because that sounds like a pop act. Chris Stapleton with Jelly Moan.
Next up, live on stage, Jelly Moan.
So, top pair for Song. Nothing for Myrna to be excited about. And this is probably going to go check bet fold.
Sabrina Carpenter featuring Jelly Moan.
Button's right.
Stephen Song now with the slight chip lead over Rania after that hand. Pretty much evens Stevens.
Queens.
Yeah, that was only, and the guy ruined it with the 3-bet, yeah. But who knows how big it would have been? It depends what the bluff was, right?
Yeah.
You don't know. Oh, you would have 3-bet free, right?
Yeah, and
He probably
depends.
calls. Maybe you shove.
Hard to shove 70.
Hard to shove 70, yeah.
I mean, it's,
Probably call. Probably call.
I mean, it's.
We'll never know what would have happened.
One queen was out, that we know.
Yeah, you probably weren't hitting a set.
Coleman first to act. Verbally declares he is
How's
folding.
your fruit cup? You're getting maximum value from your black band.
Yeah. Oh, he's made a lot. You also spent a lot. Yeah.
He paid for it.
Why don't you get? Do you get a band per 100K entry or just?
Yeah, then he can give them out.
I feel like we lost an opportunity here.
I'm not that much of a edge squeezer. Close though. But.
Close, but not that much.
7 balls, 160,000.
So Zabrodowski's open with the Grafton because Manovic is called with pocket fives.
There's other players at the table, Steven, to your right.
Thinking about
So you got to look that way sometimes to see what the action is.
My bad, guys.
Tal with 8-3 in the bag.
Is that Bulbasaur or Ivysaur?
Bulbasaur, I guess. I mean, Son gave it to me today.
Really?
Yeah, so I take it. Because he saw on the stream that some other, I think he saw Jack has something. Jack has a pig.
Sinclair?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And maybe someone else has it.
Yeah, it's a common thing.
I love it.
Take this.
Boris say he's a dinosaur? I need to see it.
It's a Bulbasaur. It's a Pokemon. And interesting flop now. Ace 4 deuce. Zabrodowski, obviously the betting lead. Could probably go ahead and fire this fairly often.
I have to say, it's tough to beat that Cosmonaut as a talisman at the table.
Yeah. Zabrodowski decides not to bet the ace high board. Kuzmanovic now with the pair and the gutter.
400.
7 bets, 400,000.
Over and done.
Yeah, no messing around. Player in position does it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
there's like 2 short sets.
Definitely
3 short sets?
Bulbasaur. Definitely.
Yeah, I think 10, 13,
It's a Pokemon with
16,
garlic on its
something
back.
like that. And then 18. But 18 is already, as we thought.
It's actually a bulb, Joe. Hence the name. Bulb.
Oh, I got it.
Bulb of garlic.
Then everyone else has chips.
Garlic bulb, yes.
Yeah.
Do we know how long we played today?
I always thought Pokemon Go was a lot like Tinder.
Still 6?
You're out in the world trying to find some monsters,
How
Trying
much
to catch
is
them all?
6 levels or 6 levels?
trying to track down one called Squirtle.
6 or 6 levels.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
How
if
do you
we
still
reach
have a
6
job?
before
I'm a little biased because I haven't played at 7 tomorrow.
I didn't name the Pokemon.
You're more likely to make this 9.
Yeah.
7's like, needed to be down to 6.
No, it will be down to 6.
Probably. It's Australia, business class, man.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
I took that one personally. Queen 9 suited,
It actually
so
wasn't
pretty.
that expensive. You just get a.
How much?
Severdowski
No.
definitely
No,
avoid that
No,
one.
he's a
Business
class.
class.
You
Yeah,
don't
that
even
guy.
know.
No,
You know how much it costs?
2,500.
Oh,
is
I thought your girlfriend booked everything.
Oh yeah, she booked it for. No, she told me.
7
Okay.
races, 160,000.
Yeah, it's a sick price, but.
Kuzmanovic is open with 9-8 suited.
Series doesn't start till like, what, like 9?
I think 8 folds.
Yeah, like the 11th.
10 folds.
Around to the blinds. Matar with the spraggy.
I don't like in the small blind, but you will get some folds, I guess, against the hijack raise if you ship it. Got a little fold equity still, Govert.
Yeah, important to note here that Kuzmanovic also has 84 big blinds, one of our bigger stacks in the whole tournament, not just on this table. So honestly, a little bit of consideration there for the jam perhaps, but big blind defends a very nice suited king.
Few people asking, as it's Saturday, if Chat Pro Saturday is a thing. No, it is a privilege that is earned, and sadly the behavior of certain people yesterday have ruined it for everyone else. 9 high flop.
Big 3 check.
Now guys,
Yes.
8-9 is a hand that probably wants to bet this flop pretty much every time. In fact, this is a board that we probably bet most of the time regardless, right? However, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say King 4 suited is a very reasonable check raising candidate here. Backdoor diamonds, you can rep that tray that you will have in the big blind more often than your opponent opening. You have one overcard to the board that is often a clean out as well. I suspect we're going to see at least a call, but a check raise is actually very sexy here too. Coleman got about 41 big blinds, plenty of ammunition to pull the trigger. Decides to fold instead. Also fair.
Not mandatory.
No, absolutely not. If you want to get spicy, it's there. That's all I'm saying. The opportunity has presented itself.
I
Right
think
where we left off, you win every hand.
But the fold is also completely
obviously you're right that the big blind's going to have more threes, but they're still not going to have a ton of threes, I don't think either, right? Like maybe it's a little easier to do if it's like a board pairs like 6-6 or 7-7.
Boris Kuzmanovic, now chip leader, ahead of Steven Song and Ronnie and Ezradine on the leaderboard.
Still better to start good than bad.
Of course.
So I think the player in position has something like 8
you like
combinations
your
of
every day,
4x.
yeah.
You like your
Big blind has like
yesterday.
First hand
infinite.
is not.
So the discrepancy between the two is a lot, but you're right, it won't happen often.
Or first night.
Usually, when you see some deep runs, and then you see someone running 5-6 days, and then how it's possible, and then you see it's possible.
Yeah.
Once you're in that position, and see I can run 5 days good.
These 5 folds.
Song opening with pocket fours.
Raises 160,000. 6-7 folds.
Ronnie folding Jack 6. Myrna is out. Natal with tray deuce on the button. Still short, still playing 10 bigs. Somebody answer the phone. By the way, is this the longest announcement from a tournament director ever? What are they talking about?
No, I was always
I think they're reading off the names of all the players that went broke in the main event.
You know,
And now as we reach
I live in my own head.
day 6, it's the roll call of the departed. First player eliminated on day 1A.
And close ones.
Well, we're going over to the secondary feature table as I try and fight against this PA system to tell you there has been a raise from Fournier, a 3-bet from Harry Lodge, and now an all-in from Daniel Myers with aces.
Last table is 9. Good. I'm inspired by you. I'm trying to. Next year I'll come blonde.
Could I have a count?
Original Razor has folded. Lodge wants a count.
I'll take a count. This is 2 more. It's like 12 bigs. A little less than, obviously, or more than. Sorry, it's 80,000 big blind. 15. Feels like a lot with king queen off. This seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah, let's not forget we are final 16, so the ICM pressure is mounting. I don't think we want to get too loosey-goosey at this stage, guys. Lots of pay jumps to come.
Mike Woodoo says, "Don't do it, Ari."
Ari folds the king queen, and Myers' shove gets through. Picks up a decent amount of dead money there. Adds 720K to his stack.
Yeah.
So let's check the stacks at the secondary feature table. Kowalski is chip leader here with 5.87 million. Lin Jianwei, the other big stack. And it is Jose Barbosa who is the shortest stack. So we've got a heavy breather on the main stage, and Kowalski's here with the sniffles. This is awesome.
I think maybe he needs some of the garlic off of that Pokemon, clear those sinuses.
A little bit of garlic, a little bit of ginger.
We need a hanky for Kowalski. Sticking with the action at the secondary table. Alex Fournier with ace queen. Raising to 160,000. It's not Kowalski. Andrew Hume with ace-4. Daniel Myers on the button. 10-9 suited, the Grafton. Spare a thought for Dana, whose volume was up all the way for that snort.
At least you didn't have food in your mouth. Thought it really grossed me out.
So Myers has flatted, the blinds fold. We're going heads up to the flop.
Good old-fashioned fake flip. Boom.
8-7-5. The open-ended straight draw for Myers. Ace high still ahead, but yes, post-flop flip alert. Fournier does not continue. Checks the action to Myers.
Do you think the fact that we've had so many post-flop flips this week, both between the Estrellas, the super high roller, and the main event, means that just everyone's getting so much better at poker that they're just have even equities the entire way through a hand?
So Myers bets 210K.
Thank you very much.
And gets a fold from the original Razor, and it's Barbosa who's snorting. It's the other Brazilian at the table. Get that man a hanky.
Captain Barbosa.
Meanwhile, we are going back to the main feature table. Still have an hour to run on this blind level. And we pick up the action here on the turn.
Oh boy, that's a lot of action.
Yeah, well, Kuzmanovic opened under the gun, got 3-bet by Jelle Myrna. Myrna bet 350K on the flop. Kuzmanovic has checked to him a second time. 7's still ahead, and Myrna decides to check back the turn on this double paired board. 10 on the river. Kuzmanovic still good.
And this could be a tough board to bluff 7s off of. Myrna checks the turn. Puts a whole new paint job on things after being super aggro pre-flop and on the flop. Kuzmanovic, yep. Myrna decides not to tangle with the 2 7s.
Check to showdown, and it's another pot for Boris Kuzmanovic, increasing his chip lead in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Good run out. That's a part of the good run.
Yeah?
You get the safe turn, doesn't want to bluff. And you get a 10 that hits you.
Myrna playing around 30 bigs. Kuzmanovic with 100 bigs and a million chips ahead of Song and Nasruddin now.
Queens.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching him play. Seems like he has a very strong game, and seems like a wholesome dude too.
It's pretty nice as played.
Friendly at the table, keeps it profesh.
Okay, it's expensive, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's getting up there.
I like
You
it.
just want a big one.
Yeah, okay. I can afford it.
Yeah. Man, he's pulling away now. You gotta catch up.
Now it's your turn.
No problem.
Jelle Myrna opening the action here with ace-3 of spades. 9-5 suited for Mattel.
Harry bust?
Harry's gone? Who busted Harry?
No, I think he's just talking to his friends.
Yeah, he's not out.
Yeah,
Harry's not out. Harry is not busted. There have been no eliminations from the other table.
Good or bad? Good or bad?
Well, it's bad.
Srihasha,
Please call him Prince
Donna
Harry.
Paneni on the button. Ace-5.
My girlfriend said the same thing.
No, I've called him that since the moment I met him. I didn't even know what his name was. And it's like, I was like, okay, Prince Harry. He goes, you know my name is actually Harry. I was like, your name is Harry. British. And you look like him.
Well, I think Harry's probably better looking. Or Harry. The poker world.
You're a deal, not my type. But maybe your type.
So Luna,
440.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I was about to say Luna here, 26 big blinds, James. And obviously with that ICM pressure, just a little 3-bet goes a long way here to getting a lot of this range to fold.
He's gonna.
Yeah, and that's going to work really nicely. Very well timed.
Yeah.
You sure? Yeah.
Yeah,
him.
that's it.
It's him.
I don't think there's any other redhead fish.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to recognize him.
Oh, it's 80.
80. Expensive.
It's getting up
I just
there.
keep thinking it's like 60. I don't know why. It's like my brain is.
Next level's 100. How crazy is that? Enough to think about. It's getting huge.
42 big blinds for the poker player from India.
Nice cop out.
I think I need more caffeine.
Oh man, we're down to 16 already. I did a whole video this morning plugging the stream being like, I don't know how many were left, but I know we're playing down to 16 today.
16 or less.
Do you think we'll get to 6, James?
Yes, question mark. It's doable.
Have you consulted the widget?
Yeah, the widget thinks it can be done, but it could take 5.5 to 6 levels to make it happen.
Wow, that's a lot of levels.
Could be done quicker. Don't get me wrong, chip distribution, card distribution, massive factors, but with the chips in play, it's not inconceivable that today could go the distance. And we get our second 3-bet in a row from Dodder Paneni with Queen 10 suited coming over the top of Zabrodotsky's open with 3s. Ronnie and Nasruddin with 7s in the big blind. How does this play against a 3-bet, Nick?
It should not be defended. No,
not great, yeah.
Cold calling with these middling pairs here out of position is a no-no, but let's see how Rania feels. The one thing I will say is Rania does have 85 big blinds, and Dodder Paneni has around 36. So in reality, out of position, basically calling purely to flop a set at this stack depth, it feels like it's a bit expensive. Looks like she wants to do something, though.
Yeah, well, those are the 100K chips she's counting out. That is a cold 4 from the big blind with 7s.
Okay.
And on this occasion, with these hands, it's going to work.
Yeah, no, it is. This was not the line I was expecting. I assumed we'd be probably just folding mostly, but Rania has shown a couple of these spots can be played alternatively, and here we are. The real question is the intention to cold 4-bet and then call a shove here? Because this is about a third of the remaining stack of Dodder Paneni.
So he has just shy of 200K in total live earnings. Mostly plays poker in Vegas. This is his first ever cash in Europe.
This is just unreal timing.
Yeah, it's great timing, and I think it's definitely going to work. But what's interesting about this is it's almost like you're turning 7s into a complete bluff, right? Because in reality, if Dodder Paneni has the hand, you just kind of got to run it, I guess.
I mean, you're turning 7s into a bluff rather than turning them into a fold.
Right, but you know, I guess theoretically speaking, a cold 4-bet bluff here would probably be a hand like Ace-5 suited or something like that. That would feel more natural, having a blocker, making it less likely for your opponent actually to have the made hand to actually put it in against you. As played, though, who cares? Chips in stack.
Got him.
Over to the secondary feature table where it's Fabiano Kowalski versus Marius Catalin Patea. We join this hand on the river. Domination situation, but rotation courtesy of those diamonds.
Yeah, Kowalski took out so many players yesterday. Don't think he's going to take out Patea here, but he continues to reign supreme.
Yeah, Kowalski's another one of those, Joe. How is he allowed to be good at poker and handsome as hell? It's just not right. Some people just got it all, and it's not fair.
Kowalski playing a time bank card. A pot of 2 million, and Patea with less than 2 million behind.
Year of Romania.
Kowalski's all in. I'm calling it. Prediction.
1.275.
Oh.
Fail. Get out of it.
I mean, it's an effective all-in in relation to effective stack depth.
Just accept you got it wrong.
Jeez.
So Fabiano's going to
More
bet
like
1 point.
excuses.
1,275,000. And Patea has to decide whether it's a hero with just ace high.
Yeah, so 1.275, and there's about 1.75 behind. So it does leave his opponent with a few chips. And I wonder if that plays into the sizing here, Joe. He's going, yeah, it's okay, call. You're not going to be out. You're not going to be out. Don't worry about that. This might be a way to try and look a little bit weaker or something like that, too. Really interesting level here.
What if Patea had like 2 9s and just jammed the river here?
That would be bad for Kowalski.
Fabiano Kowalski now playing 6.7 million. It's going to make him 4th in chips overall behind Kuzmanovic, Nasruddin, and Song. $83 big blinds. The blinds not going up for another 56 minutes. That's right, Ed. We all remember Kowalski's ace-high hero call from 2 years ago, a call which took us down to the final table.
So sick.
He had a queen-high hero call as well. That was stunning. Same year.
Back to the main feature table.
Quite okay, and food is good.
Food is good here, yeah.
I mean, they make good meals.
Yuri Zabrodonsky has opened with Queen Jack in early position. Govert Metal with 5 deuce offsuit.
Like 6 years ago.
If you can get them for free, it's
Okay,
sick, you know. Everyone has a buddy.
Yola.
Or not everyone.
Yola.
A lot of people
I mean, it's nice to quiet.
They can have you.
Not spending 20, 30 euros.
I'll see you later, though.
Yeah.
If you know
The PokerStars are always kind of cheap on those kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah. WSOP, I never eat anything there.
So that was raised and take it. Is anyone going to put down that microphone in the room today? This announcement seems to have been going on for half an hour.
So often I see poker
I
players
paid him to read my comic book.
And complain about the whole
Cover to cover.
How can you complain?
He's on page 6. It's 150 pages.
Yeah, but Tommy should be free, man. You're playing at the casino.
Was that by accident or by design?
I couldn't afford to get him to do all the voices, so it's all just in one voice.
Also, remember, he has to describe what every frame looks like.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
They want you to stay awake and gamble your money away, you know?
Do you know a poker player this morning donated 500 pounds?
I mean,
wanted to buy a bunch of copies. I said they were all free here, and he just put 500 pounds toward the Kickstarter.
Wow.
Doesn't want to be named, but
that's really nice.
Yeah. Fellow used to join us in commentary every once in a while. It's all the hints I'll give.
Dotto Paneni with King 10 folds. Round 2, Rani and Esradine in the cutoff. 6-5 offsuit.
Does Rania want to make it wide here? Does she want to open this much wider range of hands, including 6-5 offsuit? Nope, it's in the bin. On the button now.
Out in the streets, they call it Myrna.
8-7 of strawberries. Raises the button. Queen 7 of diamonds for Govert Metal.
Welcome to Barca.
King 9 for Coleman.
This feels very defendable, James. Potentially 3-bettable as well, I suppose.
I do not want to play a pot any bigger than I have to against Yellow Myrna.
Coleman defends, heads up to the flop. Which is 9-6 deuce. Top pair versus an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, this is dangerous for Coleman. If there is a c-bet here, and I imagine there is with 8 high for Myrna, I feel like we probably do want to check raise King 9 at a decent frequency. Just taking a look at the stacks here, though. Coleman 38 big blinds, Myrna 21. There might be some checkbacks here just for pot control. Yeah, we see it here now. And that's an ocho on the turn.
Yeah, so a pair for Myrna to go with a straight draw. Coleman near enough a 3-1 favorite.
Yep, and I think probably we lead here with the King 9 now. Something in the range of like 60% pot is my guess. Maybe like 250, something like that. How does Coleman feel? Oh, smaller, 175 it sounds like. And Jelly ain't going nowhere.
$175K each.
That's yours. Yeah.
The river card.
It's mouth and nose day here in the EPT.
3 of hearts. Coleman's still good.
Yeah, and look, there's still value here in my opinion. I feel like the tray is a pretty significant brick. You're definitely going to get some 6x to call. You're definitely going to get some 8x to call. You're definitely going to get some 5s or 4s or stuff like that to call too. Some of those might have been played differently on the flop, I suppose, but I think we need to have another bet here. Based on the smaller sizing on the turn, I think Coleman is going to size to try and get some calls from even ace-high combos as well. So
525.
525.
525,000.
Honestly, Nuna might look him up here.
10 calls, 525.
Does indeed call.
Ooh, wow.
And that is going to put a huge dent in Yellow Mernet's stack. He's now down to 13 big blinds, second shortest stack at the table. David Coleman playing 51 big blinds.
That is a momentum shift.
Govert Matal remains the low man at the table with just 8 big blinds.
Yeah, you got to feel for Muna there. It feels like you're going to have the best hand a lot of the time. You're blocking the straights, which would confidently value bet that river. Your opponent kind of has to bluff turn, bluff river there if they've completely missed based on the action as well. So rough spot, kind of unlucky. 13 big blinds and a dream.
So we're on a pay jump right now also, right?
I think 14
Normally there would be. The pay jump would be between 16 and 15, and I can confirm that the next player out gets 62,150 euros, and then 15th gets just shy of 75 grand.
So we've got Muna and Matal here. 40. At the other table, there's another, what, 10 big blind stack, right?
Barbosa's pretty short, yeah.
So that's going to have some wonky ICM implications, I think, for the next little while.
Yeah, will affect opening ranges, will affect post-flop play, or it should do at least.
Round to Govert Matal on the button. Queen 8 suited.
2-6, maybe.
Now with him as the absolute shortest, Nick.
Yeah, he might be tempted to shove here, maybe put in a little
Not
raise.
shove.
Huh. Is it another one of his committing raises, though?
Right,
250K.
King 9 again. That just a little raise would actually weird me out a little bit.
Pocket 4s, though, for Zabrodotsky.
Not much. We are all in.
All in.
Shoves on Matal, who calls it off, and Matal actually gets it in 50-50. He's flipping here.
Yep, fake flip for sure.
And a flip that he needs to win to survive.
Big blind is beneath.
Sailboat's currently ahead. And a slight statistical favorite.
Where are you from?
Holland.
Holland. Oh, you're one of the Netherlands crowd. India.
Like Holland
India
versus the Netherlands.
India is not on.
Just a one heart.
Okay.
Matal with the paired board, though, does have additional outs. Queens, 8s, and 10s working from him. Would love to pick up a flush draw on the turn.
He's got the bag. Say good hand. Say good hand. Say good hand.
do it for the.
You have to say good hand back. Say good hand back. India, say good hand.
Good.
That is going to seal his fate, though. That's a full house on the turn for Zabrodotsky, and Govert Matal is eliminated in 16th place.
Good game.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
So Matal cashes for 62,150 euros. We are down to 15 players. Everyone is now locked up more than 74K.
Geluk allemaal, jongens.
Bye, thank you.
Come on.
Govert Matal.
Nice guy to play with.
Been on the EPT a long time. Would like to see him go a little deeper.
Very good run. Yeah.
Weirdly raised without shoving.
Pretty still on stream.
I know, I can't wait.
Something
big. I mean, it was early position.
Yeah, it was
with all of you people
first
to
hand,
get through.
first hand.
Yeah.
Zabrodotsky now playing 3.5 million, just below average.
I like to play against,
Normal
ace queen. But
You like Jack 10 suited?
no, not that good. I would have defended, but it was such a weird sizing. I was like, well.
Oh, he's effectively shoving, right?
I mean, that's sizing if to go,
like,
go all in so he can fold.
I'm only good against like ace, king, or ace, queen.
Usually
Like,
it's.
he's got 8. I'm like dead.
I'm not folding unless crazy action occurs.
He might have just not been folding in general, but yeah, that's the.
I mean,
I really like this Steven Song fella. He just has a way of yes-anding everything people say at the table.
Nah hand, it goes.
Well, we're going over to the other table because there has been an all-in. It's Mr. Sniffles, Jose Barbosa, who's all in with 9s. There has not been a call yet. Action is on Lin Xiaowei. He's folded the 5s. 48 with 4 deuce. Kowalski out. Harry Lodge, 8-3, passes. Patea folds the button. Hume in the small blind, 8-6. Nah. And Myers in the big blind, Jack-9 of diamonds.
Fun, but also nah.
So the shove gets through.
Can we just run it real quick? Can I just see? Can I just show me the first 3?
Easy game.
You should get the rabbit hunt if you have Jack-9 suited.
I agree. New rule. Just that specific.
New
combo.
rule.
Nope, not yet. Not yet. Next hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Barbosa picks up a few extra chips. Is still the shortest stack at the table with 1.28 million. Kowalski, table chip leader with 6.66 million.
666, the number of the beast for Kowalski.
He's no beast. Too dashing of a fella to be called beast.
Yeah, more beauty than the beast.
Staying at the secondary table. Of course, only 2 tables in action with 15 players remaining. Table of 8, table of 7. Field will merge when we're down to 9. That will necessitate the final redraw of the tournament, and we'll keep going tonight. Hopefully, we'll get to 6. That's the plan. Come back tomorrow with 6 players competing for the trophy and first prize of 1.5 mil.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think I'm going to miss the secondary feature table.
I mean, it'll be back at a future event. It's not like they're going to burn it after this event.
I know, but just we've spent like 5 days with it. 7, really.
Yeah. We utilized it for the first 2 days when we had both the Estrellas and the Super High Roller going on at the same time.
I don't know. It's been a good week.
Do you think if I asked really nice, they would let me like install one of these tables like in my house somewhere?
I'm sure you could buy one. Yeah. I'm sure the company that sells them would love.
I'm not going to spend money on it, Joe.
Well, they're not going to give it to you for free, Nick.
I mean, I think they will. I'm very persuasive.
Patea, probably not going to persuade much here. What is a human being thinking of?
Look, guys, if I can convince PokerStars to give me a job, trust me, the table's easy mode.
I would need them to convince me to give me, convince them to give me the table and build an addition in my house so it would fit in it.
An extension.
Barbosa announces all in, and Patea will no doubt throw away the 8-6.
Yeah, we're not playing here. Got to make it look good, though.
So that's 2 hands in a row where Barbosa's got a shove through, picking up badly needed chips. In fact, he will no longer be the shortest stack at the table. He's now just leapfrog Hume.
Yeah, he's rocking that EPT 20 shirt as well, which I'm a big fan of. I think I like the shirt more than I like the jacket, James. Controversial opinion.
It's a very controversial take, Nick.
Yeah.
I think both are good.
Yeah.
But compared to many of the fleece and hoodies we've had at events, I think the EPT 20 zip-up tops rock.
I think they're very cool, yeah.
Like hip, like Banksy, like, I mean, really good art.
In Australia?
No, here.
No, here. But
And,
I haven't gone out at all. I've been playing every day.
160.
You went to the Coca bar, don't do 160.
I meant for the museums.
That wasn't even a bar. It was just like a restaurant, like, you know, 5-minute walk. Or not
Anyway,
even, like 2
I got her this like stress ball, like a squeeze ball, and it's like a globe. So I'm gonna give it to her. She can like see like, oh, mommy's in, and like fill in the name.
That's cool.
Ronnie has opened with ace-king. Yellow Myrna with king-queen in the hijack.
Does have 13 big blinds here, James. Does he just want to rock this one?
You should send Kim to the museum.
Is within shoving territory.
Send her there?
Send it.
Like, isn't it like if you want something to do that's like fun while you're playing?
Yeah.
Like the Mocha Museum, and I don't know your goal.
Miji.
Miji. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Museum's kind of an activity you want to do together, I think. But
Oh, but you're playing, and she can't
I
play
know.
with you.
Yeah. No, she cannot.
In Barcelona, there is like a very good, it's like more like a science center. Science center.
Sand center?
Yeah, it's like Cosmo Cakes. So they have everything like
Oh,
it's,
king-queen
shopping and
eventually
all that.
folded.
it's very fun. I mean, we went there like 2 years ago, and then they went without me.
Oh, you've been here for a little while. A couple weeks ago.
I mean,
Yuri Zabrodotsky with a decision. We know he has a jack in his hand. Ooh.
This could get weird if the other one's a jack.
So
It's looking
he
like
is 3-betting to
it might be.
500k. Action folded back around to Ronnie and Nasruddin.
Mark could already be a tourist guide here.
That's the only thing about like really good.
It's got to be another jack, right, Nick? Or the ace of spades?
You just stop playing it.
Or is he ever 3-betting with a hand like jack 10 off or jack 8?
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Spades raises.
Full stack of black.
That was a warm 4-bet and a big sigh.
A warm 4-bet. I love that. There it is. Pocket jacks. No, James, I was going to say, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think those jack 10 off, jack 10 suited combos want to 3-bet here at all, especially with the ICM pressure. Just flatting or folding probably.
Hard to take it.
But as played.
Well, he's got the James and Joe.
This is such a sick flip.
And bearing in mind, Ronnie's 4-bet was to 2 million. He's kind of in all fold territory now.
Yeah, for sure. And he's in the blender now. This is really tricky, especially with the shorter stack still in play and on the brink of perhaps busting and finding more ladder opportunities.
I don't think he expects this is going to be a bluff very often. So, is he crushed or is he flipping?
Here's the thing, guys. Based on the fact that he's been very, very stoic so far at the table, and now he's emoting loads, I feel like he's kind of already resigned himself to folding at this stage, right? Because he's not giving any indication that he wants to disguise how he's feeling about the spot. He's huffing, he's puffing, he's sighing, because it is the effective all-in, more or less, right? He's kind of going, this spot really sucks.
You're saying we're looking more at a hand funeral here than a decision.
I think he's already decided he's folding. That's kind of my read on it. Otherwise, I think he'd be more interested in disguising his tells.
That's a good observation, Nick.
Let's see if the prediction comes true. This is official. Put it on the board. Now he's smiling.
That's the face of a man who's thinking, I can't believe I'm folding jacks in this spot.
Exactly that. It's exactly that face, James.
It's also the face of a guy who's like, man, I hope I don't get shown 2 10s after this.
Yeah, in 30 minutes I might cry.
He's used 4 time bank cards with this decision.
And guys, let's not forget, this is the woman who cold 4-bet pocket 7s earlier.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I guess you're right. Still, that's not the point.
He lets it go. It was a hand funeral. The prediction rings true.
Put it on the board.
Tell me where to send the flowers.
Jackson,
What are you saying?
Jacks have not been good to you.
No,
Sick reads all around.
But I don't want to play three-way.
Yeah. You know Steven's not folding his big blind.
I wouldn't even have to look. Well, I would look just in case I had to get it.
Rania has
Or really
retaken the
bad.
chip lead, by the way. 8.3 million now.
Run good, Rania.
Oh, fuck.
By the way, I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that Rania runs good
Yeah,
when I
exactly.
call her Run Good Rania. It's because I first became aware of her playing on the Run Good Poker Tour,
She watching.
which is based in Tulsa, which is where she is from.
She also has been running good.
Timing.
Yeah.
Just right timing.
Barney's suggestion of play great Rania doesn't exactly roll off the
Play with a
tongue.
guy, and this is his like favorite hand. If it was a different situation,
Would have played it for him.
yeah, it's like his favorite.
3 folds.
The Spraggy for Dodapineni on the button.
160.
Oh dear, he didn't get the memo. Maybe news hasn't reached India yet about how worthless this hand is.
Dodapineni so far playing a very strong game. Kuzmanovic is going to defend the big blind.
Five, 3 of strawberries for Kuzmanovic. And the flop is 8-4-3. Ace-7 out flopped. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, synonymous Braggles would definitely relate to this. Do we see bet ace-7 here, guys? This is an interesting spot. Yeah, so I'm checking, I think. And Kuzmanovic might be tempted to have a lead now, guys. You can really punish spades. You can punish some ace-high combos. You kind of control the action, taking the aggression away from your opponent once they miss that flop c-bet. I'd love to see about 60% lead here, but that was my guess last time. Decides to check instead. Decides just to check it back to the initial raiser on the turn as well. Yeah, and at this point, guys, I think it's fairly face up that Dodapineni's going to have high cards, maybe some king combos, ace combos. If Kuzmanovic is really on point, he might even find a value bet here. But with the ICM pressure the way it is, might not want to open himself up to getting bluffed on this river. If he bets and gets raised, it's just kind of a rough spot. Our hand isn't super duper duper strong. Maybe it's a bit too thin, but let's see how he feels. My guy, let's go. Yeah, and he chooses kind of a blocker bet sizing here, which is great because you can do the same thing if you're a bit stronger too to try and induce.
When are players going to get the memo about this hand? Senor Valmano says was ace-7 off the hand Spraggy went broke with on the bubble of the 100K. Spraggy never made it anywhere near the bubble of the 100K, but on his 5 bullets in that event, 3 of them, 3 of 5, he went broke with ace-7 offsuit.
One of them was suited.
And if Dodapineni were to try and raise this river, I guess what he's trying to say is I have 5-6, I have ace-5, but the problem is those combinations semi-bluff on the flop or the turn. They're not just trying to check down to see if they get there. So it's really hard to rep anything particularly strong here that hasn't been played so wildly unconventionally. And I think at this stage, it's a call or fold scenario for Dodapineni. We do see the payoff. Great value bet there, by the way, by Kuzmanovic. Very good.
9 hearts would have won. I just need to be black. Black.
Should have played it.
I know.
There's a chance you wouldn't have seen the flop. Man, it's sad.
Who knows?
We'll never know. Well, actually,
we spoke to Govert Matal on the rail after he bust.
You can't use that line.
I think I play 16 years already, even most of the EPTs. And yeah, I like it. Good tournament, good structure. And I hope to play it a long time from now on also.
Obviously, we look forward to seeing Govert at future EPT events. A few people questioning what happened with Spraggy. I'm talking about what happened back in 2019.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. Spraggy min cashed the first ever PSPC. Actually, I think it may have been a min plus cash, to be fair.
It was.
It gave him an extraordinary level of confidence. So he took his shot, the 100K, fired 5 bullets, did not cash. It was a very humbling experience for him.
Look at a deep run into 2K as well.
Yeah.
Poor fella. I think he's gotten over it at this point.
That's why they call him 5 bullets Braggy.
It's like amazing how fate works. Like I played super badly on day 3 of the high roller, and then busted my first bullet like that, and then my second bullet, I was down to 24K at dinner and came back and went up to like 200K on like 1 level.
6 goals.
Coleman opens to ace-9, gets flattered by Song on the button with ace-queen.
Is it going to be a 3-way American battle? Ooh! Okay.
No.
American gonna win this spot for sure.
5.
I can't.
8 volts.
Boo! 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 It would have been fun.
There's enough American battles.
American
yeah,
battles.
there's enough of that happening in the world. We're good.
You guys are like bosom buddies, so let's see how this goes down.
King 9-4, domination rotation.
Rotate it.
Coleman is checking to the player in position. Coleman is checking to the player in position.
Really? Give him a second, Nick.
Coleman is checking.
Give him a second, Nick.
Uh-oh. No, he's looking at the chips. Ah, we got him. It's okay. Didn't call it, though. Not official. Does Song want to turn ace-queen into a bluff at this point? I don't know. Interesting opportunity here. I think we check a lot. Yeah, we're pretty high up in the range here. Don't necessarily need to turn ace-queen into a bluff.
Clubs a factor, but only in Coleman's favor. So pair of 9s and the nut flush draw. Gut shot for Song.
James, Coleman is checking the turn. Coleman is checking the turn. Coleman.
Three checks.
Got him again. Not too dissimilar to the flop situation. I guess Song might be thinking maybe if he bets he can get value from clubs, but perhaps he could make, you know, pocket 6s fold or something like that at this stage. But I don't know. I think we do a lot of checking again here when we have a hand as strong as ace-queen. In some cases, we'll just be up against exactly what Coleman has, where they haven't actually improved with the 9 or the 4 or the jack or whatever.
Pokemon.
Yep, check, check.
It's like a flower, I guess.
And now I wonder if we're in value bet territory for Coleman. I think a king from Song would have been represented at some point. The jack, the clubs. I think we can maybe try and get some pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 6s to hero call. Something in that region. Maybe some 10-9s suited. That's a thing, I suppose. Decides to check. That's also fair. Both players going to get to showdown here.
Oh, yeah.
Had a winner, you thought?
Rania folded 9 deuce.
Missed the bet. Awesome.
For the record, 2 pair.
Yeah.
9-2.
9-2. So American.
But she was not in the
9-3
hand.
there, right?
David Coleman was.
Suited, I'm like, let's
He won
go,
the pot.
guys.
Wow. Yeah, nearly
Julian today told me he's
6
like,
million in online earnings, 6.5 million in live earnings.
9-2 out, 9-3 in. Like,
And he did come third in
But I
last
wouldn't
year's
have hit
NAPT
fair,
main event.
Just play my gut. Play my gut.
That main event's going to be bigger this year, by the way. It's a 5K now.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to highlight there are still some low buy-in events on the schedule, though. We've got the $550 mystery bounty at the
Ace-9 off
start.
open, though, Coleman, really. All
The
right.
$550 cup at the end.
Noted on my big blind. Duly noted. Wait till the garbage I come at you with. It's going to be beautiful.
Shots fired.
You fired first, just
She's
for the
so
record.
fun.
Fold.
Not even in like late position. Like,
Did you forget about 9-7 check raise yesterday?
oh no, that's like burned in my memory like forever.
6 folds. 7 folds.
You can hang around.
What you got, Rania? Yeah, here we go.
10-9 in the small, with the short stack at the table in the big. Myrna now playing 11 big blinds. Myrna checks his option with 10-6. Rania just completed. And he is open-ended.
It's almost a domination rotation, isn't it?
Action checked to Myrna.
So let's not forget, guys, Myrna here has just 11 big blinds. And even though this seems like a nice hand to semi-bluff, getting check raised here means you kind of just run it, and it's not feeling great when you probably have a lot of equity. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a check back here just to see how it goes rather than opening up the opportunity. Having said that, I also think semi-bluffing is completely reasonable as well. Does decide to go ahead and fire, you know, targeting maybe some higher cards, some Queen X, some Jack X, some Ace X to fold right here, right now. Rania floats this with the 10-9.
This is just extreme confidence.
I'm just thinking, like, what's the plan here? We're definitely going to float.
I hope there is no plan.
So obviously Rania kind of like no hand, no draw here.
Any plan is going to go awry at this point.
Well, she is drawing to a chop.
Exactly.
Myrna has 685 behind and there's 640 in the middle.
She's about to get murdered.
A little trap for deception. And honestly, if Rania's entire plan was to float here and bluff later, this seems like a great opportunity. You're blocking the spades. You're repping the 6 perhaps that your opponent is kind of saying he doesn't have when he checks back in position on the turn. So you're not going to take 10 high to showdown. She must bluff this river. I guess that was always the plan all along, but let's see how Rania feels. Wow.
I mean, she seemingly always zigs when she needs to zig, zags when she needs to zag.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she just thought she was going to try and get 10 high to showdown. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? If you're not bluffing, then you must think maybe I just got the best of it.
Or just picked up some insane read between the float and now.
Yeah.
And Myrna takes away her ability to do anything other than fold here.
Correct.
I mean, there's a small chance if he made some small bet, like it could have induced, but nope.
So Myrna chips up to 16 big blinds. Rania now second in chips after losing that pot. Boris Kuzmanovic, chip leader once again with 8.5 million. The only player in the tournament with more than 100 big blinds. Meanwhile, over at the other table, looks like Harry Lodge has just won a hand. 3 betting 10s pre. Kowalski, the biggest stack here, 6.3 million. Barbosa and Hume pretty much tied at the bottom.
They both have more chips than Yella on the other table, though.
Correct. Blinds will be going up in 22 minutes. That's when we will hit the first break of the day. Next blind level will be 50K, 100K.
James, what do you think? Can we play the mystery bounty at an APT with Moyek?
I am optimistic, and that's very much not my normal personality, that first weekend of the series, you and I might have a little bit of downtime and might be able to take part in that. The Cup's a no-no. We know that. We're going to be streaming the main event across the last weekend. And during the week, we're going to be on big game duties. We've got auditions to run. We've got shows to film. But that first weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, Joe, that we can play that mystery bounty.
Thanks for the invite, guys. Really, really cool. Really
Nobody has to be invited to the North American Poker Tour, Nick. Your accent gets you an automatic invitation.
Okay, fine. I'll play the mystery bounty if I must.
I like when Nick plays the same tournament as me because he's one of the only people I can bad beat. Everyone else runs great against me. Nick is so unlucky that even I can beat him.
I just don't want to see what happens when me and you both have a draw in the same hand.
The thing we need to figure out, and I know I keep saying, guys, that we'll confirm the details soon, but honestly, we're going to get this pinned down. The qualifying tournaments that allow people to get through to the casting stage of the big game, when those are going to run, what days, what times, and obviously Joe and I are going to be there for those. So once that detail is confirmed, then we'll have a better idea of what our movements are across the first few days of the NAPT. Patea raising the button here with ace-10. Myers in the big blind with jack-8 suited defends. Oh, two crunchy cards giving Myers the flush draw. Another post-flop flip.
Yeah, not just the crunchy stuff, but also the gut shot. And 2 live overcards. It's a lot of outs.
Apex 225,000.
And Myers decides to lead. Patea with the ace of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, you can't even just fold this. Yeah, you have to call.
Calls. Turn card is the king of diamonds. Patea now a 6-4 favorite with ace high. Myers does not fire a second barrel.
That's 350,000.
$350K the bet from Patea, called by Myers. This hand going to the river.
It's getting significantly sized as well.
Okay, board pairs, and ace high is still good. So Myers' only option now is to bluff this river. Could just wave the white flag of surrender, could just check fold, or hope to get to showdown, although he knows jack high is never going to be good. Patea does check back, and ace high wins the pot. Patea chipping up. Bit of a dent in Myers' stack. Patea with 34 big blinds.
You're Romania.
So tomorrow is the final day of EPT Barcelona, but it's the first day of WCOOP. The World Championship of Online Poker starts tomorrow. We've got cards up live streams throughout the series, including coverage of the main event. Now, during the break, in 17 minutes' time, you're going to get to see the WCOOP League draft. You might remember the Scoop League that ran early this year. Well, there's another league, same captains plus 2 new captains, so 6 teams overall. Lex was the clear winner last time around. Who's going to win this time? The good news is you guys can get involved. You can back a team, and if your team wins, there's the chance of landing a gold power pass and making your way to NAPT Las Vegas. Just now, we were talking about the big game auditions. If you make your way to Vegas with a gold pass, you don't have to take part in the qualifying tournaments. You will be fast-tracked to the casting stage to be a loose cannon on the big game on tour. So many extra reasons to try and win one of those gold passes for the NAPT, and you can win one by backing the winning team in the WCOOP League.
It's a fun little video coming up, all the information on the PokerStars blog.
What's your first name?
Boris.
Boris. But you're not Russian.
No, I'm not Russian.
You are from?
Croatia.
Croatia. Oh, that's right, because Croatia is beautiful, and you're like, yes, it's very beautiful. Seat 3, where are you from? WPT, where are you from?
Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Sorry about the country situation. Sorry about all the conflict. Tough year. Tough 2 years.
Agreed.
At least you didn't mistake him for being Russian.
Also agreed. Sorry for the chuckle. It's just such a weird thing to have to talk about at the table.
Action's been folded to Myrna, who's got ace-5 in the hijack.
160.
Then raises to 160.
Raises to 160,000.
3 folds, 4 folds,
Fold.
5 folds.
Myrna not slowing down here, guys. You'll notice the ace-5 offsuit from the hijack here. It's not exactly loosey-goosey, but it's not super tight either. Big blind will defend, though, with that suited 6 tray.
Heads up.
Oh. Okay, pair of 5s against a flush draw.
Drama.
Another post-flop flip.
Yep, live cards and the flush draw and the gut shot once again. Pretty much the same number of outs as the previous post-flop flip.
Ten bets. 110,000.
Continuation bet from Myrna, 110,000.
And I think we're just going to see a check raise all in here, guys, or at least a check raise for the effective all in. Just 12 big blinds behind Myrna. Pot is already a substantial chunk of that stack. SPR is a little bit less than 2.
5. 5 raises.
Yep.
6 raises. 275.
If you're not semi-bluffing this, then what are you doing with your life?
Song has raised it to 275K.
Should have made that a prediction. Seems like a really, really awesome spot. Seems like one you want to take every time. Definitely can get better to fold, and you have so much equity.
Myrna moves all in.
Wow.
And Song feels priced in to call.
This is wild.
Does have the straight draw to go with the flush draw. 11 outs, 11 cards working for Stephen Song.
Wow.
And if he hits one of those outs, Myrna is KO'd.
Yeah, Myrna does really well here to
Classic
get the
raise.
chips in good, although we can see it is a post-flop flip regardless.
Wow.
Two very tough competitors here.
Like, I'm not smart enough, but like, you have some of his outs, he's got some of your outs. Like, very nice. Very...
Turn card is the 7 of spades. That is the flush for Song, and that is the end of Yellow Myrna's run in the EPT Barcelona main event. That 15th place finish.
The 6 versus the 5, my God.
6-5.
Worth the better part of 75K.
Good game.
74,600 euros to be precise, taking us down to 14. And because both of the bust outs today have happened at the feature table, we are shy one player. We've got a table of 6 and a table of 8. So someone is going to have to be balanced off the secondary table and come up to the main stage.
Man, we've lost 2
by
of
the
the
way,
3
I asked
Dutch.
which table would knock out some.
Yeah, you could have won some money.
I know, but I liked him, so I didn't, you know.
Yep.
Who don't you like, Rania? Who would you like to see go broke?
Well, it depends who they move over.
Tell us.
Unless they move the short stack.
Even then. There are a lot of chips here.
There are a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, not even a sweat. That's nice. It's like, oh, all right, good game.
Who do you think we're going to get from the other table?
Running good.
Kowalski.
6-3 of spades.
It's going to be Barbosa, isn't it? So we can hear us sniffing in 5.1 surround.
We got a fun tweet come in. Adam writes in to say, bring on the Ranya
Funny, me
Manya.
and Dave go way back to AC.
I'm pronouncing one of those wrong. You can pick which one.
Can I just see what all my options were?
Rania Mania.
I take these two. I give you back that one.
Okay, we had a misdeal there. Reset.
I got in
Tell them the
trouble.
story.
Me and Dave used to go back to AC days, and like every single time we were involved in a big pot, I would just always win. The most
Always?
Yeah. The most ridiculous was we were on like the 6 max 1 KFT, which was like big for us at the time, and when like open, he 3-bet, I cold 4. He has aces, and I was like a complete idiot back then, so he obviously just called. Like the flop was like ace high with like ace high, and then the turn came like a club. I like bet small on the flop and shoved the turn. He snaps the top set, and I have like king 5 of clubs for the turn flush draw. And bang on the river. You're pretty devastated.
We've all got stories.
It's funny how you remember hands like that from
Okay, now we can laugh
way
about
back.
It's good when you can laugh a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you could laugh.
Let's go across to the other table where Daniel Myers has moved all in, and the decision is on Lin Xiaowei. Shove is for 2.1 million. Myers with King Jack. Xiaowei with Ace 10 in the small blind.
It's my way or the Jian way.
Five.
Xiaowei lets it go.
I don't know what he's saying, but it's impossible not to smile when that dude smiles.
So was the action there raise 3-bet shove?
I'm guessing that Myers opened.
Yeah,
and then 3-bet from the small blind, and then the shove.
That makes sense to me. That adds up.
Luck.
So let's go back to the main feature table, and it is Kowalski. I saw Kowalski's chips being racked. We are going to get Fabiano up on the main stage.
This is chalking up to be my dream lineup, you guys. I'm very excited about this.
Pretty ironic that this hand is involving the word song.
Indeed. So just to recap what's happened so far, Steven Song opened to 300K and has been 3-bet by Boris Kuzmanovic. Both with the same hand, Ace-King. Song all in.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh,
How many big blinds have they got in here?
Okay, I had Jack 10, so let's just see what would have happened.
Who's got 2 suits?
I have 2 suits. I have 2 suits.
Yeah, I have 2 suits. Okay.
Jack 10. Okay, so you're...
Let's get in 100 bigs each with Ace-King.
I think everyone should say what they folded so that we know who really would have won this pot.
Yeah.
So
This would be a bad way to go. This would be a bad way to go.
this is the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
There's no way.
Arguably,
without looking the board.
Get quartered, you know.
Arguably unnecessary.
Arguably, ICM is for poor people.
And most of the time, this is going to end
10
in a
for my
chop.
first pair.
No.
I can't look.
No.
Nobody wants this.
We're all saying no.
Even Song doesn't want it like this.
What a sick sweat for Kuzmanovic.
Okay.
Even Song is embarrassed.
He doesn't even want it. I feel like you don't even want it.
That'd be unfair.
Say nice hand or something to save yourself.
No diamond on the turn. A non-diamond sees a song.
Never easy.
And a diamond also sees a song.
The river card is not a diamond.
Wow.
I was nervous.
Yeah, I saw.
So,
Jack 10 was a
I felt that.
Yeah.
I felt that you don't want to win this like this.
That would have been bad juju. Like you would have won, but like it would have been bad.
He did not win. Instead, it was a chop pot. You know what they say.
Didn't win the tournament.
Everyone loves a chop pot,
The luckiest
especially
but
Boris
worst.
Kuzmanovic at this exact moment.
You think that either way, pal.
That's true.
Oh, guys, that one hurt me. I was really sweating that one.
What up, Fabio?
All right, someone on that table.
You had the diamonds.
I had the diamonds.
And against who? Against you?
Against me.
What?
It's only like 16 million chip high.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be quite a story.
Fabiano Kowalski, welcome to the main stage.
Like the hand I always remember.
Whose prediction
aces
was
of
that?
aces in the big drop.
No, Connor
Green,
Trinan versus Kerry Katz. Yeah.
You can't get worse than that.
No, definitely not. That was before the money too.
Yeah, okay, that was early, but still, this was kind of
638.
And we had to get you. I mean,
Was that?
Nice eye.
My eye?
definitely they are busting.
Yeah.
I'm getting good at it.
Unless something like this happens where
I'm getting good at reading.
I mean, I was when you.
it's nice neither of us had queens.
Yeah.
Too, you know.
4, 5, 5. It's only fair, I tell you.
Blind versus blind cannot fold, so.
I have to revisit that hand just 1 second, Nick, because I need to understand. Am I looking at the situation all wrong? How the hell do they get all those chips in there with ace king?
I know we crashed into it, but I was thinking the same thing. And it's, look, I know we joke about ICM is for poor people, but with that many big blinds, you can see a flop. You can play the hand. You don't necessarily need to be banging it all in.
It's like insane.
They wanted to run it, so fair play.
And now we're never going to get moved off the feature.
It's
even though,
one thing
like,
to
our
shove
pots are
with
probably
ace
gonna
king,
be
it's another thing to call it off with ace king in that
See you got
spot.
over there.
Yeah, and diamonds are live. Nesradine with the steel wheel draw.
Street flash potential.
Yeah.
If you have a flush draw, you're probably hit. No, it's there. Shit, that's how it's been this whole tournament.
Me? My phone? What do you mean?
Kuzmanovic now the favorite.
I don't have my phone.
He gave it to on that table, right? Yeah. Right. Like,
Give me your second.
No one has phones anymore.
No, you have a second phone.
7 and 8 both jump.
Who's the next biggest stack on that?
Well, King's playing.
5 guy.
But he
C1?
He just 3-bet folded the 4.5.
What's he?
Chinese guy?
C1. Yeah.
Check to showdown.
Nice.
You should at least show that way you don't have to tell everyone what you folded. All right, tell everyone what it was.
So we do have two 100 big blind stacks at the feature table. Kuzmanovic and Nesradine got the two other chip leaders right now, Stephen Song and Fabiano Kowalski. And no super short stack.
No joke.
Sabrodotsky playing
And I
32
had a
bigs, although the blinds are going up in 3 minutes.
Oh, you diamond as well.
I had a diamond. I should have bet.
I mean, I had a gut shot and the king high, so I mean,
Powers asking, when was the last time a
Just
roll
like a
flush was
pot,
made
I
in
know.
EPT?
No-
2
no
days
reason.
ago, Alexander Shilko.
But I don't understand how
Jack
all
of
of the chips
clubs,
are
I believe.
here and not
Maybe
like
spades.
I missed
You
that
guys
one.
probably play like crazy. I don't know. I'm just a guess.
You're Brazilian though. You guys are like
Yeah, that's a lot coming from you.
yeah.
We used
You even have like
That's true,
I
you guys
play
have
crazy
tightened up
hair.
a
You even have I play crazy hair.
yours crazier than mine.
My hair is bad. I almost wore a hat today.
had some crazy Brazilians at the table. They were doing some
They
weird
can,
stuff.
but a lot of them tamed down for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, probably they lost money.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Yeah.
Just hearing about a ruling at the other table, by the way. Alex Fournier just received a 2-hand penalty for stepping away from the table when he still had cards in front of him. And it's worth highlighting that when you do fold out of turn, if you step away from the table, it's considered a fold out of turn. It does influence the action, Nick.
Yeah, that's the important point there. I don't think anyone cares if you're if you're done with the hand, as it were, but that could be the difference between a player opening and not opening, and those chips can be the difference between winning this event and not winning this event.
Yeah.
So it's very serious. Same goes really for cash games, but it's a lot more lenient. And at this point, I'm happy to see they're enforcing that kind of thing because it was probably an oversight. I don't imagine it was
Oversight, or maybe you just really have to go pee-pee.
Yeah, sure, exactly. But that kind of thing really could swing the outcome. Really, it could be the butterfly effect that ends up winning someone a tournament. So you need to be careful in these situations.
So we have got a Jack 7-4 flop here, the gut shot for Kuzmanovic. Kowalski's ace high still ahead.
It's one of the major reasons I never drink water.
7 bets. 120.
And with the action checked to him, Kuzmanovic continues. He was the pre-flop aggressor. His C-bet is 120,000.
Kowalski repping Samba Poker. That team performing very well in these events thus far.
10 fold.
Kowalski folds the flop. I think we'll get in one more hand before we go on break.
Would that be like an American poker team being
Coleman,
called
just
break
remember,
dance poker?
ace-9 off, under the
Line
gun
dance.
open from you.
Yeah, country and western poker. All right, sure.
Under
Yeah,
the
I
gun
get it
plus
now.
one.
That
Sorry.
makes sense.
Sorry, under the gun plus one. Noted. Scorched in my brain forever.
Jalapeno, to answer your question, there is
Wasn't personal.
a player can get away with talking a
Ace-9 is
lot before they actually get in trouble at a poker table. You have to be quite
I do
offensive.
a lot of other things. Walking on the beach, like a good meal. Ace-9 is sort of like, straights are not your friends. Like, no, nothing is your friend.
Ever heard
You're
of Will
like in
Kassouf?
It's like the purgatory ace. It's like
Oh.
ace-6, but just the
Any
like,
eights
flip.
about?
Top banana, top banana.
Ace-8, on the other
Coconuts,
hand, I
coconuts.
give you like ace-8 of spades.
Also, intent plays a large role.
It's
You're
not against
intending
you,
to
though.
upset people versus just being friendly. Huge difference.
I think it's just important that when you're at the table, you check your privilege.
Are we coloring up the fives? I guess they'll do it for us.
160.
7 raises to 160.
As the clock ticks into the break, we see Kuzmanovic raising with queen 3 of clubs.
Keep them. Right. Keep your mic on, yeah, you're coming back.
I call.
8 balls, 160.
Nasruddin calling on the button with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Stafletsky.
Excuse me.
Opportunity for Kowalski to squeeze in the small blind with 9-7 of
Keep the mic.
clubs.
Yeah, keep you're coming back, yeah. Thank you.
76 big blinds for Fabiano Kowalski. Makes the fold, of course.
David Coleman in the big blind. Ace-Jack of clubs.
Well, no one's making a flush.
And Coleman is 3-betting.
Call 160. 3 players.
Never mind, decides just a flat. Gonna keep it chill. Going to a flop.
King 4-8, all spades.
Sorry, I didn't mean that no one was making a flush. I meant the clubs aren't making a flush.
Well, you should have been more specific, because now you just look like a fool.
Exactly. The aristocrats.
7 check.
Rania running good for some reason. It's so strange. Because Joe didn't mean it like she runs good.
That's 250,000.
Run good, Rania. There we go.
No, fantastic stuff. Great flop for the 9-10 spade. She's going to show it too. We're going on a break.
Other black suit, please. Wrong black suit.
Yeah, they were all
me as
folded.
You didn't want clubs.
Didn't want, okay, because I had queen highs.
You had 2 clubs too.
Come on.
So we have hit the first break of the day.
Would be a lot of troubles.
Pretty much tied at the top, but strictly speaking, Boris Kuzmanovic has the advantage over Ronnie and Nasruddin right now. We've got 2 other big stacks at the table, Stephen Song and Fabiano Kowalski, coming back at the 50K, 100K blind level with 14 players, 2 tables of 7. And as promised, during the break, we're going to talk about the WCOOP League. The draft was conducted here in Barcelona earlier this week. Your chance to see which players the 6 team captains picked, with details of how you can get involved. We're back in 20 minutes.
Hello, my babies. The most prestigious online poker series in the world is back starting September 8th. That's right, it's WCOOP time once again. The entire online poker world is about to be battling it out on the felt, and it's your chance to become a world champion. Plus, there are other ways to get in on the action, like the WCOOP League. Welcome to the WCOOP League Draft. This league is comprised of 6 teams who will attempt to accrue the highest tally of results over the course of the upcoming World Championship of Online Poker. You choose your favorite team, and if they win, you go into a free roll, where you could win a gold power pass, a silver power pass, and lots of other prizes. And we are here today to officially draft these teams so that battle can commence. Let's meet our team captains who all competed against each other in the Scoop League last season, starting with champion Lex Veldhuis.
Light work.
Runner-up, Spraggy. And the other two guys, Tonka and Finton. A little twist this time around, though, for the W Coop League. 2 new teams have been added, captained by Andre Akari and Sebastian Huber. Welcome, fellas. These team captains are going to choose 5 players, 1 team pro. They've all chosen themselves except for Andre, who is substituting Lolly for himself. And they're going to choose 3 regular players and 1 from the top 6 of the recent W Coop Boot Camp leaderboard. To decide who goes first, we're going to have a good old-fashioned flip out. So, dealer Sergey, let's light this candle.
I feel like you won so many flips.
Parker, you just came fourth in a 1.
Oh, he has an ace?
Yeah.
Oh boy, Spraggy with card revealed.
That's obviously not a misdeal.
It's a misdeal.
Ace of diamonds, not a misdeal,
guys.
It hit us out and turned over.
No, it's not.
No, he's right.
Walking
He's
out.
right.
That's a misdeal. This is rigged.
No, it's not a misdeal.
It's not a misdeal, but I do think if we were dealing a real hand of Hold'em, would that card have stayed? Probably not, right?
No,
it would have been the burn.
Right.
Yeah.
The burn card.
It's the
3
burn
cards
card.
have been dealt. Would you mind?
Carry on.
Yeah, we're playing some serious poker tournaments.
Unlucky, Spraggy. No shock
This is
there.
amazing, though.
All right, here's how it's going to work. We're going to reveal a card after the flop. We're each going to reveal 1 card.
Mine's already been revealed for me.
Are we not allowed to look?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, I looked.
All right.
Oh,
We've
man,
got
I would have paid money
Jack,
for an ace.
7, 6, 2
See an
spades.
ace.
Lex, let's see a card.
Okay. Yes,
We got a
that
pair.
is a pair. Off to a
Tonka.
great start.
I think that's like below par.
All right, we've got a king for Tonka. Seb.
This is great.
I want
We've
like
got a
the
queen
eight
for
of spades. That's what I
Seb.
wanna see.
King is pretty
Andre.
strong right now. I'm not going to lie.
He has a pair. Jack
Yeah.
of clubs.
Yeah, I know.
That's a strong 5 ways back.
Not that
A 5 for
That's
Andre.
okay, good. I know he has a pair.
A tray for Fenton.
That's not that strong. Well,
And 5 of spades for Spraggy.
That's actually very good, yeah. Congratulations,
I've not
Greg.
seen any other spades.
I see a 5, though.
Yeah, but spades are hot.
Nah.
It's okay. He'll find a reason to moan.
I feel like king of
Is
hearts.
it the ace of spades that he had in his hand? I can't remember.
No, it's
Okay,
red
give
ace.
him a 4, please.
4 spades.
King of hearts?
Oh.
All right, let's see the turn, Sergey.
If it's a 4, I'm done.
I need a king of hearts so bad.
It's another 6.
Well, hello.
Things are looking
it's actually
pretty
not bad
good
for
for
us.
Lex to
I
reign
picked
supreme
second, then.
again.
That's-
Oh, can I speech?
I mean, do you want to do your victory speech right now?
Speech on the turn.
Come on. Don't give a speech on the turn.
This is. I just want to say I'm so happy we're all here.
What is this, Joe?
We're
Please
just doing
continue.
this.
We can speed up.
River card.
We're gonna see Lex's second card. Not that it really matters all that much, but
You guys,
Six.
you
It's a
guys
6.
know, right?
Oh, God.
well, that's bad news
Insurance.
for everybody else.
Horrible news.
That's all right.
That's not that great.
Thank you, Tonka. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm close to drawing dead already. But
Can I muck?
Yeah, you can.
Tonka is not in contention to win this hand.
Oh, I could just win it right here.
It seems pretty likely. I don't see why not.
Souvenirs?
We can keep the rest close to have the river sweat.
Yeah, I think
Otherwise,
we-
everybody's
Yeah, let's have a river
Sure,
sweat,
why
'cause
not?
otherwise everyone's
Go for it. Go ahead. Let's
give
see
him
your
a-
card.
wow,
Let's
Just
see-
kill me then.
let's-
Just
let's-
kill me.
Okay, you're right.
It's fine, guys.
Let's see your card.
One death.
Oh my.
You are the weakest link. All right.
Pretty tough there.
Okay, Seb's exposed. You're out as well.
Andre,
Okay.
what are we not doing the river?
we're gonna do the river after this.
Okay. We might not.
I
need
have
one.
some outs.
Oh,
Andre does have outs.
That's life.
it's the hope that kills him.
Fenton
I've heard that, actually.
I've got outs.
also has outs.
Oh, wow. It's actually a really bad run for you.
Spraggy is also
What is
gonna
it?
muck.
5 deuce?
5
Seb.
do so.
Ace wouldn't have mattered, bud.
Out of contention.
Please.
You need to root for a jack here.
All right, so what are we looking for to dethrone Lex? A 7, a jack?
7 or
Seven or a jack.
We really need Finnan to win because he's going to draw terribly anyway.
I don't care. Give him 2 cards. They're not hitting.
Here comes the river.
It's easy.
No
7,
no jack.
Wait.
Hey, if
The
I
reign of
now
Lex
last?
may
Yeah.
continue.
So now I'm last.
Yeah.
Get 2 picks
Yeah,
though.
you're last.
It's actually really nice. This
We're
is
actually-
perfect. This is the perfect draw, though, for like nice.
Very good
TV.
for you, man.
It actually is for nice TV. To
Yeah.
the point where I'm worried it might have been rigged.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dylan.
Who's in production?
Nothing
Lex?
is rigged, ever.
I don't know.
All right, so this
Hello,
draft
it's
is going to start with Lex. It's going to go around the table. Spraggy's going to get 2 picks. It's going to snake back around to Lex, and we're going to make 3 choices in this round. You are allowed to pick, you're supposed to pick regular players, but if you happen to pick another PokerStars Team Pro, that's fine, or I'm sure you'll be picking an online superstar.
Sorry,
Lex,
the rest of them are dog so all the picks are
wow.
available.
Can we get a camera? Because there's no shot there's anything on this page. There's no shot he's done any
would you
work
like
at
a
all.
steak
Seb,
or
Seb,
a-
it's
Double
I
the
guarantee
names.
it's empty. Grab it.
It's double the names I thought
Tonka
there would
does
be,
have a
so-
menu in his hand.
Joe, can you confirm that there are names on my secret W Coop research list?
Yeah,
Thank
there
you,
are
sir.
names.
Hastily
Go on, show your true colors.
Yeah.
All right. Can I do first pick?
Yes, sir. You're up first.
First pick is somebody that I've always loved.
It's not the Oscars.
They were
names.
They were on my team last time as well, and they performed admirably because they won the overall award, and it's Adrenaline 710.
Seb's very upset by that pick.
Surprising, but
Surprising.
Surprising he picked the best player.
I didn't have that guy on my list. Is he good?
Dennis
Won it last
Strebkov.
time. Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
Nice
there
to
we
meet
go.
you, Dennis.
Yes.
I had no idea. My interest went as far as your nickname.
I sure hope that's his name. Tonka?
Sorry, let me consult the list here.
It's like 4 things on it.
There's 5, thank you. Yeah, so a man who needs absolutely no introductions, Leda 900, will be coming to my team. Yeah, pretty unbelievable main event player, plays all the high stakes mix, big genius, good friend of mine.
Stop network picking.
Yeah.
He's picking with his heart, not his head,
Network
you know?
picking.
Network picking.
How much did you have him in the main, by the way?
I had a little piece.
Yeah.
All right, Seb. Nicholas Ostedt off the table. Who's your pick?
Okay, I am going with a guy who literally beats me in all the low and medium mix game stuff, and he plays from the Far East, and his name is Val First. Plays everything, crushes everything.
Yeah, he's good. Sharp.
And
Sharp.
I had him on my team last time.
I had him.
Spraggy had him.
You don't even know your own team.
Now I gotta take you.
That's fine.
A note to people who are playing for Lex. He doesn't care about
we
you.
won, buddy.
He cares about winning.
All we care about is the W.
All right, foul first
pick,
goes to Seb. Andre, welcome. And who's your first pick?
I'm gonna pick what I believe is the best player in the world. Yuri.
Thank you.
Not a guy.
The nerd guy, Yuri Martins. Okay. Andre going to bring some Brazilian knowledge to the table. Finton?
I am not going to be doing a long speech like the rest of the guys, but I'm just going to take Patrick Leonard, so I have less chance of finishing in last place this year. And also, did he not win Scoop leaderboard?
No, 4th or 3rd or something like that.
He's fallen off.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a really abysmal
He fell off, bro.
Yeah, he fell all the way down to second.
Swaggy, 2 picks for you, pal. I saw some disappointment on your face at some of the choices.
Well, my super secret research, same as his, was just the Scoop leaderboard from last year.
That's not my research, dude.
Gone.
At all.
No, it can't be yours. You picked Lena, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm taking someone who was one of my best performers last time. Kelvin.
That's huge.
FPAR. Kelvin Kleber.
Kelvin Strong.
Great player.
Kelvin, not Calvin.
Crush your dreams.
Yeah, that is actually a dream.
Oh, there's only 15 Brazilian crushers to choose from. I'm so sorry.
And another person who performed very well for me in the Scoop League, C. Darwin too, aka Cornelius Darwin.
That was another network pick for Parker to keep his little Discord
Keep his
chat
little
alive.
buddies going, yeah. Yeah, so C. Darwin and Calvin locked in.
All right, there's
That's your wedding
Swaggy's 2
invite,
picks.
Don,
We're
buddy.
back, snaking back around to Finton now.
I really, really like Akari.
Oh,
Great guy.
I knew.
Great guy, but I love Brazilian poker players more than I love Akari. So I'm going to be picking Internet 930.
Internet 930 for Finton.
Great pick.
I'm gonna.
Andre?
I'm gonna keep the Brazilian wave. I'm gonna take Felipe Piv.
Felipe Pive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all pretending like we've heard that one.
Felipe Piv has been around the block, buddy.
Didn't he
I'm
win
sure.
the main?
I
Big legend,
have
big
no
legend.
doubt.
He won
I'm
the
just
main
not
last
as well
year, or
versed
one of
in the
Scoop
Brazilians.
mains?
No. Been around the block for
Yeah.
forever. That man's been gaming.
Okay,
Great
it's
choice,
mine,
then.
right? Yeah,
You
so.
can pick other members of Team Pro as well, Seb, remember that.
Yeah,
You and Winston
probably
are
not
quite
going to
close,
happen.
right?
They're not good.
You know what?
Winston and you have started the dual
Me
streams.
because I
Me and
didn't.
Spragg would have picked
think-
each other back in the day.
I think I'm going to go same as Finton against Akari, and I'm going to pick T.G. Rigoletti, mixed game player from Brazil.
6th last.
T. Grigoletti.
Yeah.
So a lot of
And-
these choices, these to just block Andre?
A little bit. Yeah, because
Feels like it.
No, there's
because
just
Lali now as
just
well.
the same Brazilian.
Shows how good Brazilians are.
Yeah.
Brazilians are too good to ignore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're too good.
Back to Parker.
Perry Mason, or as I like to call him, Perry Me Jensen.
Perry Me Jensen. Jerry O'Dean.
Jerry O'Dean. Great guy. Great card player. Also loves to play the mix. Had quite a run in the last leaderboard. I believe he might have been on your team last leaderboard.
Yeah.
So I mean, stick with the Swedes. Go where we know.
All right, Lex, your last 2 picks.
All right, I'm gonna go with Run Godlike.
Excellent, Benny Glaser.
Yep,
perennial
doing
winner.
a lot of work.
You know he's not playing, right?
One of the leaders in what?
He's not playing.
He's not playing.
He's playing. No, he's playing. Lex, he's playing. I talked to him yesterday.
Dirty tricks are encouraged.
I trust you less.
I had literally. All I will say is it would be a big gamble to not pick him and then watch me pick him in 4 minutes.
Yeah. He's definitely
he might not be playing,
I
though.
stand by my pick.
All right, he's sticking with it. And Lex, your final pick.
Tough. I kind of feel like going for like a random, well, not a random one, but
Random person off the top 20 from Scoop, probably. A real wild card, this Lex.
I'm going to go outside the top 5 for this one. Okay, I'll make a decision in 5 seconds. I want to root for this person because I never do, because they're so annoying. And they're
Come on,
so
man.
good.
Parker's already been
Romeo
chosen
Pro.
by himself. Excuse me?
I'm going to go for Romeo Pro.
That's a fair pick.
Romeo
Very-
Pro.
Plays 30 tables, plays all the mid stuff, opens a3 offsuit from the cutoff, even though he's 30 tabling in a 5K because I'm in the big blind. Give me a chance to root for him. So go Romeo Pro. Yeah,
Okay,
baby,
Lex,
yeah.
Lex going with his heart and his head on that one, and maybe balls also. Parker.
Last consult of the notes here, and we will stick with the full Swedish team. It's Ship It for the Win, 911.
Did you have to write down all your friends' names? Like you literally gone with 3 Swedes and you had a list.
It was all a bit of a
It's a ruse.
misdirection, so that you guys didn't take my Swedes. I'm pretty upset that I didn't get Darwin, but Ship It for the Win, 911. Great guy.
Yeah, good.
All right.
Incredible card player.
Yeah, he was my
just off the top 20 of the Coop League as well. Got 21st on the last Coop League there, so looking for a better performance from him this round.
All right, that's Parker's round 1 done. Seb, your last choice for round 1.
I think I'm going to go with a real, some say stupid pick or
Whiston.
crazy pick.
Whiston. It's Whiston.
It's
No, it can't be Western.
No, I need to look after some smaller streamers in the team and stuff like that. So I'm going to pick Whiston. And I feel like,
We thought you were joking.
we're going to go
Do you
with
watch
him.
Whiston stream or not?
No, but if
This is not a bit.
if he's on my team, learns a little more about mixed games.
Buddy, we're only a week or so out from
Seb, can I tell you a quick
There's
anecdote?
only so much he can do.
A few years ago, I was invited into an NFL fantasy league, and the league decided that I wasn't trying hard enough, and they kicked me out for the next year. Is that what you're going for here?
No, even with Whiston, I'm going to be on the podium.
Despite the burden.
With Whiston, I'm still going to finish.
You want to
at
make a
least,
statement, right?
All right,
Even with
lock it
Western.
in. Western.
Yeah, we're going to go with Whiston.
Andre, I'm sorry, Western's been taken, but
I'm gonna keep the Brazilian gang, so I'm gonna go with Padilha SP.
Padilla, okay.
Yeah, good pick.
Shane.
Closes out Andre's round 1. Finton,
I tried to pick a main event winner last time and it didn't go very well. But I think
Jerry Yang.
it was Alex Kulev. It was Alex Kulev. But I'm gonna go with my favorite poker player. I'm gonna go with Amadi.
Excuse me?
Oh, wow. Amadi. That's
El
Amadi,
Matador.
sure.
I feel like
Why
Whiston
not?
makes more points.
Conquistador.
He probably does, but Amadi might win the
Mateos?
main event 25. Yeah, Mateos.
How many
You
points?
think Whiston outperforms Mateos?
Yeah.
You want side action?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
He definitely has a good chance.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's going to do it for the round 1 picks. Did you do 2?
I got one more.
I'm so sorry. I'm dumb.
I got one more, and it's a banger. I feel like obviously Lex is very try-hard, but the way to unsell him is with anger. And there's only one man who really...
Wizzo.
No. There's only one man who truly knows how to tilt Lex.
Yeah.
Oh, Smilly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Daniel Smilkovic. Smiller the hero.
I'm literally sweating. I wanted to make this
He's
motion.
on my team, buddy, and that's only going to amplify every throwable that lands on you.
He slow rolled me out of a 10K bubble. He slow rolled me out. Oh.
He's the perfect partner.
Why?
Smiller the hero.
There's 4 other team captains here. What is the hate?
Well, you are,
because
you know,
because you're the winner. You're the
Yeah.
reigning champion.
But your team sucks.
I hate to
mine's
say it,
better,
but I
so.
fear you the most.
Mentally weakest as well.
A little psychological
That's true.
warfare
That's
from
actually true.
Spraggy.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that, yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
No, that's right. Thanks, guys. Okay, so that's the end of round 1. Now, for round 2, your choices are limited. You have to choose someone from the W Boot Camp leaderboard. And I don't know that we decided who's going for.
Yeah,
We're gonna-
we-
we're gonna
we-
say
I go
order.
first, right? It's a snake.
No, we.
No, same order. Same
Snake.
order, yeah.
I'll take Farouk.
As winner of the Flip Out Lex, you get your first choice of the top 6 from the W Coop Boot Camp leaderboard.
Yes, I'm gonna pick Farouk.
Farouk.
674 from Romania.
That's correct.
He's
The year
a
of
viewer.
Romania.
He's a viewer, community member. He's in my Discord, and he's obviously finished top 6 in the boot camp. He's played 239 events, cashing over 40. Don't worry, he's a PLO cash game player.
This?
How many hours did you study this?
Is he reading this?
There's a teleprompter over there.
Oh, shit, there it is.
He's a friend. He's a PLO. Calm down. Calm yourself. He's a simmer down, sir. He's a PLO cash game player, so it's fine. But I just want him on my team. He's been on Stars since 2010. He told me, and he really wanted to be on, and I'd love to have
Does
him.
he owe Lex money?
He does now.
All right. You got 5 to choose from, Parker.
I've actually had a ton of battles with this fella. We've been around the block since 2007. It says on here. I would have guessed honestly.
It says on here.
Around.
I know him well. It says on here.
I'm saying I would have guessed a little bit later because I haven't even been on PokerStars since 2007.
I don't think
so
you were
I would've
legally
guessed a
allowed to
little
play
bit.
then, sir.
Huh?
You legally probably weren't allowed to play then, sir.
Yeah, I wasn't. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I haven't been on PokerStars since then. So he's actually been around longer than I have. We've had a ton of battles. I'm not going to read off all of his accolades because there's too many to count here. But Zidix, the honorary Swede from Bulgaria. He's from Bulgaria, but he is an honorary Swede on this team.
The Bulgarian Swede Zidix. All right, Seb, you've got 4 people to choose from.
It's actually nice because my pick stayed alive, and it's gonna be King 153246. This guy plays from heads up, total KO to mixed games to everything. Won the low scoop leaderboard as well.
Such a tryhard. Well, you have Western. It's fine.
I have Western, so I have an
You can do what you want from that.
Yeah.
You're already out. Seb, you're already out. Seb, do you want a couple more players or what?
No, one is fine. But yeah, this one is a really good pick. Really happy with that, and yeah.
King 153246 from Uzbekistan going to Seb.
Very good nickname, actually.
All right, Andre, 3 choices for you.
Man,
Better than
I don't know the guy, but I know his country, so I'm gonna take geographically. I'm gonna take the Follow the Breath from Costa Rica.
Follow the Breath from Costa Rica.
Pura vida. Let's go.
Is that player named after Tonka, by the way?
Follow the.
Yeah.
The what?
Follow the breath.
Perfect. All right, Vincent, you got your choice of 2.
Yeah, there are 2 people that I was actually going to go with if I was given a choice. So I'd just like to know which one would you like, and I will be picking the other. Let's play a little mind game.
Yeah, Ben. Well, who would your choice be?
He'll play.
So there's 2 left. They're both from the UK.
I see that.
We got So Sick
I'll take.
and Revenge for Dodo.
I'll take So Sick.
No, I think he does want them. I will take
One
So
of
Sick.
these cups has poison in it.
Did you get it?
It says here, buddy, online results hidden. And then the other guy is like 260K in earnings.
Yeah, so sick.
515 entrants.
By the way, and I knew
He actually
you
does.
made yourself
He
look
actually
like an
does.
absolute idiot.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's a proper regster.
So sick's been around the block. Yeah.
So
I was never going to pick anywhere in So Sick. I just wanted to sicken you in case. just in case I got your guy, and then you picked the wrong one. I was like, all right.
Some side bets on this round.
Yeah.
Oh, you want Revenge for Dodo, do you?
Just for formality's sake.
Revenge for Dodo. Welcome.
Great choice.
Good choice.
Excellent choice.
Love that. Love that guy.
All right, well, that's it. The draft is done. And here's where we ended up. Team El Veldhouse, Team Tonka, and Team Peace and Love. Lex looking good again this year. Team Akari, Team Easy with Aces, and Team Spraggy. Spraggy and Lex looking like they could go 1-2 again. All that remains for you to figure out how to play with these guys is to head to the PokerStars blog. Team captains, some of you made some good choices. Best of luck. And we'll see the rest of y'all for W Coop September 8th.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are on the penultimate day of the main event, playing down from 16 to 6 today. And we're coming back from the first break with 14 players. 2 eliminations so far. 2 Dutch players gone, Matal and Myrna. And if we look at the stacks of all the remaining players, we see we've still got a couple of shorties, Andrew Hume and Jose Barbosa, 14, 16 big blinds respectively. Now we're at the 50k, 100k blind level. Seems that most of the shorter stacks are at the secondary table and the big stacks are up on the main stage. Kuzmanovic, Nasruddin, Song, Kowalski, Coleman, all up at the main feature table right now. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
And we are thrilled to be joined this level by an incredible UK poker pro. He is a World Series of Poker Europe main event champion, is an EPT runner-up. He was the 26th place finisher in this event. Jack Sinclair, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
You know, you've never introduced me as incredible, James.
Maybe one day.
Okay, if I'm going to do a pun on your user handle, then it's like someone who makes flushes.
That table's going to be so slow, though. They're all short.
Jack, obviously, to cut through this field of 1,975 to make it day 5, a great achievement and a horrible way to go out. You've come all that way only to get coolered in brutal fashion.
I never felt
The greatest compliment I can pay you is you took it well.
Did I? That's good.
I mean, I just felt like...
I mean, you just said this is a ridiculous situation. If I'm beat, I'm beat. You put your chips in. You saw the bad news. You're like, nah.
Yeah, well, I had to actually sit around for a bit to verify that I was actually covered by the raise. Because she didn't say all in. She just announced the raise size, but it was more than my stack.
I'm always positive.
So got a little slow rolled on the on whether I was busto or not.
Everything will be okay.
But yeah, I felt like I showed a bit more emotion than normal there, but I'm glad it wasn't too.
No, I mean,
too
I
obvious.
don't think it's unreasonable to show emotion, but it's not like you had a complete meltdown.
Yeah, only on the inside.
I think for a ridiculous hand like that, it's kind of good to be the audience surrogate. I mean, that's how everyone else felt. So, you know, it's a pretty incredible spot to be in, and for an incredible poker player, you know?
Keep saying incredible.
And now I need to wait.
Well, at the last level we had Ace-King versus Ace-King for a ludicrous pot. Now we've got Ace-3 versus Ace-3 for a smallish pot. It was Kowalski who raised the button. Zabrodotsky defending his big blind.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, of course, they both do have the same holding, but, you know, down the streets, if Kowalski decides to check here, which he isn't, which is going to work out quite great and get the fold, but, you know, because that board technically favors the big blind's range more, maybe we have seen a check back from Kowalski. Could have been a way that the big blind took it down.
Yeah, it's not a... He's not going to c-bet everything on this board, so I like his sizing. He chose a bigger sizing here, which makes a lot of sense with a hand like Ace-3 off, because you're just making him fold stuff with decent equity, Queen Jack, King 10, that sort of thing, which you are beating, but if you check back, it's not like he can call a bet on the turn or really hope to realize all of his equity.
Yeah, and with those kind of hands, like a Jack 10, for instance, if you know the turn card's a 9 or something like that, he can come out betting, and you're really frozen up, right?
Yeah, I mean, any card he can,
any card,
bet and he'll get Ace-3 to fold.
Could
So
be more. You look at what your stats.
checking back is standard, but
Wait, was it 7-8-5? I think 9 would have been the nuts.
Yes, I think he definitely would start betting.
Yes, a 7, for instance, on the turn, Jack 10 would come out betting and fold you out. But
any low card, or if the turn's a jack, then you lose to a lot of these hands that would have folded as well. So it's just not that many great options by checking back.
So putting aside your bust-out hand, Jack, how did you find the experience of playing on the feature table against Rani and Nasruddin? Did she have a nickname for you? Did she have a place in the world that she referred to you as?
No, she just called me Sinclair, as
far
far as I remember. Yeah, it was an experience, I would say. Not one I wish to remember too much. I just didn't play very well, so that's the main negative for me.
Interesting.
In general, or sort of specifically against her, I guess, roguish play style?
No, against everyone.
Yeah, okay.
I was indiscriminate with my poor play. Yeah, I mean, it was a tough tournament for me because I feel like every close decision I chose the wrong option. Whether or not all of them were a mistake is debatable.
Right.
But if it was close and I chose fold, then I should have called. And if it was close and I chose call,
So
I should
how'd you
have
get so deep? Did you run good in some big spots?
The deck cooperated.
Okay, there you go. Well, that's very honest.
I was going to say,
of you.
and very
I love
unusual,
it.
because the vast majority of people will talk about how unlucky they got, but to actually come away and say, do you know what? I didn't play my best. I made some errors.
Much
or
appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, it's the most tilting way to because I've just been gifted this incredible situation and just can't make the most of it.
Incredible situation. Yes. Word of the day. So, appears to be cheeky check back on the flop from Coleman.
Yeah.
Trying to give Song maybe just under rep that. I mean, it's a bit of a strange check back, would you say, on the button here on the flop?
Yeah, this is not something that I would ever do.
No.
I'm not sure that we really need to slow play top pair, top kicker here. If we're going to check back a hand like Queen Jack or Jacks, like we can still call down on blanks. So slow playing top pair, top kicker doesn't really make any sense to me. I would guess that Ace Queen is perfectly reasonable to bet flop and then bet 3 times.
But a situation that is really going to work in his favor, getting the pretty large sizing here, about 60-70% on the turn.
Yeah, so maybe he's just read Song as being weak in this exact scenario. Sees him c-betting top pair a lot out of position.
Right.
And just thinks like, okay, if he checks this flop, he's check folding most of the time. So I don't have a 3-street hand against 9s, which maybe is like his best check. And then he decides to check back just to induce bluffs and get value later anyway.
Yeah, now Song is going to think, I believe that Coleman might be holding something like, a pocket 9s that is going to have a lot of trouble calling a big bet on the river. Certainly has some 10s here, I suppose. An ace 10 suited would flat on the button and often check back. So Song, I would imagine, goes big here, or does he hope to maybe target something like an ace jack and not have to bet so big? Is blocking that, of course. So
yeah, I mean, Song here he's kind of representing a decent queen, or maybe even like Jacks could in theory bet. But so he's gone this sort of like medium big size, which represents a queen pretty well, which I think makes sense. He's not going to try and like build his betting range around pocket 10s.
This check back really worked out super well. So good on Coleman, sort of finding the unorthodox line there. And yeah, even Song seems to be a bit befuddled by, frankly, how much he got outplayed with the unconventional line.
Yeah, I don't. The reason to check back here, Ace Queen, would be that if you expect your opponent to put like 2x pot bet in the river, thinking you could never have a hand that good.
Yeah.
But Coleman's range is actually pretty well protected there. He's going to have pocket 10s. He's going to have worse queens that still call. So he doesn't need to put Ace Queen in the check back range to defend against massive bets. But if he just thinks the Song is checking very weak on the flop, then it makes sense to just turn everything that's good into a check back.
And a significant pot, getting him up over 6 million now.
Well, one of the players at our feature table right now is David Coleman, who was 3rd place finisher in last year's NAPT main event. North American Poker Tour back at Resorts World, November 1st through 10th. This year it's a 5K main event, plus there's a 25K super high roller, and there will be live coverage of the NAPT on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. A reminder, a new season of Big Game on Tour also being filmed in Vegas this November.
Do we got any lineups yet, James? All secret.
Some names have been touted. Actually, some names are confirmed, but obviously I can't say anything. What is not confirmed is who the loose cannons are going to be, Griffin. And guess what? It could be you. I'm not talking to Griffin, I'm talking to everyone out there watching the stream. It could be you.
What about a loose Canadian?
Not averse to the loose cannon being from a country outside of the USA at all.
We're done good. I was talking about me. There is the amazing Rania Nasruddin. 3rd place finisher at this year's Monte Carlo.
Yeah, we've mentioned a few times that only a handful of players have managed to make back-to-back EPT final tables. That's what she's aiming for today. Of course, Fabiana Kowalski aiming to make the final table of this tournament 2 times in 3 years. 2 pretty big achievements which could potentially be made today. Well, she's got ace-4 and folds in first position. Kowalski out.
Yeah, spent a little time with Kowalski in the Mystery Cash Game Challenge. Really, really lovely, lovely man.
Okay, Griffin, as you actually took part in the show, it would really, really help me if you could get the name right. It's the Mystery Cash Challenge. There's no game in the title.
Okay. Whoa, you almost knocked me out of my chair with that comment. So sorry.
Branding's important. You know this.
Is it a cash game?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. If it was a sit and go, I would understand that.
I mean, if I'd said Mystery Cash Lame Challenge or something, you'd call me out for it.
So Zabrodotsky opening with ace-king, Kuzmanovic defending with 3s, heads up to the flop.
Fair fight.
And 2 strawberries on the board, plus a paired board, another post-flop flip.
Fair fight.
By the way, Mystery Cash Challenge, new season coming soon. New lineup, new episodes later this month.
Wait, when are we filming that? I haven't gotten any details about when I need to be there.
In the same way, I'd say branding is important. It's also important for you to remember that not everything's about you.
Guess I'm not in the lineup.
This is actually quite a tough spot for Kuzmanovic.
Yeah.
On Jack 5-5, big blind versus cutoff, you're not going to want to have too many check calls in general, and 3s feels like a pretty ugly hand to check raise here. It has some decent property. You get king queen
425
of diamonds to fold, just clean up equity. Maybe you get some ace highs to fold. Maybe you get 4s to fold, which would be nice. But yeah, he does go for the check raise, which I like. I think check calling just puts you in too much of a ugly spot on turns. Like, you can never call a bet. If it goes check, check, turn, then unless the river's a 3 or a 5, you're just in a terrible spot.
So how do you feel here playing 20 big blinds effective with the ace, king of hearts? Are you all in, or are you ever flatting this raise? Seems like a shove. It's nice.
I think I prefer call.
Yeah, right? It's kind of like...
Because if your opponent is check raising without a 5 or a jack, they're going to have something like 6-7 of clubs, which just has no very bad equity, and you'll pretty much always get to call the turn with this hand. So, and you're just likely to be very far ahead a lot.
Well, we've gone over to the secondary feature table for a hand between Harry Lodge and Jose Barbosa. Lodge shoving the turn with the straight, Barbosa with a pair of 8s, drawing dead.
So it looks like Harry led half pot on turn and got min raised.
Yes.
Which is an interesting maneuver.
I mean, I think we can be a bit more condemning about the line from Barbosa here. This seems pretty miserable.
I mean, I like the mindset of I have sort of a hand that kind of want to call, but don't really want to call, don't really want to fold. Maybe he can bet fold something.
Yeah, but the click and then leaving half your remaining stack. I mean, it's just yeah, it's tough. So 6 big blinds now.
Yeah, exactly. Super short.
Yeah, you probably want to have something like ace of clubs, queen or something to do this, I guess. But then probably have to call off. Yeah,
definitely have to call off.
Really ugly that maybe. Yeah, it's actually really hard to think of it.
So Barbosa, the shortest stack remaining by some margin. And now that Fabiano Kowalski has been balanced to the main feature table, it's Lin Jianwei who is the chip leader at this table with 4.24 million. But as we established at the start of this level, all the big stacks are up on the main stage right now. So we'll stay with this table for another hand. It's going to be Andrew Hume first to act.
So still 2 UK guys?
Yes, and we referenced a few times, Jack, that EPT London 2022, where you came second, Harry Lodge was at that final table. I think he was 8th that year.
Correct, yeah. Strong main event player.
Hume folds. Oh, here's the other UK player, Daniel Myers.
Ah, 3. And how many Americans left?
So we've got Nasruddin, Coleman, Song, and yeah, 3.
Oh. I smell a bet.
John Way with the ace-8 at the cutoff here. You got it, Canada.
Ace-Jack against Ace-8. Sure helps when your dad makes the playing cards. Back around to Jean Wei.
All in 1,950,000.
As someone who likes to have little figurines on their chip stack, did you get a good look at that?
It's a tiger, right?
Is it a tiger?
Jade tiger.
Jade
tiger, yeah.
Yeah. Well, could be a panther or...
I also saw a Bulbasaur on the other table.
Oh.
You didn't play much Pokemon, Mr. Sinclair?
Yeah, when I was 10.
Yeah, yeah, me too. What was your, were you in the originals?
Yeah, original. I never got into the...
Yeah, I mean, neither did I. Were you a Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur?
I preferred the fire ones.
Yeah, Charmander.
I was a big Magma fan. That was always my favorite.
Yes.
So the shove gets through.
Maybe King Jack.
Nobody does that.
King Jack of Diamonds.
That's just insane to do that.
Alex Fournier hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Well, we're going to return to the other table. Our main feature table.
Just 3 times. Okay. Next time I call me.
Big pot between Rani Nasruddin and Stephen Song, which ends in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
With added Jack Sinclair.
That sounded like Jack's been practicing, to be honest. Like, as soon as he found out he was going to be in there, he probably got his partner to do with him at the same time in the mirror.
You had it.
If only they had the heart rate monitor on there. As soon as I hear chop pot, it's like that.
When you make it 2 million. Probably, yeah. That'll be all right, whatever.
I was just thinking, like, we're going to make it 600, 700, 800.
Yeah. I was just like, wait, I was like, one of us has to just say all in, but...
Yeah. No, I think they got rid of that rule. What I've heard. Wrong.
I mean, in a situation like this, is stupid.
Yeah. No, but I think that rule is gone.
Day 6 continues.
I just want to see the hand. I mean, it's obvious.
Man, I was like confused how you had an ace. That makes sense.
Playing down from 2 tables to 1 table. The final table, which will come back tomorrow and play down to a winner.
No, I have to play different with you, Stephen. I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson.
That was one hand.
I know, but like I just have to I have to adjust. I deeply regret my hand earlier where I didn't call when it was like a 2-way American pot. I had 9-7. I almost called. I would have turned the straight.
Oh wow.
I would have printed money. I would have printed money.
Yeah. I would change lots.
Yeah.
Still think Zabrodotsky has got the best talisman with his Cosmonaut.
What you have that hand?
A little big for my taste.
I folded pre.
There's Bulbasaur.
He did say, Kuzmanovic, that he was influenced by your pick yesterday. He said Jack Sinclair had a little creature, so I decided I was going to have one.
If I fold and you get a walk, you have to run around the table. Run around the table. Go.
Fabiano's going to do it, isn't he?
You just can walk around really fast.
The first one to follow that rule.
You're going to be the first one.
Is he going to do it? Oh my God.
Of course he is. Kowalski's always game.
Now it's actually a real one.
Now it's
such a treat.
Now I feel bad when
You have to do it.
capable of running.
You have
Nobody did it before you.
Yeah, why not? Nobody got a
You're
one?
the best.
Yeah, there
you got
was a
one,
vote.
but you're the best. I'll do it too if I ever. I don't think Steven's.
Well, now they're gonna keep us in the feature forever.
I'm never getting off the island. I have to lose. I have to walk out permanently, I feel like.
That's probably true.
As do you, chip leader.
He has a name.
Back over to the other table. Jose Barbosa, we saw him lose most of his chips in that hand against Harry Lodge. He is now all in under the gun with Queen 10. Folded around to 48. 6-4 of clubs. Now Harry Lodge. 10-3 goes in the muck. Hume in the small blind has ace-8.
I think this is going to be good enough here for 6 blinds. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, pretty hard to fold here. It depends a lot how deep he is with the big blind. And also,
Well, he just has 8 more blinds behind.
Oh, home. Yeah, okay. So pretty easy get in, I think. Unless there's some serious ICM considerations. It looks like there actually is a page on.
There is.
There.
74,600 is the current payout.
So versus under the gun 6 big, I mean,
you're not super
I
thrilled.
could see this being a fold, actually, but it's for sure close. And
Yeah, it's like if it's 8 to 9 blinds, it feels probably like a fold. But 6.3 is that a fair assessment, or even like would have to be sort of closer to 9 or 10?
Yeah. So Hume virtual all in 1.2.
Oh, that's what you don't want.
And Myers with ace queen.
The one good thing is that him covering Barbosa.
Oh my God, he's
okay. Well, now it's definitely a shove. You get ace queen to fold, then you always put it in here.
So Barbosa is the at-risk player and is behind. Does have live cards. We can see, however, the queen was folded.
Got ace 8, under the gun has queen 10 suited.
Thanks, Harry. Not the first time Barbosa's been a risk. Flop is ace high.
Double elimination. Well, almost.
No, thank you.
Barbosa down to 4%. Needs running cards.
Do you think we, after this hand is over, we could maybe get a panorama cam to Myers' face?
So the queen on the turn does give Barbosa outs. And we know there's only actually one live queen because a queen was folded. So you're only drawing to one card in the deck. And that is not it. So we do lose Jose Barbosa from Brazil in 14th place. He's the last player to cash for just over 74K. We have hit that money jump. Everyone's now locked up 99.5 grand. 89.5, sorry.
You're welcome.
I'd be too embarrassed to mention that I had ace queen. What do you? I think it's like I keep that one to myself.
Yeah. Hope that it didn't register on the card.
Yeah. It's too much information for the other players too.
Ace queen.
Hume now playing 23 bigs.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them. It's so much information.
I mean, he had them both drawing to. Had them both drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah.
To whom could chop. But
pre-flop couldn't get any better. Ace 8 and queen 10.
Actually, whom couldn't chop, right? Yeah, they were both drawing dead.
Yep.
Well, as you mentioned, Jack, that could have been a double elimination. Instead, just the single KO. We're down to 13 players. Table of 6, table of 7.
Can I get a fist bump for folding my cards? Thank you.
And we have a button raised from Kowalski that has been re-raised by Coleman in the small blind.
Weird spot here. 60 bigs effective. Such a strong button hand. Certainly a candidate to continue in some fashion, but
yeah, definitely won't be folding here.
Yeah.
So the question is whether to 4-bet or flat.
Just over 6 to start?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I have
you?
6.
5
6.
something?
Pretty much 6 flat.
$985 with 2 diamonds. Ace high still ahead. By the way, we were talking about the trinkets that people have on the table. The most important question, Jack, which I haven't asked yet, and it was a very popular question being asked yesterday across Twitch and YouTube. When did you change from a hippo to a pig?
Well, the hippo is still my main guy, but for some reason he doesn't do well in Spain.
Okay.
So in Spain we switched to the pig because this is ham country.
Jamon.
Yeah, and if the pig also knows, because I take him out to the tapas bars and he sees the legs, the ham legs hanging up from the ceiling, and we eat the jamon, and he knows if he doesn't do well, then he knows what's happening.
It's literally bacon.
Exactly.
Well, does the pig have a name?
Jamie.
Jamie. Okay. And what's the hippo's name?
Marty.
Marty. Okay. So, check unlucky here for Kowalski.
Yeah, I think actually I would bet the ace-4 on the flop as Kowalski. I like common checking here. Like, this board is really good for imposition in this situation. And his hand just has very poor equity, bad visibility. Like, it's just very hard to play the turns. But Kowalski's hand's sort of similar to the hand where he c-bet large with ace-3 offsuit. Like, yeah, he has ace-high, but it's pretty hard to play later. And the board just really favors him. I think he could just go ahead and bet. You know, he has backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight door. Can make king-queen fold.
Yeah,
so
and the king-queen and king-jack combos.
Yeah.
And now I feel like it's, I mean, yeah, like maybe you're going to get ace-king of spades to fold on the turn here, but, you know, good check here from Kowalski.
Ace-king of spades pretty unlikely for Coleman when we have the ace of
Oh,
spades.
pardon me. Yeah, sorry. An ace-king of hearts, for instance.
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
yes. Oh, and he does get there on the whip.
Barry Greenstein. We need to bring back the flaming Barry.
So yeah, I think I definitely would have bet the flop, and then if I check back the flop with ace-4, I would start betting the turn as well. Because you kind of want to make him fold out ace-queen on the turn, ace-king, and then when you hit the ace, it's super clean, which is really nice. And also, you just have a lot of fold equity in this line.
Theodore, you just need to say Barry. Barry on the river is tautology. You're saying the same thing twice. Barry equals ace on the river. So it's never not a Barry if it's not the river.
Yes, and mystery cash challenge.
There we go. Words matter.
Let's go, Brazil.
Yeah, Kowalski
Vamos.
adds 950k to his stack, now playing around 75 big blinds. He's moved ahead of Stephen Song on the leaderboard. Still an hour to run at this blind level. So I saw Fabiano yesterday. I'm like, good job, man. You're going to make the final table? 2 years out of 3. Went, yeah, disappointed. I'm missing the 10K. I mean, talk about first world problems. But yeah, I can tell he's having fun. I can tell he's enjoying himself.
0 bets one.
Over to the other table.
I believe I had the ace of diamonds.
It's Lin Jianwei versus Alex Fournier. Kings against 9-7 on an ace-9-4 flop.
Not the worst board here for Fournier to peel one off.
Ooh, check, check on the flop and the flush draw on the turn for Fournier. $200K apiece. The river card is not a club. Instead, it's top set for Jianwei. The way he positions his arm there with his lanyard around his neck, I always think his arm's in a sling.
One bet, 650,000.
Certainly has a lot of wrist accoutrement.
It's a good word.
Thank you.
I would have made it the word of the day, but
French.
Incredible's already kind of made too much of an impression.
Yeah, you can spot someone who's been to the Eras Tour. Jianwei, huge Taylor fan, loves his friendship bracelets.
I want to show this time? Want to show this time or not? You can still, look at it.
Hey, show the Cowboys.
I think that was winning. Huh? I think winning. Yeah.
Did you have a king of clubs in your hand?
Yeah.
You had king of club river.
Back to the main table.
Then again,
But the way like how you played it.
yeah,
for
it
me,
just looks
kind of-
like.
Had a raise from Nazia Resradine with King Jack of
I was
Diamonds.
expecting same hand almost always.
Yeah.
Stephen Song in the big blind with 9-8.
Rania is quite a nice first name. I like that name.
I'm glad you approve, Griffin,
Well,
because she
we've
ain't
just-
changing it.
Yeah, we've said it so many times. It's really rolls off the tongue nice.
7-4-4 on the flop. King high still ahead. Queen on the turn. Read this message from Brandon Nell 3 times. I'm still not 100% sure what he's driving at. Coleman has a skill level making these players look easy.
Open myself up.
Yeah, King High's gonna win.
I believe that's a compliment.
Yeah, I think it's
Coleman?
compliment. It's a bit confusing, but based off what we've seen, how you know the ace queen against Song.
To misquote Eric Morecambe, all the right words, just not necessarily in the right order. Few people questioning Lin Jianwei showing the kings at the end of that hand that you should never show cards unless you have to. Thoughts, Jack Sinclair?
I think more often than not, it's best not to show.
Right.
But there are times where it makes sense. I mean, the most obvious example would be if you just want to tilt people. If you think that they're, likely to have poor mental control, and you show them some outrageous bluff, then you can get them to spew off a lot more chips.
Another reason would be if someone asks you.
This is maybe a bit lower down on the, on the list.
In the top 10.
Yeah,
it might be just
somewhere.
outside.
Yeah. But also, I mean, it makes sense to just have fun.
Yeah.
You're playing 12 hours of poker or whatever, and your friend walks by the table and you make some outrageous bluff, and they lean over and say, "Oh, show us the bluff," and you just have.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you can't pass up on spots like that.
Anything that helps make me feel like the main character, I want to, I want to engage in. So.
Coleman's opened with ace-9, Kuzmanovic, queen-5 suited in the big. He defends.
Do you have the quote ready in case he plays a really nice hand again? For Coleman.
Imagine this flop with both of our last cards. You had 9-8, right?
Yeah.
King Jack.
Well, it depends
that
on
would
the
have been
chip.
like, I mean, this would have been like a fun.
Something happens.
Yeah. Something happens here.
It's cool when it goes bet.
But I have 2 diamonds. You had 1 heart, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reasonably fair.
I mean, I think, all right, let's see who pulls it out on the turn.
Assuming we see more.
Any other jack to feel pretty good about my situation.
Rania still stuck in the fully checked down on all streets, meaningless pot.
Ooh.
Oh, I have.
You win the pot.
2 diamonds.
Kuzmanovic trying to focus.
Nate
doesn't want to get involved in the conversation.
Maybe he's only catching into the conversation now, and he's worried she's talking about his hand.
Well, Matt P asked the question, are players allowed to talk over players while there's a hand being played? Seems very distracting. They are allowed. I mean, there's a certain element of etiquette here, and I think if somebody said something, like if Kuzmanovic put his hand up to say, just stop a second, I think people would respect that.
Well, it's not like Kuzmanovic is right in between them, too.
As long as they're speaking English. I had a situation on day 3. At the end of the day, I got moved to a table that had 5 French players on it, including, I believe the dealer was also French. Actually, I don't think, at first the dealer wasn't. I played a 3-bet pot out of position versus a French player with 2 other French players at the table talking over us in French about the hand.
But whoa, that's not in order.
How'd you know it was about the hand? Do you speak a little
Because
French?
they were pointing at the flop. I wish I spoke a little French.
But hold on a second. I mean, at what point does someone not enforce the rules, or at what point do you not call for a ruling?
It was a bit strange because normally, someone says merci and they get a warning. But
yeah, correct.
This was a very rare occurrence where it was just completely.
And you don't want to be taken out of your whatever.
Right, exactly. I was in split decision. I flopped a very marginal hand, so I had to really think about it. So I didn't really get a chance to.
My hand.
Interestingly, Zephyr says, just watch Vincent's new vlog. He had an issue with a player he was all in against. Turn around and speak Spanish to someone off the table before they called.
Damn.
Yeah.
Committed to memory.
For the most part, the rules are enforced. Talking of rules, what's your view as a player, Jack, on the change in shot clock protocol, the fact that it's now 15 seconds on a first decision?
I'm on that rule change, I'm relatively neutral. It's not had too much of an effect on me. I think the first time I played with a 15-second shot clock, I lost the time bank on my first decision just because I wasn't looking at the clock. And it was,
right.
But since then, that's fine. You have to look at your cards early. If there's a raise and 3-bet ahead of you.
How do you say bless you in Portuguese?
Saúde. Saúde.
Sayuyu?
Saúde.
Saúde.
I would say my experience of it was that I feel like I would have liked another 5 seconds, but I think once everyone gets used to it, 15 will be like fine. But just it's a bit jarring at first compared to the 30.
So you specifically said that rule change I'm neutral on. Is there a rule change that you have stronger feelings about?
Yeah, I love sliding the cards.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Should have been doing that for years. That's much better. I love the new rule of not being forced to sit down as soon as you get to the table. When you register, I think that's great. Much more fair. There was another one, but now I've forgotten it.
There's the one about tables breaking. I don't know whether that impacts anyone in any significant way.
Yeah, they don't do a redraw at 24
or 16.
I think at 16 it makes sense to do a redraw, but 24 I like the random table break. But that's also pretty neutral for me.
650.
The one thing I'm confused about, and was going to ask, when they deal the flop, one at a time.
Okay, so that's because we've been having awful issues this week. I'm not sure if it's the cards or it's this particular felt, but the dealers are really struggling to spread the cards.
Ah, okay.
So that's why they've been told to deal the cards separately. It will only be at this event with these specific cards on these specific tables. Interesting to see how this hand plays out. We've had the open from Ace-9. We've had the 3-bet from Song, and now Kuzmanovic waking up with Ace-King in the small blind.
I guess he's just going to go all in.
Yeah.
the way these guys play Ace-King. But yeah, I would always 4-bet here. Something in the region of 1.6, 1.7.
1.45.
Raise. 7 raises. 1,450,000.
Sure.
It's an American song. It's getting hot in here. I fold.
48 folds.
Always good to have a bit of Nelly on a Saturday afternoon. Is Song thinking of getting, for want of a better word, creative with Ace-4 of diamonds here?
Well, it's really only shove or fold here, and shove would be disastrous. So quite an important spot here for Steven Sung.
Calling wouldn't be so crazy.
Yeah.
In position, good price.
I guess the sizing's not that big, you're right. I mean, I would have thought the 4-bet would kind of price you out, but it's only 3.5x on top. Leave yourself with SPR of about 1.5, maybe a little less.
I'm sure he's thinking about shoving. I think,
yes.
But calling is not impossible here.
Okay, handicap it out of the 3 options. What's the percentages you think he does them?
Folds 100%. And then the other 2 trace.
And some discipline from Steven Song, not wanting to get too crazy with the ace-4.
Probably looking at how he was thinking, I would say it was probably like 80% fold, I would guess. Maybe like 1% call and 90% jam.
Yeah.
So Kuzmanovic currently second in chips behind Rania Nasruddin. Third on Croatia's all-time money list.
That laugh says yes.
$500,000 live earnings.
Yeah, I literally only get dealt it. It's insane.
You had ace-queen in a spot where king-jack, ace-queen, but yeah. If it's
You wouldn't
ace
believe the answer to the question.
so it's for sure 100% yes. Like 100% yes. It's like if it had, if
Sizing
he had
wrong
just
there. Was
called,
he-
like it had
was it
been
800K
able
more?
to defend, I was
You're
like,
gonna
I'm
get
calling with
1.4.
anything because I know
Yeah,
exactly what you have.
So a call
I'm
there.
happy to play. Like
Yeah, so
you're
he
playing
made it-
heads up. That's or cards up.
Sarah
Face up.
is trying to set us up again.
Maybe.
So it's like 2 point.
Are you saying you had a good hand?
2.5 or so.
Very good.
Less. 610 to 1.450. Yeah, about 2.4.
So yeah, I mean, he's in an awkward spot there because the effective stack size means he wants to go smaller, but he's out of position with ace king off, which makes you want to go bigger. So I would go somewhere a little closer to 2.5 to,
Yeah.
to 3x.
I would think 1.7 I would go, something like that. But
Every hand is good.
If
to a
he
certain
doesn't
amount of
expect
blinds.
Song to ever play many flat calls with something like
sure,
ace four suited, then maybe it's
Yeah,
actually a good
Unless you have aces.
adjustment to actually size down even more, because you look very, very strong there, so you probably have more fold equity.
You don't like kings so much.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the fake out. I like the fake out a lot.
You didn't have
take it till you make it for David Coleman.
I mean, I would say Coleman has a skill level that makes the other players seem easy.
You had some like
wrong.
I am. Well, we've got this straight. He said ace nine. You have something nice. Ace nine off. You have no clue.
I had an ace.
Oh. Ace jack suited?
No.
Okay. He's an ace. All right, so
Get
kings or
ace,
queens?
an ace and some sick thoughts.
Kings or queens?
Disturbing.
Everything comes to your mind. Right?
Nah, I was always going to fold.
There you go, 100%.
That was your first guess.
When David opens, you know, one of your outs is gone. Like he for sure has ace nine.
Exactly.
Like 100%. So 2 outs. 2 outs.
Action folded.
Very, very ugly, which I appreciate. Like, very easy decision because I'm not going to let my ego try to take back my chips from Dave Coleman. I will fold.
Absolutely.
You know, I actually really like the 15-second rule.
Round two.
First decision.
Yeah.
I like easy decisions in poker. They're the best.
Round 2.
You said round 2.
He said round 2.
I thought you said. I don't know what you said.
He said round 2.
Okay, he's in focus mode. He's thinking about stack size.
He doesn't speak English, so
Kowalski with the
try
equator.
further.
That is a nice nickname. I've never heard that one before.
400.
I make up a lot of nicknames in here, and I'm more of a quantity over quality kind of guy. But
Okay.
every now and then,
just throwing them out.
Yeah, James's favorite is my Jack 8 nickname.
Jacket?
Which is Jacket's pretty good actually. Wait a minute, you come with my job, man. Jacket's good. Damn it. No, Jack Frost is the snowman.
Yeah.
I kind of like Jacket though. Damn it.
Yeah, I think I win this round.
Sexy.
James,
Now it's a sexy.
don't let him take it away from me.
Give me an idea for a segment, hand nickname wars.
Yes.
Get 2 poker pros to come with hand nicknames, only one can win. King 8-5, which means Kowalski has flop best.
Yeah. And just fresh off a 3-bet scenario, small blind against button, Coleman making the significant raise pre-flop over the limp from Kowalski. We saw the passivity the last time he missed as the aggressor. Let's see how he's going to proceed here with ace-10. No diamond in hand. You know Kowalski's not going anywhere.
Certainly a good board for the Razor here in position, but definitely, I would think, not going to be a 100% c-bet.
So ace of clubs does come
Barry
on the turn,
turn.
but we are going to, I think, maybe head over to the outer table as there is a big all-in between Myers and Fournier for the 2.6 million. I mean, they basically have the same stack. I mean, this is pretty much an elimination either way, but whether it's going to be the Canadian or the Brit remains to be seen.
Yeah, if Myers loses this hand, he'll be left with just 20K. If Fournier loses, he is out. Does get it in good, though, with kings against ace-queen.
Fournier representing Canada, and based on the name and the accent, probably where I reside, in Montreal.
That is correct. I heard him say that the other day.
That's a good start.
Very good start. Gut shot, though, for Myers. 4 outs, 4 cards that Fournier does not want to see. On the turn, same outs for Myers, same 4 cards that Fournier needs to fade. Seven on the river. That is a huge double up for Fournier, and it is the virtual elimination of Myers.
Barely a chip in a chair for Myers.
What we got? 2-7.
I think you are lucky. Jacks, sevens, kings.
Oh, lucky. It's your luck. It's the bling bling luck. The luck. Solitaire. Yes. Nice hand.
No, you stupid rich.
Just 13 players technically remain still here in the EPT main Barcelona, day 6, but that man right there looks like the kind of guy who has 0 big blinds.
0 big blinds.
They don't even
that is
get
the
a
face you
percentages,
make.
No, you don't give him the 0.2 big blinds, no? And there's Fournier all the way up to 59.
Thank you.
Was Myers in the small blind that hand?
Yeah, so if I had to guess, maybe raise under the gun, just shove for 27 effective or something.
Well, he's very lucky. He's not in one of the blinds now. So
yeah, he's going to have some time to pick and choose here.
Yeah, he can win a full ante as well, which is very good. So he needs to take one of the next 4 hands.
And a good seat for you, that one.
And patient.
Triple or maybe. So it's incredibly. If he's under the gun, he has to go with any 2 cards.
7 raises 200,000.
Him trying to get it through here. He's effectively on the button here with just the 20K for Myers. Jinwei does have a pretty holding. I think one that you can really do anything here. I don't know if I would have folded so quickly, but could mix in some 3-bet, sometimes call. I guess occasionally fold as well. What are you doing with the Queen 9 of Hearts there? 28 effective against Hume.
Sorry, who's what position was it?
Jinwei was in the small blind with Queen 9 of Hearts, and Hume was effectively raising on the button with Ace 8 off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be folding.
Yeah, I would probably be calling.
I think calling is probably best at this stack depth because quite short. You don't really want to 3-bet fold that hand, but
yeah,
would be okay, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly just call.
Apologies for the disruption to the broadcast. Kukum theorizing there was a 31-minute hand, so they had to cut the stream for game integrity. Not sure what happened, but we're back now.
I mean, we didn't go anywhere, Jack. I don't know what he's talking about. You and I.
These two kept going. They happily talking through this hand. No one could hear what they were saying, but that's not important.
Oh, thank God. I really...
Yeah.
We said some things we probably should have.
Yeah, about James
thought
specifically,
about
too.
Yeah.
That was, we were kind of out of line. Perhaps that's why he cut it.
Yeah, that might be the reason.
And Fournier going to pick up some equity here on the check back on the flop. And I imagine a bet, at least is going to put Hume in a coffin a little bit.
Yeah, so Fournier doesn't have to bet all of his draws here because he has so many. Like, if you look at this board, there's a million gutters and a flush draw possible. And the Jack also does favor Hume somewhat. He should have more Jack X checking back, or his range should be more centered around Jack X, whereas Fournier just has a ton of possible holdings. So I don't think he just gets to bet every single gutter, every single straight draw.
There's so many.
Yeah, he'll just end up massively over bluffing here. This sizing I'm not a huge fan of. Gets the job done against ace-8, which is fine. But ace-8's pretty low down in...
It's pretty nice when your opponent has black ace-8.
Yeah.
That's the situation.
So, yeah, I mean, I think 10-7 is a fine bet. I think I would mostly go for a bit of a larger bet. Threaten the whole stack, maybe like pot or slightly over bet there.
I'm loving the ghoulish nature of us hanging at this table. We're all on Myers' death watch, and we're just waiting to see when he's going to stick in this last 20K.
Yeah, I was interested to see what hand he got dealt there, but we didn't actually see it, I think. But he did find a fold. I mean, I guess in theory, he just wants like a top 60% hand, something like that. Or like any high card, basically, he wants to take. I mean, I haven't really been studying my 0.2 big blind charts very much, but with two hands left, do you take 10-3 off, 10-4 off? Hard to say. I mean, this hand.
Is this good enough, Jack?
I would theorize this is in. This is in the chart.
Look at him with his 4 chips.
And you really like getting isolated here. That is a good result. Getting if you can get heads up here with the overlay, it's fantastic. So
but there's only one hand you dominate. I mean, you can't possibly have that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very often a chop against ace deuce.
Yeah, I know.
Which is a bit sad, obviously, when you get it in. But even chop pot will at least quadruple his stack, which is quite nice.
And get a song.
That's true.
Harry Lodge.
Get my heart rate up.
Calls in the big blind, and we are going 3-way to the flop with one player all in, that player being Daniel Myers.
Remarkably, he's actually found a way to dominate both his opponents.
Yeah.
Oof. Pair of 6s for Lodge. He's checked it to Zhang Wei.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance Zhang Wei just finds a bet. That'd be hilarious, but I very much doubt it.
Zhang Wei, when I played with him, he did put in a lot of aggression on early streets, although he typically seemed to like doing it with pairs. So, like, if Zhang Wei had a 6, I would expect him to bet here as a bluff. But ace-2, I guess, not make it in. Reasonable. Now I actually really like bluffing as Zhang Wei.
Here we go.
Like, you still have decent equity against the all-in player. Like, could just be winning against 8-9, something like that. Could be chopping against ace-deuce. And the side pot is actually much bigger than the main, so it's totally fine to just start bluffing here. So yeah, he does.
Poor Harry's going to see the bad news. And Myers probably would have thought he was dead. He's going to see.
Yeah, you love to see
that. He's going to be chopping 89% of the time.
I'm ahead. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
John Way, of course, winning the side pot against Harry Lodge. As we play for the main pot, as we play for Daniel Myers' tournament life.
Maybe fold a 6.
3 for the win.
Well, this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I think Daniel Myers likes it on the inside.
A good putt, to be fair. Just quadruple though. Just quadruple though.
He did more than that, mate. He's gone from 20 to 180, right?
Yeah, and I hope Myers knows that none of us are thinking about that ace-queen fold anymore.
Almost.
90K. Still 0 big blind.
Still 0.
If you run 20K,
9/10 of a big blind.
I'm loving it.
Oh yeah.
Just got to do 1 day each hand, and then you'll be back with
Never back.
Yeah.
I think I had 90K day 2, day 3, day 4. Something like that.
1.8 small blinds.
Yeah, I was super.
Trying to put a positive spin on it. So we talked a little bit about NAPT Las Vegas. Straight after that, there is a PokerStars sponsored series in Brazil, the BSOP Millions 2024, taking place in Sao Paulo. $12 million guarantee across the series. The largest 5K ever held in Brazil will be part of that series. Check out the details on the PokerStars Live app. I believe we're going to return to the action at the main feature table now. Actually, no, let's stay on the secondary feature table because we have still got Myers super short, right?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go, red triangle of death in front of Myers.
Oh, stop trying to cheat me each.
Sorry.
Action on the side.
Oh yes, of course it was a chop pot, right? So he only had 90,000 now.
Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you Myers is all in with Queen Jack. Lodge has King 5 and Patea has Queen 9, and it's a Jack 8-3 flop. So right now, it's looking pretty good for Myers. Check, check. 7 on the turn. Myers still ahead with top pair.
Did you go out last night? Did you go out last night?
Potentially giving something away here.
No. No, I seen Cully this morning. Do a little hanging. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of PokerStars.
River is a deuce. Myers is going to win another pot. Myers is going to survive again. Is he going to Bendinelli this?
I have the toppest of pairs.
Oh, it's going to be
The
good.
toppest of pairs is good. For more than a triple up.
Yeah.
What a comeback.
Not even a big 20K I had. 20% of a big line.
The only tournament live I ever won, that's exactly what
Really?
happened. Yeah.
That
Final
actually
table, go down to like 0 point something big and ship it.
Myers now 370K.
Love to see it.
That's 3.7 big blinds.
In the mug yesterday, you're playing for fucking live.
Sorry?
You're playing for a long time live.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can kind of come back with a stack like that. I mean, he's technically coming back from 0.2 big blinds, but it's not over.
Yeah, tough decision incoming because he's under the gun now.
Right. And not everyone has studied these particular situations, so whether Daniel Myers knows that he needs to go in pretty light, right?
Conventional wisdom is you go with anything.
Right.
3 big blinds under the gun because you're going to lose one of those big blinds the next hand.
Yeah.
And then be in the big blind for the others. So your odds right now are so much better than taking a random hand next hand.
Yeah.
So I think that you can fold the bottom 3% maybe? 3 to 5%. I wouldn't fold this one.
No.
Good to get easy decisions. And he's even given it a bit of a Hollywood, I guess.
Or he's really thinking about folding.
Yeah.
Daniel Myers is wagering all of his chips. He is all in again with ace-8. John Way with 5-4 of hearts. Ace-6 for Fournier in the cutoff.
Okay. Slightly tight fold, I think. But
8-4 suited for Harry Lodge. Nope.
More like Harry Dodge.
So round 2, Andrew Hume in the big blind, and he calls with Queen Jack of diamonds. Live cards for Hume. Myers gets it in good. Is Myers going to get the double up here? He's going to bounce back to 9 big blinds, near enough. The flop is king high, ace high still ahead. Myers needing to fade queens and jacks. Turn card is a 6. The comeback story continues unless there's a queen or a jack on the river. Just 6 cards to fade. The river is a queen. It's the hope that kills you.
Good game. GG, Danny.
Daniel Myers is eventually eliminated in 13th place.
Barry Queenstein.
Cashes for 89,550 euros. Wishes everyone remaining good luck as his EPT Barcelona main event run comes to an end.
See you later.
89,000 euros. It's a lot of cheddar. Great
With
performance.
12 players remaining. We're at 2 tables of 6, which means someone's going to have to be balanced off the main feature table.
Almost from 20k to $1 million, 1 river card off. What?
And looks like it's David Coleman.
I mean, still significant.
Who's getting balanced off. Looks like David Coleman will be swapping his seat at the main feature table to a seat at the secondary table.
I'm mad at you. So just so you know, we're having a fight.
Really?
I had queen 5 of clubs.
Hey,
And
I like 1.5.
You're a small blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's like
Next time you push me.
Yeah, I just be like this.
1.5.
Push me and then.
All right, good luck over there, buddy.
Good luck.
Blind. Au revoir, Coleman. Au revoir.
All right, enjoy.
As I said yesterday, we're not going to miss you.
So Ronnie Nasruddin
your
remains chip leader with the slight advantage over Boris Kuzmanovic, pretty much tied at the
We
top.
have to keep it going, like in his corner.
Yeah, it's good. It's fine.
Kowalski, Song, deep.
We can do it.
We're sending Coleman.
I was close to it.
We're sending Coleman.
Donna Paneni is the short stack now with 14 bigs.
Oh, you were?
That means you didn't have a queen.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw this flop and I was like, ugh.
I'm sure you can answer this question for us, Jack. Rowan says, who decides who goes to the other table? Feels a bit random.
It is random.
And how is it randomly decided?
It's whoever is about to be in the big blind.
Well answered.
I got moved 3 times on day 4.
Oh.
From the feature table, my table broke. I went to a feature table. Then I was big blind. They bounced me to another table. I was like, wow, this table's terrible. Played 1 orbit, bounced me back to the same table that I was on before. Wow. And then they bounced me off it again. So I kept having to post like, oh, I'm going on the feature table. Guess I'm not on the feature table. I'm going back on the. Sorry guys, do you just tune in? I'm off the feature table.
Oh, so that's funny. So you're probably messaging friends or family, being like,
oh yeah. I sent the table draw to people. I'm like, yo, who are these guys? Like,
oh, there's that aspect too.
Yeah, and then I got moved to the feature table, and when I came off, I checked my phone. I had all these notes, and I was like, oh yeah, that's all irrelevant now.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Sickly Morris.
That seemed pretty targeted, didn't it? It sounded like he really went for it. Like he's, where's that bloody mic?
Until the FT. Then we'll all be excited.
5-5, so.
24 minutes left to run on this level. We'll take the second break of the day, and the blinds will be increased on the other side of that break. Good observation from Elephant. One more player out and everyone gets 6 digits. That's because 12th place pays 89.5, which is the same as Myers just got. And then 11th and 10th pay 107,450 euros.
6-digit territory.
5.
Quickly, Jack, off the top of your head, how many 6 to 7-figure scores do you have? Trivia.
Okay, I could count them up. Now, question: does Aussie dollars count? Because
let's let them count.
Okay.
Because so on the Hendem they might be a little under.
Yeah, I mean
for the sake of where you won them, you know, that works for me.
Well, I have an 8-figure score actually in that case because I won some Taiwanese dollars.
It was a very simple question. It started out.
I once played in lira, so actually I had a billion score.
The question was 6 figures, and
look, I'm going to Vietnam. I'm getting the dong.
Figures. 6 to 8 figures. Yes.
six figures. But well, okay. I'm not going to count the Taiwanese ones because they were not that big.
Okay.
I'll add them up. 1, 2.
7
Come back. Get back to me in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So many to add up.
Gosh.
I don't know. Something like between 5 and 10. I'm gonna.
Between 5 and 10.
That's a pretty broad spectrum, Jack.
Well, it's.
I think you said between 5 and 6, or between 5 and 7, or between 5 and 10.
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
I would say if it's close to 10, that would be pretty incredible.
All in? 5 races all in.
Oh, Kuzmanovic opened under the gun. Got a Panini all in from the small blind with King Queen. Problem is the word call and the word fold sound very similar, but that was a fold.
Normalize saying pass.
Yeah.
Naughty Brazilian.
What?
Is he Brazilian?
Yeah.
Yeah, naughty. I said naughty Brazilian.
It is true. Call and fold can often sound
He's a
pretty
big
similar.
guy. I wouldn't want to tell him no.
It'll be one of those things that years from now will normalize pass, and everyone will be like, "Why didn't we always have it that way?"
When players are quite soft-spoken or when they're speaking under their breath, dealers
How tall are
often
you?
mishear.
How tall?
It could be call, it could be fold, it could be all in. Those
Wow.
3 things all have a very similar sound.
Leave it.
Yeah, like in the way that we're now normalizing the slide instead of the pitch. It seems so obvious. Like, why did we ever have it the other way? You know.
He knows in the
Yeah, he immediately.
To be
did
honest,
it.
it's still quite rare for a player to verbally announce that they're
missing a
folding / passing.
Well, I saw it on one of my tables in the main event.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what's hard to convert?
It was on
is,
someone.
Celsius
Someone went
to
all in.
Fahrenheit.
They said,
That
well,
is like
but didn't do anything.
I don't care
they
how many
just
times I
sat
teach
there and
myself
said,
like how to
well,
do the equation.
and the dealer said, you say call or fold? And he goes, well,
Use the converter.
well, fold. Cloud.
Yeah, like
nobody knew. Nobody knew what he said. The dealer didn't know.
I mean, I like
only
the
he knew.
challenge, but it's like
He stood there stone-faced, and the guy almost turned his cards over.
16 big blinds on the button with the king jack. Just gonna shove it in and hope to get some folds, but we got the ace king.
Donna Paneni's run it. Stephen Song's ace king, and we are going to have a domination situation here.
$1,620,000 total.
Now taking his time, he's in the small blind. He's got Kuzmanovic to act behind him.
5.
I've now got people watching the stream with the exact number, Jack. They seem to have done their mathematics quicker than you have.
9 is the number.
Yes, that's the number I've got as well from most people
5
watching.
sounded low. I feel like I've commentated 5 of your 6 plus figure scores.
Well, you know how wrong I was. I don't have an 8-figure score because Taiwanese dollars are not Korean dong. They're Korean dollars or Vietnamese dong. It's actually just another useless 7-figure score in Taiwanese dollars, which is about 30K US.
So very big spot here for Dada Panini. Quite unlucky to find the king jack on the button and to see yourself totally dominated by Song. Gonna be looking for some jacks or some goofy hearts, maybe a fun little 8, 9, 10 flop. There are ways, but only 26% of them.
Tend to do that a lot.
Yeah, I used to do it.
9.
Ace king holding.
I'd love to see a 7 or a 9 or a jack here. Queen would also give you some more outs.
No additional outs. 3 jacks.
It's easier to look over there.
Shahasha, Donna Panini
Really?
will be eliminated unless there's a jack on the river.
Oh, you already gave up. Gave up for folks.
He just did it.
No jack.
Bye. Nice playing with you.
He busts and cashes for 89,550 euros. We're now in 6-figure score territory with 11 players remaining.
Yep, no jack, because we have the only jack we need in the booth right now.
There are still 2 more, so doesn't mean much. If
I mean, someone folded a jack in my jacks versus kings hand. I still, it was a 1-outer. Right?
Oh, okay.
Jacks versus kings.
In here?
Like day.
Oh yeah, big.
Yeah.
Is it 4 there?
I heard the hand, but
Yeah, that was wild. About 37 big blinds
So we're
each,
final-
kings
we're
against
down to
jacks.
10.
A jack folded and Steven Song popped it off on the river.
There's 6 over there.
Oh, okay.
What's the number? I can't say.
107.
Yeah, they're 6.
11. 7, yeah.
Yeah, there's 6 or 5. Yeah. So 11.
They changed that number real fast up there. I was like,
Yeah, they moved Daniel to balance
All I do
6.
is donk off my chips, so they're just cooler people.
Are we doing final table with 9 or 10?
9. So we'll play 5 and 5.
You also lost in kind of close for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe didn't see all your cards.
Yeah, it wasn't that close.
Yeah, right now we're 6 and 5. Stephen Song is not wrong. 5 and 5 will be the final table bubble. Then we'll have the final redraw. Play 9-handed and keep going tonight until we're down to 6.
day. You were like, you wanted so much action. I was like, just enjoy the quiet day. Like, why?
I agree with that.
You ready to run?
Yeah, I'm ready. And I'll show.
No running.
Okay.
That was,
I like the
honestly,
lead
that
up.
was expected.
That
She didn't
was
think
like-
you were ever gonna
7 calls option.
gonna fold.
Should raise you, but I'm just gonna call.
Check. Heads up.
I like that. We see the flop.
Kuzmanovic, huge favorite here. Has the gut shot, has the best hand right now with 10 high.
And 8 would make him a decent amount of money, at least one street, but king of clubs. Does have a double gutter now. Should start betting. Would love to fold out some non-club 6 or maybe even a 7 by betting this turn. But checks again.
We do both love clubs.
Nobody has a club.
These sort of intricate small ball
No, there's no way.
blind versus blind pots. Would you have found yourself betting on either of these two streets?
I think I would have bet 1, 2, or 3 of the streets with both hands.
No, that's why I'm glad I asked, right? Because it is interesting when, obviously you have probably a pretty studied player, very successful.
I also had a double down hand, better than ace-9, 8-3.
Pretty incredible to actually check down the 10 high on a 4 flush unpaired board and win.
Yeah.
But I think,
impressive,
listen, I've watched Kuzmanovic play a fair bit of the last couple of days, and I would say that there's a bit of a Rania factor.
So besides Rania,
I mean,
EPT,
they're so friendly with her, and I think it's a little thing that's going on a bit.
2 years ago, right?
2 years ago.
I mean, I can understand the logic of not expecting Rania to have much, not expecting to have much fold equity on this board versus Rania. But even so, with 10 high, you just want her to fold some random other high card hand.
Yeah,
so
I came 11th as well in 2018.
Oh, wow. A lot of runs.
I think betting turn makes the most sense.
11 left is not good.
Don't be nervous. It's good.
Kowalski just confirming he made a deep run in EPT Barcelona in 2018 in addition to the final table he made 2 years ago.
7 races, 200.
That's crazy. 11th, and then the final table, and then this.
I think he was 4th in 2022.
Sounds about right.
So remember, even though we will play down to 6 today, the official EPT final table is 8. As far as the results are concerned, so the number of final tables you've made, it's 8. So if Kowalski and Nasruddin make it to the final 8, they will have ticked those boxes. Final table 2 years out of 3 for Kowalski of this particular event. Back-to-back EPT final tables for Nasruddin.
I think this would have been quite an interesting sort of rogue 3-bet from Kowalski, but doesn't instead decide to complete. I mean, maybe I'm just being results-oriented, seeing particular hands they have, but Nasruddin quite capped.
I'm not a huge fan of this button open by Kuzmanovic.
Yeah.
Like, I think this
7 bets.
is a fine hand to open if he had them both covered by a lot and they were playing tight, trying to get the final table. But he's basically even in chips with Nasruddin, who is not going to find many tight folds in the small blind, I think. And Kowalski's not exactly going to overfold big blind. And he's going to play well post-flop. So I don't know if opening king 5 off here is going to make much money, if any. It's also a board that Kowalski can attack quite a lot. He's the only player who can have deuce 3, 4-5 as well. But so it's just a call, which I'm not a huge fan of. I think, especially versus the small sizing from Kuzmanovic, I think he's kind of, when he bets small, he's sort of suggesting that he's betting very wide range.
Yeah.
Which he may be supposed to do, but 3-way, I think he should maybe check some hands back. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, the king 5 kind of a good example, I would say, is one of the type of hands. But you know what? It looks like Kowalski's going to lead here for about 12, 13, 15% pot. And it's tough to continue with the particular hand that Kuzmanovic has. He's going to have to hope his opponent has something like a 3 or deuce X. Yeah, it's so much more likely it's like an 8-7 or something.
Yeah. Again, I feel like you could bet big here as Kowalski.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking, yeah.
Because this turn, it doesn't really shift the equity so much as it shifts the nuts in your favor a bit. Like you have 6-7 way more and 2-pair way more. Like you have the 8-5 and 8-4. So I feel like betting big actually makes sense for Kowalski, but gets the 5 to fold for small, so I guess it's a great size.
It is
anyway.
pretty, it's kind of sexy, right? Like he did just bet 1-7, the same bet that he called the bet on the flop. I mean, it's,
you had ace-9, you have to show. So, okay.
He could have.
Yeah. No, he's not folding to your 175 with ace-9.
Now, what if you fold your hand? You still have to show.
You have to show. Oh, you fold your hand like.
No, like last.
Last.
You have to show.
Even if it's a big
You
pot.
win the hand.
I mean, if you lose, I mean, it's.
Oh, no. We're
not.
just saying last to act.
Yeah, you have to
fold
show
your
it.
hand with ace. You have to show?
I'm open folding everywhere. I don't know how to do this to show the way the ace nine.
That seems a little brutal, like, you know.
You lost the pot and then you
lose the pot and you have to
Yeah.
show? I think if
Like
you win the pot, then you show ace.
You should show like ace queen suited, something that's doing more often.
Yeah. That too. But you can't pick too good of a hand, you know.
Kuzmanovic is racing the cutoff. Nasruddin with jacks on the button, just flats.
This is very peculiar. From playing with Nasruddin, one of the things that stuck out to me was that she would play very linear pre-flop, not flatting hands like this in any situation. I saw her like cold 4-bet jacks actually one time, which was obviously fine, but a lot of times where like other players might call a 3-bet or flat and open, she would always 3-bet the top of range, potentially slightly too linear. So now flatting jacks button cutoff versus button seems quite out of the ordinary for her. So not sure why she decided to this time.
8 bets, 250,000.
Well, Jack's still ahead. She is a 4-1 favourite in this three-way pot. With the action checked to her, she bets 250,000.
Maybe some naughty thoughts there from Zabradotsky.
No ace nine.
You win. No ace nine. No. Ace of diamonds, 9 of
I'm also kind of surprised that he didn't c-bet this spot.
Maybe.
Based on how he's
Next time.
played the last
Next
few hands,
time.
he seemed to be using a high
I
c-bet
wonder who's
strategy.
gonna play the ace 9 first without needing to play.
Yeah, where it's like completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean,
some 4-bet.
at some point, like, okay, you say ace 9, okay, I'm gonna show them.
I mean,
play ace 9.
I bet on Song.
The Croatian does seem to be having the time of his life, doesn't
Maybe
he?
you-
With his Las Vegas, Nevada shirt.
Yeah, but
They're way crazy.
Who's the most aggro player left at this table? I'm saying Croatia.
I think
I think Boris, you're the most aggro.
probably is.
Maybe just lucky.
Well, we have to see his hands.
Steven's just trying to get the attention off him. It's like, yeah, this guy, he's the most aggressive.
Go to the bathroom.
Don't look at me.
Who,
me?
My time banks to make a 7 break, but it's okay.
You cannot.
No,
You cannot leave the table.
They're not going to let you
I
leave
can't?
the table.
Okay.
Otherwise, your hand.
Yesterday you almost got the penalty.
Oh, I did? Okay.
I mean,
I didn't.
You left the table.
We
and
had your
made the
back.
chips.
Okay, thanks.
But-
I wasn't doing it to like be
No, of course
really,
not.
like
No,
wanted
no,
a
no.
longer like break.
You cannot. I mean, not sure it's the penalty because it was your turn, but as soon as you leave the table, they just take your
Mark your
cards to the
hand.
back.
Okay.
So,
That's fair. I don't know why I thought that would work otherwise.
I don't know.
But what
I
if
don't
it
know,
was
maybe,
like
but if you have time banks and you really need to go to the toilet, maybe.
Easy
I
game.
mean, you have
oh,
time
you're,
banks.
you're gonna muck my hand,
Oh,
but
much
like I
better.
can just keep the time so I don't get dealt another hand.
No, I'm not sure.
See, that's to me like it'd
Are
be
you
fair.
back
Which is like
to
I can't play the
Brazil
hand,
after
but like
this, or-
I want to go to the bathroom and come back
I mean,
and not have
No, that'd be
I'm
You
missing.
earned that time.
Yeah, I have like
the last.
I've cried to keep these time breaks.
I
See how
guess.
many people have texted me?
5K.
Take more time. Take more time.
Tough to
Take more
win
time.
that one.
Okay, well, now I have them.
It feels that way. Well, you got your W-Cube funds.
What?
Well, he's saying he's back to Brazil for W-Cube, but yeah, you got you'll have your account funded for it, you know.
Oh, yeah.
What's the biggest binds they have on there? They have 25 or?
There is a 25k in WQ.
Probably horrible, but.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Probably one of the toughest tournaments of the year.
Even the main is horrible on
Should be up there.
Is it? Everything sucks on there, huh?
I feel. I mean, I played it only once. But it was kind of when you look at the pack on the first field.
Just playing five-handed here.
It's like
So-
no killer.
I mean, at the same time, I was
Kowalski
playing the
does
black
need to
party on
take
GG.
pause with
Yeah, that's
potential
insane.
3-bet
Yeah.
candidates, but he knows that that's
Possible
just,
same time.
it's not the one.
2 big tournaments. You have one crazy tough field.
So Brodowski
It is in your right.
folds the Jack
Draw
7.
sucks for you.
Yeah, they're doing it every
It's
over
fair.
there, so
It's
you're,
totally
you're
fair.
You're right.
I mean, you have like, your time, so.
I'm trying to use my time too. Fair. I'm just tired and want to pee. Okay, guys. No one wants to play. It's not going to count as a walk.
No, come on, I folded it.
So good. I was hoping for some action.
For sure. Yeah. Whatever you need.
Was it early yesterday or the day before where she was down to 240,000?
So 20 minutes.
210, by the way.
210.
3 times
210.
actually.
That was on day.
Swear.
I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Twice for sure.
Day
and then
4.
sometimes like I go back a third time.
Yeah.
Mouse queens to
I go
aces.
to the one far away.
It's down to 10 big blinds. 1-2 flips in a row.
Like there's not.
And here she is with over 9 million with just 11
One
players
in the
left.
beginning, and then like if you have some time, then one at the end. How do you
I walk to my favorite bathroom, and then
Which is like every girl's bathroom because it's like empty.
Yeah, it's the one over. No, not the one in our hallway. The one that's actually in the casino floor.
Oh, okay, sure.
I go there.
Yeah.
And then I do my calls, whatever, check in with family and loved ones. And then I come into the freezing bathroom here. And then I'll walk down the hall, and if I have any time left, I'll go back for a third pee because I have the world's smallest bladder, and I drink caffeine on poker days. It's like not good.
Yeah, that was actually the day that I was getting bounced around from table to table. So I was on her table when she got queens in versus aces, down to 10 big blinds. I got moved from the table for 2 orbits, came back and she had 2 million again.
Wow. Do you know if there's some short
Question from Kakakal on YouTube.
Here's
James,
what's
do you
in
take requests for words to say on stream? I would love to hear you say bazinga.
No one that short
I'm sorry, I'm not going to say bazinga on stream. Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
3 minutes on the clock. Karania, by the way, has reclaimed the chip lead, 9.3 million.
Yeah,
93 bigs at the current level, but blinds will be up at the end of this session.
The bathroom.
Oh, the bathroom is great.
Like during WSOP or during this, like during the 1K or something stupid, like.
Oh,
You
no.
could even pee in Paris.
You what?
In Paris, they have like just a few bathrooms.
Yeah, and it's like a nightmare.
The guy's bathroom is just.
Line down the friggin'.
But you guys can go outside and like hide in a corner and like pee standing up. Like we need facilities.
We really don't want to go to jail.
Yeah.
It's not.
And pee standing
It
up.
can be expensive.
That's
I'm not going back to jail.
Does not. Okay, well that's maybe not appropriate table conversation, but I assume most of you pee standing up. But.
Oh, I thought you
shouldn't
meant. Okay, yeah,
Just
yeah.
when you
What
think
did you think I meant?
you've exhausted every conversation topic at this table.
I have something to add, actually. I've heard that it's actually healthier to pee when you're sitting down as a man. It's better for your whatever's going on down there.
Huh.
Someone might have said that to me to prank me to see if I'd start peeing sitting down. And it worked.
Nice try, communist. You're not getting me.
I stand by the.
Any doctors in the chat that
You
can
stand?
confirm or deny my
Brazil?
But she was talking about toilet
Like at home,
habits
sitting
on the other day
Yeah, relax.
when I was at table. This is
put
like a
your
top
phone.
Otherwise, it's-
subject
they've
for
done
her.
a
She
study, like,
seems very interested in it.
Splash around.
They have done a
Kowalski's going to be
study?
interested in
Well,
defending
like,
this
it's
6-4
like
suited,
like that,
I would imagine in the form of a flat.
Okay, I have a really good table question when this hand is done.
Well, for his,
I have a great
for
table
his
question when this
sake,
is
he sees a low board and not a
Leave
black
it
one.
for after the break.
Could see some leading here.
Yeah,
from
I was surprised he didn't
big
stop
blind.
to consider it.
Would be better versus earlier position, and it's also dicey ICM spot covered by a little bit this deep, so I can understand not playing a lead.
A dicey-M spot, if you will.
Dicey-M spot, yeah, exactly.
James never laughs at my puns anymore, so I really need you to keep feeding me that. Didn't even give me anything on Barry Queenstein. Can you believe that?
Barry Queenstein was top quality.
Thank you.
You just came up with that now?
I did.
Just today?
I did.
Wow.
With the Queen River. And look, he's on his phone now. He doesn't even care.
But you didn't think of Jacket, so I don't know.
Jacket was pretty good. He did like Jacket. He always likes the new fresh blood, you know?
Ignoring you as an art.
James putting the art in heart again.
So now leading on this turn,
I'll keep my question.
3 into
It's a
550.
good one. It's a really good one.
I would say somewhat on the thinner side of value bets.
Been good.
Button's right.
Good flop.
Good flop.
For the big blind.
For the big blind, for sure.
For the big blind, maybe not.
Don't look now, but Kowalski flirting with 8 million. Close to 7-6 right now. 30 chips on our table. And
too good.
we're not at the other one, but imagine
Gotta
that's
end
probably
somewhere.
keeping him around
The
30.
flop is gonna be better, good for my range, and I won't have it.
Possible.
Last hand of this level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clock is ticking down to 0.
Piquito? My kids speak Spanish very well, but
Do you speak any other languages?
je peux parler français un peu, and I have full comprehension of Lebanese Arabic.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
And I can sound like a good redneck if I attempt to talk.
That's so cool. no, it's that many languages.
200,000 raise, seat number 6. 7-fold.
Easy.
Song is open with Queen 9 suited.
10-fold.
Let's go.
And Zabrodotsky folds the big blind. So play concludes on the main stage. Still a hand in progress at the other table.
Ooh, juicy.
So let's head over there before we go on break. And it is Fournier versus Coleman. Queen 6 versus King 10. Blind v blind. 100K each on the flop. Unraised pre. 4 hearts on the turn. Coleman, 93% favorite now. Check, check. Good of Lin Jianwei to help out Poker News on the break and do some tournament reporting. Action went check, check on the turn. The 10 of hearts completed the board. Fournier stared stoically into the distance as he considered his options on the river.
You know what really grinds my gears, Jack, is I've been making jokes all level, and that was by far the best one. I think it was James's only one. He just comes out there with a heavy hitter at the end.
Are you aware of the
knockout.
cliche, quality, not quantity, Griffin?
I did mention my quantity earlier, yeah.
You're a
so much to learn still.
Volume player.
Yeah.
It's an interesting play by Fournier. A slight overbet, 110% pot on the river. I like the sizing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like the idea. I think maybe even larger could be better.
Yeah.
Good hand selection.
Having the queen blocker and targeting the 8x.
I think Coleman might fold this. I mean, he has a really nice bluff catcher. King 10, like he blocks the river 2 pair, which makes a lot of sense. He blocks King Queen, which could be in there. I mean, Queen 10 is a much better bluff catcher. 9-10 is better, I guess. But this has got to be up there.
The overbet on the river had his opponent thinking, oh, typo.
Beautiful.
There is the call, the hero call from Coleman. And he wins the last hand of the level, which is going to take us to the break with 11 players remaining in the EPT Barcelona main event. Jack Sinclair, many thanks for dropping by and being with us this level. Awesome analysis, sir.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Incredible work.
You were walking on the beach late at night.
It's been an incredible experience.
Never met. Just kidding.
So we do currently have a table of 6 and a table of 5. This is the way things stack up at the secondary feature table. The shortest stack, Marius, Catalan, Patea, just over 2 million. 16 bigs at the next blind level. We're going to 61.20 after the break. David Coleman is table chip leader with 66 big blinds at the new level. We've got the chip leader on the main stage. Ronnie Nesradine coming back from break with 77 big, 67 for Kuzmanovic, 63 for Kowalski, and the short stack here is Zabrodotsky with 15 big blinds. More action from the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona main event on the other side of this break. You're watching the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More infos at bsop.com.br.
So down to 5 players now.
He's going to pass. So will Dren over to Daniele on the button. He's going to pass, and it's going to be the blinds again. Finn announces raise.
And you'll notice that Fintan Gavin has changed. He's wearing a Barcelona FC shirt plus jacket.
Did you say 160? 160, sorry. He announced 160, so 160,000.
Hey Joe, remember when you wore that Real Madrid shirt in Barcelona?
So many fake Madrid shirts. I went and spent the extra money to get the Real Madrid.
And even though we were doing that for a comedy skit, you got some genuine death stares.
Yeah, sports are freaking weird, man.
And the flop comes 8 of clubs, King of hearts, Queen of hearts.
This feels like it's going to be real bad for Fintan Gavin.
Both players with top pair.
185.
Does not seem like the kind of guy
185,000 is going to be the bet.
that is going to get away from top pair very often. Maybe Rutenberg actually doubts his hand in bad kicker.
Sebastian's going to make the call.
All hands going to the turn.
Oh, man. It's out there anyways. I didn't even see the flop. That hurts.
All right, these guys are going to go heads up one more time.
I didn't even see the flop.
It's the deuce.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it feels so good. With 2 hearts and 2 clubs. Fenton's going to go first again.
I think you've got the hearts, to be sure,
He announces all in.
He shoves. All in for nearly 1.5 million.
I don't know what you're even supposed to do here.
Yeah, but look how much is in the pot. It's a massive pot. If I lose this pot, I'm out of the tournament. You know what I mean? Psychologically, I'd be devastated. I'd never come back. So I have to push. I have a king. You have a king? Wow. And why did you just call me? Why did you slow play it? No, slow play. Wow, you have a king, man. That's big.
This is actually not the worst Hollywood. I don't mind this. I think we've seen far worse from these EPT retros.
I might make a bad ladder. I might make a bad laydown. Bad laydown? I haven't seen you make a bad lay down yet.
Sebastian shows a king and mucks his hand. Fenton shows a king.
Come on, can't do that shit. Gotta keep you thinking.
You know they both at least had top pair.
I don't think there's that many worse kings.
No.
Yeah.
I had you.
I know I can see the whole cards, but laying down king 6 there doesn't seem like that crazy of a lay down to
You're all
me.
gonna have to watch it on TV to see what it was.
Everybody now guaranteed almost €500,000, well over $500,000, $650,000
from the button.
US dollars back in 2000.
210,000, he says.
It's a beautiful starting hand there, ace-7 of hearts, especially when you're short-handed.
Get Sebastian to fold.
But Katai has one that's slightly better.
Over to Duthie in the big blind.
Oh, just calls.
Duthie's going to make the call.
I like just calling against a player who you know gets a little out of line pre and post flop.
Here's the flop.
What we can't see here as well is the dynamic with the third player. If they're the two big stacks, they're not really incentivized to get super out of line with each other.
King of clubs, 3 of hearts,
Of course,
8
Gavin
of hearts.
flops huge.
Duthie's going to check. Fenton really quick.
Whoa.
Doesn't continue on the 2-heart flop.
Let's go ahead and see that free turn card.
Not sure I love that.
That's the king of hearts.
Oh,
we now
beautiful.
have 2 kings with 3 hearts on board. Duthie's going to check.
I mean, Nick, we like betting that flop because sometimes we win it, and then also when we make our flush, we can bet more here on the turn, right?
Yeah, you build the pot up. I mean, you do want to. If you're gonna bet this flop as a bluff at any frequency, you also need to have stuff that's strong, and you also need to have, you want to have some top pairs, you want to have some draws as well. If you're gonna check back any flush draw, as I mentioned in the previous hand, you want to be checking back with the ace highs, where ace high will be the best hand quite often. He's just dropped it.
That might be a tell.
Johnson.
Duthie is going to make the call of 400,000.
But yeah, betting. I mean, for the most part, you're going to be betting a lot of your draws here. Maybe you mix it up and don't always do it with the ace draw.
We've got 2 kings on board with 3 hearts. King, king, 8-3. Let us see the river card, please.
I'm just waiting for Neil to be like, so anyone with 2 hearts has a flush.
And the river's a 10, so King 10 just made a full house.
Gavin's looking nervous. Doesn't look like he's going to call.
Tell me, did you fill up?
Gavin likes to chat when he's got it, doesn't he? Chirpy chips.
He's going to check his nut.
He checks behind.
Ace high flush, and Duthie's going to pass.
I think you're full, he says, and he checks behind with the nut flush.
Katai's like, you missed value.
Katai's like, how did I not lose more in this spot?
Oh, you missed pay.
Your sunglasses. I mean, it was a different meta though as well. When we're talking about c-betting with the draw there, I mean, it was a different meta as well to a certain degree. Like at the frequency that people c-bet these days, betting there just means you get value from hands like ace queen, right? Because people will just float with ace high all day long.
Yeah.
Maybe in that, maybe back then people were folding a little bit more
Sebastian's
frequently.
going to be on the button this time.
First that flop c-bet.
He's going to pass it over to Duthie in the small. He's going to pass as well. Finn rolls over the ace of clubs in his big blind.
This commentary.
That was a walk for Finton Gavin there.
His face.
Yeah, so going to be first on the button.
So it actually looks like our initial evaluation of that previous flat with ace queen was accurate. I think they're the two big stacks,
Instantly calls.
and therefore trying to slow down a little bit
Let's see those cards, guys.
to try and find a situation such as this.
Fenton, ace of spades.
Yeah, Finton Gavin with the big chip lead shoves on Sebastian Ruthenberg, who calls for his last 800K.
Clubs and the 10 of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please.
Hold.
Flop is 9-3 queen. Queen of clubs, 3 of spades, 9 of hearts. No flushes are in play at this point in time. Ace-7 versus 10-10. Let's see that turn card, please. Turn is the 4 of spades. Sebastian just needs to dodge that ace and he's going to double through.
Only 3 cards in the deck that Ruthenberg has to fade. 10s hold and Ruthenberg doubles up. More than 1.6 million now. And Vincent Gavin not quite as dominant as he was before.
Million, no? No.
Sebastian's going to be first on the button this time.
Raise all in.
He's going to raise all in from the button.
Ruthenberg now up to 3 million.
Duthie's going to push all in behind him in the small blind. It's over to Fenton in the big blind now. Already have 2 players all in, Sebastian and Duthie.
Oh boy.
Fenton exposes ace-queen.
Oh, Katai does not want to see that. As he
You have an ace also? Same end. Oh, that's good.
Duthie says nine.
goes to the flop, turn and river against Sebastian Ruthenberg. 4s against ace-queen. Katai the at-risk player.
With the 4 of hearts and the 4 of clubs.
So not quite a race anymore.
6-7 jack with 2 hearts on it.
4s holding.
Got 6-7 jack, 2 hearts. Sebastian is the only one with a heart in
Hate
his
to
hand.
see it. Hate to see that ace queen
Ace queen of
folded.
diamonds for Duthie, 4s for Sebastian. All right, let's see that turn card.
Oh.
It's the king of clubs.
You love to
Duthie's going to
see
need to find an ace or a
getting
queen
4
in
outs
this
back.
deck, or he's going to be
Yeah, you
eliminated in
love-
3rd place here in Barcelona.
Not needing the aces and queens that just got folded as much.
You lost the ace and the queen, but you gained 4 straight cards.
Brick on the river, and Duthie Katai is eliminated in 3rd place again. We salute the fact that he had deep runs in Barcelona 2 consecutive years. His 3rd place finish in season 5 worth 455,000 euros. Sebastian Ruthenberg goes heads up against Vincent Gavin, and it's Ruthenberg with the chip advantage. Blind still 5,100.
And here you go. That's those are the pay jumps you're waiting for when you're late game. And wow, what a pay jump that is.
Big blind check.
Domination nation in this limp pot.
Flop is king, tray, 4.
Check.
Vincent check.
120.
Sebastian bet 120. And he wins.
Easy game.
Absolutely no chipping up on this table. Only 2 colors.
$7-4 off for Vincent.
These are some of the smallest stacks we've seen at heads-up play.
I think it's mostly because he doesn't have very many chips.
He moves all in with 7-4 off.
Fintan raise
He
all in.
snap calls.
And call.
It's a 12 big blind shove with 7-4. Ruthenberg calls with king 9.
7-4 offsuit and king 9 of clubs for Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the shallow side, but 7-4 off. This is a punt.
Let's see the flop.
Still live.
7.
Deuce, ace, 7. Pair of 7s for Fintan. Fintan is in the lead.
Gavin now a 3-1 favorite to double up.
King on the 9. He's
Always
pair of
coming 7.
Let's see the turn.
As if we needed any more historical
There's
evidence.
a king.
But there's a king
7 always coming.
on the turn. Gavin does have the 4 of hearts.
4 or a heart. He has a flush draw as well on the turn. The last card is not a 7, not a 4 or a heart. We have a decision.
Have a heart, dealer.
7s, 4s, and hearts. Those are Fintan Gavin's outs. The river card is the 9 of diamonds, and it is over with 2 pairs. Sebastian Ruthenberg wins EPT 5 Barcelona. Vincent Gavin from Ireland gets 792,000 euros as the runner-up, but Ruthenberg, the German champion, gets 1,361,000 euros. At the outer tables, Alexander Stevic is facing an all-in from Florian Dimitra Duta. He came over the top of Stevic's open.
For this many big blinds, Stevic has got to call with anything decent. And considering he raised from under the gun, you would expect him to generally have something decent.
Certainly giving it some thought. Well, he decides to call. Stevic has got ace-jack, Duta's got queens.
All in call on 11.
Well, this dealer's a tattletale. Stevic does have 3 aces he can hit.
Well, the flop is 7-6-3. 5 on the turn. And the river's a king. Duta doubles up.
Duta's ancient survives. What, doesn't anyone play MOBAs?
Do you know what, this occasion, I'm quite proud of the fact I don't know what you're talking about.
Nerd alert!
Well, let's head out into the field, where Alexander Stevic has been 3-bet by Creston Nielsen.
Stevic ain't got a ton of chips.
Whoa, where's my sunglasses? Stevic 4-bets to 100K.
And he ain't 4-bet folding.
Nielsen shoves. Stevic calls.
You're probably ahead. 10's the flip.
It's a race.
It's been so much fun watching Alexander Stevic come back to the EPT. If he gets stacked by a guy in a golden bull hat, I'm gonna be steamed.
Stevic needs an ace or a queen. Doesn't hit. Nielsen doubles up. I think he's happy about it.
Yeah, story checks out. He literally could not be gloating over a nicer guy either. Dislike.
Big Toro?
Pretty difficult comeback.
But a 10-8-7 flop with 2 clubs. Nielsen is betting 28K.
136 all in.
A shove and a call.
Oh, wait. This one.
And Stevic is behind.
A 9 or a club.
Let's hope he's better at hitting them than he has at tabling his hand.
A 10 on the turn would be nice.
Big Toro wants to boat up. And he does with a 7 on the turn. That's it. Stevic is done.
Mon ami. It lasted for quite a bit.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. This guy's been awesome to watch. Really great having him back here from season 1. Absolutely stellar dude, too.
The original champion cashes in 86th place for 12,700 euros on his return to the place where the EPT began. And that is one happy man in a vulgar hat.
Well, winning this 10 years ago and coming back now and cashing, I mean, I finished at 86th place from 1,200 something. Feels pretty good. This might be the best tournament experience, actually. It gave me back my passion for tournaments and poker in general. I feel very, very spirited again.
Babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from Casino Barcelona. It is EPT 20, the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour, and we are down to the final 11 players of this 1,975 entry field. These are your bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chip counts. Harry Lodge, Marius Pertea, and Yuri Zabrodatsky all under 20 big blinds. Let's have a look at the top 6 chip counts. Lin Xiaowei has been fun to watch all the way this week. 3 Americans still in the mix. Fabiano Kowalski 4th in chips at the moment. But run good Rania Nasruddin continues to dazzle here on the EPT. Made the final table the very last event we had in Monte Carlo and is looking like a favorite to make it here in Barcelona. I am Joe Stapleton. She is Maria Ho.
Hello.
And he is Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
We are just about at this prize money. Endless trunks of money to be given away here. Coming up at EPT Barcelona. Next payout is actually the same as 10th place payout, $107,450. And from there is a jump with every single elimination. We're hoping to get down to the final 6 today. $500,000 if you make it a 4th. Nearly $1 million for second. 1.5 for the winner.
Love you.
Let's have a look around the room and remind ourselves who the main characters are. Stephen Song.
Oh, sorry.
Out of America. Thank you, Rania.
As long as they're on,
I guess, yeah.
they're not moving.
And you also have a
Yeah, that's true.
Stephen Song, a former GPI Player of the Year.
7 milhões, blind 620. 7.2 milhões. 7.2 M.
This is our friend Boris Kuzmanovic. Excuse me, sorry, Yuri Zaberdovsky. That's what I get for trying to take a guess before the names come up.
Other big set, which is Asian dude.
Yeah, that's a good position. That's a good position.
Should have just waited. Rania Nasruddin. I don't have to wait for that one.
It's the chips game for sure.
Call her Run Good Rania.
I'm here. Give up on the tournament.
Are we ready?
Because she's from Tulsa, Oklahoma, home of the Run Good Poker Tour. Had some experience there before joining us on the EPT.
The big blinds and big blind 120,000. Start, please.
And here we go. Blinds 60,000, 120,000 with a 120,000 big blind ante. There's a 30K starting stack in this event, so a small blind is 2 starting stacks. I like that.
240.
2 entire tournament lives per small blind. I can't do the math on big blind. It's more though. 8? 8 starting stacks?
No. Wait.
2 times 2 times 2.
Wait, we started with. I played the main event. I'm like
30,000, I think. I'm just guessing at that though. Raise and take it for Kuzmanovic. Are we about to hear another phone call?
Are we dealing?
Yeah.
No, we'll wait. It's okay.
Have you ever been to Tulsa before, Joe?
Not yet.
How about you, Maria?
I have not, but I have been
And I only
to
peed twice during. Oh, here's my question.
other
for the table.
places in
You guys ready?
Oklahoma.
So,
I
when you
was
go to the
actually-
bathroom and you pull toilet paper, do you fold it before you wipe, or are you a crumpler?
Is this where we're
Are
at
you a
right now?
crumpler?
This is where we're at?
You're a
It was a
fold.
lot of toilet
All right,
talk
Ukraine,
before
what are you?
as well.
I don't understand the question.
When you sit on the
Great
toilet
answer.
and you take toilet paper to wipe your booty, do you fold the toilet paper or do you crumple it?
I think he's having trouble with the word crumple.
You fold? You crumple?
He folds.
No, I think he's a crumpler.
No, he folds.
Everyone folds.
Who
I
crumples?
My
Men don't crumple.
and I
You know what? I can't even believe I'm getting sucked into this.
don't understand.
I'm supposed to be the one talking about nonsense.
Okay, so this is toilet paper.
Okay.
Do you fold it and then wipe? Or do you just grab some like this and just go?
No.
Yeah,
To
no.
both is not an option. What do you-
I reject the premise of your
He
question.
used the water.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
bidet.
you can bidet, but then afterwards, do you not do anything? You just free it?
Free it. Even I don't know what that means.
Guys, what you have to realize is
think it makes
everything you
more
do at the
sense for
poker
girls.
table conveys information.
It's like whatever.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. So I'm a default crumpler. Okay.
In an interview later,
when she goes on to win this, she's going to say, yeah, at that point I knew exactly who my man was.
So, like,
As soon as he confirmed he was a crumpler, I knew that we could
Okay,
get him to
that's
fold on
fair.
this
You have to
river.
fold it every time you peed, right? Like,
Yeah, 3 times.
yeah, just this break.
It doesn't take that long to fold. Come on.
If we polled the audience, like, I think most people crumple.
No.
No. I think
Boris, you're silent. Boris might be a fellow crumpler. You just haven't
Boris?
thought about it, but when you go to the bathroom and be like,
Stay
I think
silent.
most guys fold.
No, I have faith in humanity. Like 80%.
I
fold.
appreciate that they're humoring her.
No.
90.
dealer,
I'm just like-
are you a folder or a crumpler? Oh my gosh.
But I think guys are just generally folders. You might as well, right?
I don't even really want to entertain this, but the real question is this, which apparently is split down the middle 50-50, and the half that does the other thing can't, for the life of them, explain how the other half lives, which is that, do you stand up to do it or stay seated to do it?
Joe?
I'm
No.
not going to,
No.
I'm going to just leave it at that. For once, I'm going to be the mature one. I don't know what is happening to me or this broadcast, but we've got a hand here.
Someone has to be.
Kowalski raising under the gun. Song calling in position. And Rania with ace-queen off with some perceived dead money on the button.
1.1.
And that is a more than 4x re-raise.
Yeah, she definitely found a pretty nice spot to squeeze. A decent holding to do it with, of course. It's a real hand.
Back to Steven Song. And
You had
he
ace-9?
ditches ace-5 suited.
I did not have ace-9.
No one had
Oh, he had ace-9. That's the only thing he would fold to you.
And Rania
Such a
adds to her
beautiful
chip lead.
I had a good end.
Jack 10 of Jack 10 suited?
Something like that.
Uh-huh.
Nice hand.
That's typically how I describe Jack 10 suited.
Hopefully you had like a suited spades.
Maybe
I
one
had
of them.
spades.
You squeezing offsuit?
Offsuit pure.
I was the one with spades.
Big blind,
Big
60,
blind?
120, 120.
Man, so I could have flush over flushed you is what you're saying.
60.
You had spades?
120.
I also had spades.
Rania's got everybody
Yeah?
talking about the hands they
Better
folded.
than yours.
Usually
we
this
made a- if
doesn't
we made a
happen too
flush.
often at this stage of the tournament.
Felt very good about my hand 5 ways.
Fold. Six folds.
I wish I had that kind of confidence with ace-queen. It's a 4.1 exit and have no worries about if somebody jammed on me. Ace 10 for Kuzmanovic. Queen 10.
Yeah, I mean, at this
For
point, you
Rania.
know, run good also just involves not being coolered and not, you
Yep,
know, having
absolutely.
a worse hand than somebody, you know, when you have the value hand like that, you would hate it if somebody 4-bet you and you're holding ace queen off. But when they both just have hands that they have to pitch into the muck.
I think mere mortals would hate it, but I also believe that Rania would not have sweat it for 1 second if somebody had put another raise in. Kowalski has defended with Jack 9. Nobody connects with this board. Both player with a decent diamond. But at the moment, it's nothing but a backdoor draw.
175.
Kuzmanovic taking the opportunity to have a nice small continue here. Goes around 1/4.
Could I trouble you? Could I trouble you later for another?
Yeah, we talk.
Kowalski got such great hair, doesn't he, Maria?
I was thinking like if it's possible for it to be even fuller than it was yesterday, and somehow he's done it.
Nick, how far is Bristol from Brighton?
It's not super far. It's if you look at it on a map, it looks pretty far. You're kind of going all the way across to like, you're going from like southern body of water to western body of water, but it's probably a few hours on the train. It's not that far.
We're doing okay on ticket sales next week at my stand-up shows. Derby's great on Tuesday, Portsmouth great on Thursday, but we're struggling in Bristol. I got to get through the Bristol people.
You know why, Joe?
Why?
Because Bristol isn't Brighton.
I know. Sorry.
How much it costs a deck like that?
I'm going to get booked at Comedia soon. Don't worry.
A deck.
Oh,
That's a great club.
I'm gonna guess.
I don't want to say you're being a terrible friend.
Okay,
but
is it high or low? I'm gonna say 1,500.
Do you know, or you know?
I'm gonna say 1,500.
You? No. It seems really high.
Why don't you guess a number?
They probably buy them in bulk.
How about this? Loser of the bet has to do a run around after the next.
Yeah, but you want to run around.
I want to see you run around.
Yeah, that too.
Your girlfriend messaged me and she was worried about your health. Just kidding.
That's more my parents, probably.
Oh, your parents, okay.
Like,
Your
you gotta
Korean
get the
parents
gift.
are worried about your health. Okay, so I say 1,500, closest without going over.
I would say more like $500, if that. It probably is less.
Okay, so what do you say?
250.
Okay, so 250, 500, 1,500 Ukraine. What's your guess? How much does the deck cost?
This one.
With RFID.
No? Okay.
500.
500? Wow. Oh, you should have had me run around.
Who said 500?
Not part of the deal?
One?
Kowalski, I think.
100? Oh, it's much cheaper now. I asked like 2.
That's what I was gonna say. They probably get it in
How much
bulk,
is it?
right?
110, huh?
110.
Okay, so I was.
But I guess it used to be.
Oh, then 250 win.
I'm the winner.
Can we fact check this?
Are we talking about how much the cards cost or the bet size? I'm so lost here.
How much do the RFID decks cost?
Yeah.
I thought it was like
They-
500
probably when they,
a deck.
When they buy it in bulk, it's probably.
fact check?
It's like 300, isn't it? Lower?
180.
180?
Okay. Didn't go down that much. I guess
Kuzmanovic
there were not many decks being sold.
has
during
raised
the
with Jack 9. Ronnie folds Queen 9 suited. Kowalski, King 10 in the small.
Monovan says Bristol is the Tulsa of the UK.
There's a good one in here, too.
He's not doing well. He's not doing well.
Someone said, oh, I guess people in Bristol must actually have a sense of humor if they're not going to your show.
Oh, wow.
Really wordy. Yeah.
And the event.
This is fine, whatever. Sabardowski
One behind? No, 1-2 behind.
Bless
1-3 behind.
No, he's not.
defending
Poor guy.
10-7.
Getting a little
10.
short.
Jack. 6. 2 spades.
You know, definitely the type of flop where you might want to take your equity. I mean, it's kind of rough to have second pair here, but you know, I don't know, Nick. Do you often defend with this hand off of a short stack and then find a lot of folds?
I'm with you, Maria. I feel like this one just goes in the bin, especially with the ICM pressure we've seen. I mean, 11 left. You're so close to a final table in Barcelona. I just feel like it's okay to let some of these go. But having said that, with the big blind ante, that does really widen your range up. So honestly, this might still be like a chips defend. With the ICM, though, not entirely certain. How do you feel about the call here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, I agree with what you're saying, and it is just one of those spots where, like, yeah, if you flop a piece, you're
By the
probably
way,
going with it. And
this is no longer just a defend.
yeah.
This is Zabrodsky checked. Kuzmanovic made it 175. Zabrodsky all in
Queen 9.
and
clubs.
snapped off by the top pair of Kuzmanovic. Zabrodsky at risk here. Gonna have to get lucky. He really didn't want to answer that question. So will you fold your payout money or will you crumple it all up?
Good luck, Ukraine.
Good luck, man.
Here we go. 8 on the turn. It's an interesting one.
Who wants to
Changes
pick
the
two
outs
pair?
around a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I take the 6 for 2 pair. Oh, okay.
Don't look. Don't look.
It's not working today.
He understood the assignment.
I don't think he's doing it for the equity. I think he's getting a head start out the door.
Yunkyu? Well, that's because he gets them getting
River
it
is a
ahead.
3. That's it.
GG, man.
Yuri Zabradotsky
So I assume we move someone here.
Yeah.
exits in 11th place, taking home 107,450 euros.
That was
double butt.
Double what?
Will be the butt.
And we have got an all-in at the other table. If things get weird here, we could be going to one table.
1,710.
1,710. Coleman does have a significant amount to call. This was a raise to 300,000, looks like, maybe, to start off.
Yeah, I like the folds here.
240, just a min raise, yeah.
What is that, Marie, like 14 bigs?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you are going to be up against some hands that you'll be flipping with, but I really don't think that for how many chips it is relative to Coleman's stack there and the fact that you could just be up against the rest of his range that has you absolutely crushed. I think it's okay to just let it go.
Yeah, I'm with you. And one spot away from the final table, Maria. I mean, isn't that just such a fun, I mean, aside from the obvious pay jump, you're just going, hey, how was your trip to Barcelona? I thought you were going to EPT. You're like, I've made the final table at least, right? And then, of course, what comes after that, very exciting
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a whole new tournament to make the final table.
That's where the real poker starts.
So everyone's taking a vote, and they decided that Alexander Fournier is out of here. JK, he's being balanced to the other table. 2 tables of 5 now.
Pocket pair?
Coleman wants instant validation that he was, in fact, up against a better pair.
So when we introduced Fournier at the start of the day, Maria, we actually got this great shot of him walking in with the Fournier card logo like emblazoned directly behind him, like as if it was perfect.
Are they still hand for hand?
We're still not sure
I
if
mean,
he's
right,
associated
have
with
we
the card
really
company.
looked at this person's genealogy and just
Oh, you are
seen
counting the hands. Wow.
Ancestry.com?
Ancestry.com.
So EPT professional, so smooth, so PokerStars. Nothing rigid. We manage the situation very
What are
well.
the chip counts there? Can we know that?
Welcome, Montreal. Bonjour. Allons-y.
Are there any short stacks over there? Not really.
Yeah.
Kinda-ish.
Like 2M-ish.
Okay, yeah.
Ish.
There are no short stacks at this table. Alexander Fournier comes with 40 big blinds, and that makes him the shortest
I
here.
left to Coleman
What?
before the break, but wasn't the best idea.
We're playing poker like
That's
on
how
a
I
Saturday.
got 7.9. I guess.
We're all guaranteed
Yeah.
I tried to bluff him too.
100K in
Didn't
euros,
work.
which in dollars is even more. So it's like
On River, I
happy.
was like,
Here.
Not that much more these
Yeah,
days.
sometimes you just gotta say fuck it, right?
yeah, if I don't bluff my
Not
cards,
ideal
I
in this
say,
spot.
like,
I mean,
Yeah, wait.
No one short here, buddy.
Oh yeah, I just said.
You're
no matter
short?
what, you're guaranteed 100K. Not a bad week's work. Great.
It's a good spot.
Yeah.
Good money already.
Teachers where I live
Lovely.
make like 30,000 a year. It's terrible.
Also,
Well, where I live in Oklahoma, maybe 30,000
Gracias.
starting.
We can blind alone?
I'm not going to entertain too many of these
You're the
comments,
double
but someone in YouTube chat just called Rania redneck,
They say that here on
which is hilarious because she's a lawyer, incredibly successful, is a part of a, I would say, like the elite in the city that she lives in. So calling her a
It was
redneck
like
is pretty funny. Very well educated, very well spoken.
Plus, I don't know if Tulsa could ever really be a redneck situation.
Yeah.
What
I get the point, but
isn't that more a down south thing?
I mean, yeah, you can have rednecks in the
in the Midwest, but she ain't one of them. Steven Song opening ace-6 suited.
Super expensive now.
This is not mine, right?
Kowalski jack-9 on the button,
Mine?
diamond style.
Okay. 725.
I can see how this is a good candidate to perhaps mix in some 3-bets with, especially when you consider the fact that, you know, they are playing 5-handed. So essentially, under the gun from Song is not really under the gun in terms of position, right?
Song gives it up to Kowalski. I feel like this vibe has the table playing a little bit differently than it would be if Rania weren't controlling things socially. I feel like everyone's a little bit more laxed.
Yeah, just keeping it light.
I'm getting texts about, I'm sure it's about Kowalski. Yep. Kowalski could do me diamond style. I have a friend that's really obsessed with Fabiano Kowalski.
Really?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
You know her.
4.750.
I do.
Yeah.
Don't blame her. I like him too.
He seems like a real sweetie. You know, every interaction I've had with him, he's always so smiley. I could see
He's
it.
cool as hell.
He's very softly spoken as well. It's just very like chill.
I actually heard that he might have tried to hit on a mutual friend of ours, Stapes, and but like she's not interested.
Well, too bad for him, because we only have really hot mutual friends.
All right, real hand compared to some of the other ones we've seen get in the mix. Oh, 2 real hands.
Oh my goodness. Potential cooler alert. Song playing it safe and just calling.
Yeah,
will be under rep, but doesn't really matter when you're dominated, does it?
And we can see as well, Stapes, of course, this actually might save a few bucks. Just pipped here with the ace-king.
Song's check to the pre-flop razor.
320.
That's a confident 320.
Yeah, you see how Kuzmanovic goes for about half pot here, just, you know, really stops some of the lighter floats, you know, this way. It's not very profitable for some of the other hands to come along that obviously are live and, you know, just have some equity against ace-king. You really have to have a decent piece here to be able to continue. And, you know, of course, ace-queen suited, you can easily see why Song is going to continue with this part of his range.
Yeah, exactly. Not so much having a piece, but just having a lot of showdown right here, right now against Kuzmanovic's range. Opens off in 85-ish, 84-ish big blind stacks, so, you know, can have significantly wider ranges, especially as we're 5-handed.
In before our friend can text us about having a piece. Big piece on the turn here for Kuzmanovic. Top pair, top kicker.
$725.
And, you know, Song was definitely hoping to maybe turn some additional equity, you know, a spade would have been nice. But this is also a turn card that he's going to expect Kuzmanovic to double barrel quite often.
Yep, it's an overcard, right, Maria? And it's just sort of an obvious scare card turn bet, right? We can see here actually has the hand, but this is exactly why it's a good turn to bet, because this is the kind of combo that you would imagine would improve and would bet versus that, or with it under the gun range. And it gets it done. What are your thoughts there, Maria? Like, I feel like in these situations, I always end up leveling myself and going like, he has to bet this turn as a bluff 100%. So like, how can I really give it up? Is it like
probably
final 10 and you're just not as concerned about being, you know, the hero in the situation or being?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think
more
that,
likely
you know, in any situation like chip EV situation, I think Song will just be in there and just force this person to have to triple against him.
Right.
But it's okay to fold sometimes, and in this case, guess what? You were right, so it worked out.
Y'all will get your shot to play against the likes of Nick and Maria this November at NAPT Las Vegas. I'm sure we'll see Rania there as well. Beefed up schedule this year, beefed up main event, and a beefed up big game on tour.
Anything for vegetarians?
A roided out carrot? I don't know. I don't know what to say. A GMO? Let's go to the secondary feature table. Remember, one more elimination and we'll be down to a table. Oh yeah, I love Lin Jianwei. Raising under the gun with Queen 9 suited. Pocket eights for Coleman. Calls, Harry Lodge, Queen 10 on the button. No, sir.
See some Harry in Brighton once in a while. Comes down to play some bigger tour tournaments. Been doing really well over the last couple of years, playing cards. He's been a regular here on the scene.
Partia's interested with this suited Broadway from the small blind, and Hume's going to fold the big.
King Jack suited, definitely a call in the gear of Romania, which it is. Three ways to the flop. We got a spade, we got an ace, and another ace. Nobody holding an ace. Eights are best.
Yeah, and I will say that, you know, in multi-way situations, sometimes you will just see players play a bit more cautiously, and, you know, we're not always going to see a C-bet out of the pre-flop raiser in a multi-way pot, especially with the small blind calling the raise. I mean, given the small blind stack size, though, you expect any of the big aces, of course, to have squeezed and shoved pre, but still, not John Way. He's like, you know what? I'm still just going to bet and see what everybody else does. Make
Coleman.
them react to me.
Coleman makes the call with the best of it. Taya folds king high, the second best hand. I'd have folded faster than 2 shakes of a kitten's whiskers. 7 of clubs on the turn. And Jiang Wei, let's go.
I mean, he doesn't look like the kind of guy that likes to slow down, right?
I mean, if anyone watched the streams this week, you would know it doesn't matter what he looks like. He is not the kind of guy that would slow down.
Yeah, has always leaned more towards the aggressive lines. Definitely doing his own thing out here. A lot of unconventional stuff, but it's working fantastic. Very well timed as well.
Yeah, you wonder if Coleman were to continue here, if it's just going to be 2 barrels and done for John Way. I mean, if you triple here, you're obviously repping trips or better, because, you know, even if you had a big pair, I'm not really sure if you're going to fire all 3 streets when you get called twice.
Oh, wow. This is by far, now y'all play GTO, all right? No, this is my favorite way to play. Bet, get there. Just, you cannot beat this strategy.
Bet, get there and check, or bet, get there and put in a small value bet, putting Coleman on, you know, something like 8s through 10s.
He's going to block her at the river.
Sean Way firing away $1 million.
Yeah, just this size that says, if I get raised, I can fold, but I can still get paid by all of the stuff that's exactly like pocket eights. And does fold correctly. Pretty costly there for Coleman. Gentlemen getting lucky there, but nice pot.
I just wanted to see a brick on the river, though, just to reinforce what we already know about him, that he's an animal, and he would have gone for it anyways.
You know the Jean way we like it. David Coleman with only 63 big blinds left after that confrontation. Let's go check in with Queen
Short
Rania.
stack ninja, let's go,
holding
Harry.
court. Not in her seat, but still present somehow.
Off camera, but she's mic'd up, so we could hear her no matter where she is.
Fournier's flopped a straight here, right? 9, 10.
Yeah, but not a bad flop for Kowalski's hand.
$700.
And Kowalski puts in a big old raise here to 700,000. Yeah, I'd be double checking my hand as well.
He's doing what I should be doing. He's repping the hand. Okay, I do have it. King 10. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, how good does it feel, Maria, when you flop the nuts and you get raised?
I mean, so good. You're just like, I'm already like counting all the chips that's coming my way at this point.
I'm already deciding which jet ski I'm going to buy first.
Less than $1 million?
Yeah, I mean, for Kowalski, it definitely helps
Or Prince Harry.
the fact that he has a king in his hand, right? He's like, I mean, surely I block the nuts right now. Which is why he decided to take the aggressive route. But he is,
Which is why blockers aren't real.
But he is hearing back from Fournier loud and clear right now.
From 700,000 to 1.35 million. You just give up here, right?
No, I think he has too much equity. He's just he's gonna call, try to realize, but I mean, there will be just some turns where I think Fournier's just, I mean, look at what he has back, right?
I meant other than call.
I think on a lot of turns, you're just going to have to check fold to Fournier's shove, which I think is what he's setting up for here. You know,
like 3 behind?
Yeah, good guess. 2.92, we got him on.
Yeah, I think Maria's hit the nail on the head here. Basically, this is just a click. It's like almost the exact click, isn't it? So you have an amazing price to try and improve here. I think at this point it's just a pot odds really calculation he's trying to do. He's also taking into account what's behind, right, Maria? Because it's not just the value of the current draw and what you're playing for, but the additional value you can get if you do end up hitting your club here. The implied value, as it were.
High roller, secondary feature table.
You know, Kowalski's invested quite a few chips in this pot.
Gulp.
And there's just going to be so many turns where, unfortunately, he will have to check fold. But can he get there?
It's just like a 28 big blind pot right now. Brick on the turn. Yeah.
And so at this point, with the action going the way it did, Maria, I mean, Fournier's got to be concerned about sets. Obviously, that's definitely a combination that might check raise this flop and then ultimately end up, you know, potentially turning or rivering a boat. So do we just see the shove from Fournier on the turn? It's 3.36 in the middle, 2.92 behind. Do you just want to get it in now and end the hand, or potentially get called by two pair, etc., or maybe that's set even?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just put it all in, right? I think given the situation, and also given the fact that there's going to be some scare cards for sets on the river,
right.
You probably don't want to try to go a little small here and then hope to get a clean river to shove the rest of it in there.
Fournier ships it.
And it's just unfortunate.
And Kowalski forced to fold the big draw.
You did not have ace 9, right?
Not now, Rania. Fournier up to 50 bigs. Kowalski down to 49 bigs.
Let's just say I was cheering a non-club turn.
Wise.
Like super hard.
Very, very wise.
You'll be proud of me.
Yeah?
Nah.
You know, you talk about, Joe, how you get kind of nervous at the poker table.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Not sometimes.
That was me with the King 10 on this feature table.
You double check it every single street.
I would be trembling. Like, I have a bad relationship with, what's the hormone that you release when you're freaking out?
Cortisol?
Well, cortisol and adrenaline, thank you.
Adrenaline, sure.
Me and adrenaline don't have a good relationship, and I'd just be like...
I don't like it.
Trembling.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, my daughter, super excited to see the ring on the stream. She told Daddy, she's like, Mommy's wearing my lucky ring. Very happy.
It's not a World Series of Poker circuit ring, is it? I think she's old enough for
It
that.
feels like it's something like a Minnie Mouse or maybe a Sanrio character.
Something for a child.
You know, watching back the big game, I am surprised that I didn't double check when I had ace jack of clubs against Phil Locke, but I was just so sure that, like, I knew exactly which outs I wanted to see, but I still maybe could have double checked, you know.
Do you think that checking would have cost you anything?
Call.
No, because he had already put me all in, and so I can check before I call, but I did not check.
Okay, got it.
And I just put the chips in. No, I definitely wouldn't check before
You
he
wouldn't.
asked.
Right, okay.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That's how good you are. You don't even need to check. All right, here we go. Couple of Lady Kings for Fournier. Rania flatting the 2-8s in between the raise of Kuzmanovic and the action of Fournier.
Rania building a literal house of cards.
See that I'm used to click button.
With those time banks.
It's harder with these weird 25 chips. Yeah.
And you see, you know,
Weird blind
with
level.
ICM how unwilling the queens are to bloat this pot multi-way out of position. Just calls pre.
Are we finally going to see Rania run into it? I mean, we saw Rania get kind of out of line with a couple of 7s earlier today, and nobody had anything to play back at her. Here, she takes the more cautious route with the 8s, but doesn't have much help here on this board so far.
I got a hypothetical for you, Maria. If Kuzmanovic opens, cut off, Rania calls on the button and Fournier does squeeze, do you think 8s are still coming along at the stack depth? Because Nasruddin and Fournier, you know, about 50 big blinds, 55 big blinds effective, something like that.
275.
Do you think the 8s kind of call to try and flop that set?
I don't think so. I don't think you should. I don't know. I mean, gosh. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be sizing dependent, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
But I think I would probably fold. I mean, you know, you have the chip lead. or I guess second chip lead. So that's obviously something to consider, that you have your opponent covered. But I don't know. I think it's close.
I think with ICM, it would be so interesting to compare the two spots because, right, if this was final 5, you'd imagine it's just we just have enough behind to just go and set mine, right?
Yeah.
Or potentially get the 8s to showdown somehow. That's obviously part of the equation as well.
Rania does pump the brakes a little bit after being checked to on the turn. 3-ball on the river.
Yeah, she can't really like the double paired board against the big blind's range, right? She doesn't really expect to be beat by something like queens. She actually expects more for Fournier to have like a 6x or a 5x here.
800,000.
I mean, to be fair, there are some misdraws. I mean, she does block the 8-7, right? So I think that that's helpful in terms of, maybe if she wants to fold in this spot. She doesn't block flush draws, though. But like a 7-4 got there on the river. So this is definitely something she could consider getting away from.
So far, she's considering counting out the 800,000. Rania makes the call. Sees the bad news.
I think she's just probably pretty happy she didn't lose more. I mean, on certain turn cards, she might have just barreled again.
Tell you what, I wouldn't try to bluff Rania Nasruddin. Back over to the other table. Harry Lodge has made it 900K. We got a blind on blind confrontation. Action on Pertea, Euromania. And with this stack size, just over 13 big blinds remaining. You probably just take a look at 3 here. You don't have to ship this, do you, with Jack 10?
No, I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those things where you have to think about, it's much better being the person going all in versus calling it off. And it's for a lot of Pertea's chips as well. Perhaps he had a different stack size. There could have been a little more interest.
It looks like he had a few more chips than I assumed he had also. Remember, the big blind's 120,000, so. A few more in there. It's actually Lodge who's the shortest stack, despite winning that last hand. Headed back to the stage.
Call.
Full 250,000.
Falski raising from the button. 8-7. Fournier with ace-7 suited. Calls from the small blind. Song in the big blind with ace-tray suited.
I would say there's a 0% chance he's folding here, just deciding whether or not this might be a squeeze spot.
Yep.
Just decide to call, as you might expect here. Song 44 big blinds is covered by both players, and I think that's probably what we're going to do most of the time is just the flat.
Queen, queen, 9. Ace high. Gonna be feeling pretty good on this board. T-tours.
Checks to Kowalski. Probably just a small c-bet here, I guess, is fine. Might just decide to check back against 2 players, though, as well. 870K in the middle. I don't think we have to bet big here. Yeah, 180K. Love the sizing here. Because, Maria, we're not really ever going to get a pair to fold here too often. We're definitely not going to get a queen to fold. We're definitely not going to get Jack 10 to fold. We're just kind of targeting hands exactly like this, right?
Yeah, and you can just see how effective that sizing is.
Yeah, Fabiano's a guy, very studied, knows these spots very well, very GTO oriented, and just shows a lot of finesse there, I think.
And I think I'd rather bet the 8-7 than, you know, like a king 10, right?
Right,
you want to try to
exactly.
realize the equity that you have with king 10, but the 8-7 just has so little value.
There's a look at our featured table chip counts. And Fournier now third after a flurry of hands. The queens, and of course, the king 10 flop straight against Kowalski's check raise bluff with the king 5 of clubs. Kuzmanovic still our table chip leader, though, as we round the 10-player mark, guys. One from an FT, and another opportunity for Rania to make another FT this year. Of course, final tabled in Monte Carlo. Another opportunity for Kowalski, who also final tabled here in Barcelona a couple of years ago. And it is Kowalski who's going to open this pot. King, queen offsuit.
Couple nice, easy pots for Kowalski, and, you know, he's just getting back some of those chips he lost in that big confrontation against Fournier.
So something that we've kind of picked up on, Maria, is Rania's kind of no fear call down situations. She seems very sticky, as it were. Do you think that is a symptom of the fact that she might be targeted? You know, as a lot of women I speak to in poker will say, guys just think that they can bluff us because they perceive that we're going to give up more frequently as a woman. Do you think that there's something that ties into that, and is that something that you've experienced?
I mean, I think definitely a little bit, but you do have to be careful to not extrapolate too much. I think it's very opponent dependent. But also you just have to remember, like, once you establish this image that you are willing to call down and that you are a little bit harder to bluff than they might perceive you to be or expect you to be, then you have to make sure that you're not calling too much, right? Because so far, you know, timing wise, it's been really great for her. But you have to back that up a little bit with, like, all of the theoretical hands in their range that, you know, can be value, instead of just using this anecdotal evidence of, oh, I find that people try to bluff me more often.
Sure, yeah. And yeah, to your point, don't want to level yourself just because, right? You don't want to give yourself reasons to make mistakes if you have a good reason not to behave in that manner. I think that's true in many aspects, but that's an interesting take. And Fournier is going to open the pot here from the cutoff.
If I know Rania, and I'd like to think I do, this is never a fold. Probably not for most people. She has dropped to second on the leaderboard. Lots of paint out there, but does not connect with the king. This guy's an all-the-time double checker. Check, check. 4-ball, club. Does Rania somehow get to back her way into a flush here?
Well, so far she is not going to lead into some perceived weakness, but, you know, with that perceived weakness comes some showdown value, usually for Fournier, especially when he checks twice. And you don't really expect King High to have too much showdown value here, because I think if Fournier had a hand that can't really beat King High, he might have bet already.
$350.
Four bets, 350,000.
Fournier bets 350,000.
This is is interesting, going, about half pot. You think this is just thinking he can get called by worse because she is
I was going to
so
say that.
sticky, or is he trying to get like a deuce to fold?
You
Yeah.
know the rules.
Right?
Yeah, it's really interesting size there. You kind of ask yourself, do you think you do the same thing with top pair or stronger? And it's working out great. I mean, so far since Fournier's joined the table, he's having a great time. 8.065 million now.
6 million average.
Is a merge still a thing?
Yeah.
50 big.
Sure.
Range merging. Let there be triple range merge.
I always thought range merging was a joke. Ooh, baby. Pertea all in. Looks like Coleman probably opened, but does not decide to call it off. If you've had enough of tournament poker, having watched all 47 days of Barcelona coverage by the time this is over, we've got a rare cash game treat coming your way. Season 2 of the Mystery Cash Challenge premieres later this month on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Good times, great oldies, and a mystery cash element. Spraggy, Lex, Wolfgang, Olga Yermocheva, Barney Boatman, Tonka, all playing in this season's Mystery Cash Challenge. I don't know if you guys watched last season when Maria Ho was on. There was a booby prize. It was a cheeseburger. Everyone was obsessed with it. And it got mentioned so many times that we had to start cutting around references to the cheeseburger, and we decided not to include it this year. Now, there is a different booby prize this year, and it is awarded.
I don't know why. I don't
Decent
know.
result for you.
And it goes to a player who does not appreciate it at all, so it's great.
I just wanted to say
to get
booby.
hungry. No.
I didn't mean it that way.
This is the third or fourth level.
This is third level.
So we have one more. And
I don't know if you remember this, but Rania loves candy.
Is that daily thing, the M&M's?
She's powered by M&M's.
I'm hoping that when in the future I'll get unlimited M&M's. I love them.
So Rania was doing this thing yesterday, Maria,
The
where she
only
was asking
prize money
everybody at
here
the
you
table
can-
what
you
their
can
favorite
afford
food was,
unlimited
and
lifetime.
therefore what company would
And
you
for
want to
you and for
sponsor
your
you.
kids.
Her answer was
For
candy, but
future
then she changed
generations.
it to caviar.
M&M Trust Fund.
And she went on to say that she loves putting caviar on pizza.
For caviar?
To be fair,
Probably
it
not
just
so.
makes more sense to say it's caviar, even if it's not, as long as you like caviar, right? Because it's so much more expensive. You much rather,
Right.
it saves you so much more money to be sponsored by,
I would go
by
home with so much caviar loose in my pockets every day.
And then the guy to her left didn't really understand the assignment. And she went, okay, how about you? What's yours? And he went, seed oil. And she went, what? He goes, yes, I'd like to be sponsored by a seed oil company. She goes, what, you're going to drink it? He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I just want to be sponsored by a really rich
It makes
company.
sense. Yeah, they're going to have infinite money. Like, you want to get sponsored by, like, canola oil, you're going
That's so
to
healthy.
kill it.
Yeah.
So bad for you, though.
Trying to.
I
All
ran
right,
this
take it easy,
morning, so I
Dr.
was like, I
Andrew
can do whatever I
Huberman.
She's a big
ran at the
seed
beach?
plant.
No.
Maria
no,
sitting home in her
trouble.
ice bath,
It's really cool to run.
torching all
No,
her
it's
seed
really
oil.
nice. It's just, it's so
drinking
hot
raw
and, like,
milk.
it's so humid. My hair will
60
be
minutes
like
in the sauna every day.
way big.
So far, you're
please,
not wrong.
please don't
about-
nod at that. Please don't
I
draw.
do.
Stop it.
Usually it's not humid.
Stop it, Maria. Come on.
Oh.
I'm with Maria on this.
On raw milk?
Huh? No, not on the raw milk, on the other stuff.
Jeepers.
I prefer oat milk, Joe. In fact, oatmeal lattes are my favorite.
Oh,
milk
that's
is
so
fine.
bad for you. It triggers your
It's an inside joke.
glucose spikes so hard.
Does it really?
Yes. It's the worst milk
It's
out of the nut
because-
milks.
It's
Yes.
because Rania tried to ask for an oat milk latte, and she ended up asking for an oatmeal latte on accident. I was joking. I don't actually have those.
And I'm sorry for being that person, but but
No, that's
States,
okay.
I want you to be around.
I will
for as
listen
long
to you
as
about
I
oat
am.
milk. That's fine.
Nice
I
hand,
just-
Steven.
You know, I see us growing old
Wasn't
together.
nice hand.
I'd like for you to
Steve
stick
Song
around.
ships it
Okay.
on that 3-bet. Kind of an interesting hand we just talked over, but at least
You
it was
gotta
quick.
mix it up every once in a
Yeah,
while.
I mean, it's fine, go to the board, but fat is for sure better.
Battle.
I wouldn't.
Oh, you're
Of
wearing
the
the fancy
brass.
sweatshirt now?
Oh, you might
Oh.
see the flop too.
Oh.
The Triton.
That's bad.
We're in the
That's
Triton.
bad juju here. We're in PokerStars.
That is true,
world. You're
yeah.
wearing a Triton. Mm-mm.
I have a Croatia jersey for the final table.
Do you? I don't have anything.
I wrote it.
Steven Song seems like such a
Man,
nice
you guys
dude.
just expect to make the FTs, huh?
What a sweetheart.
I'm just beside myself about oat milk now. You know how much oat milk I've drank the last 6 months?
I mean, I get it. I
delicious.
loved oat milk when it first became a thing. It's so creamy. It's,
Yeah, very
it's
pretty.
the perfect milk for coffee, but
Yeah.
it's just no.
I mean, should have been flat. I don't know why.
But I don't know how much I can trust someone who then says the better alternative is raw cow's milk.
What, like you got to go out back and like get it yourself from the cow or what?
Maybe you would have lost a bigger pot.
Maybe.
Basically.
Got to go out back and find old Bessie.
Rania making it 250 with ace 10, and Fournier just ditches the ace 5 in the small blind. What say you, Steven Song?
5. Cool.
Jack 6 suited.
I don't charge you any tax. Like I do, you always add a little extra. I just am like, put it up as it comes.
Well, you could have done 240.
True.
Top pair for Song.
6 tricks.
Should have charged him tax. C-bet Rania.
Rania does not miss many opportunities to c-bet. This time, I think it might sting her a little.
6 goals.
Bet and a call, tray ball on the turn.
6 tricks.
Yeah, and Rania likes to take her showdown now with ace high when the 3 pairs, and now double paired. I mean, it, you know, feels a little bit like the other hand. I mean, in the sense that I think, you know, an ace high and eights are somewhat similar earlier, you know, in terms of showdown value. And I think here you're gonna again put Song on some Jack X, you know, perhaps, you know, he's not going to be defending too wide with some of the combos of, you know, 4X, 3X offsuits, but I think pretty much all the suited ones are going to be in there. But she feels like she just has to call in this spot, you know, maybe just wants to avoid, you know, she's getting a good price and doesn't want, I think she's already established that, you know, she's not very easy to bluff, so I don't think she needs to do it for like an image purpose, but you know, it's just the right price, I think, for her hand, in her opinion.
It's interesting that these players have figured out how to get Rania to call their river bets, and we just had a whole conversation about milk.
But I'm probably back to like 7.
I think to be fair to Rania as well, the last sort of 2 or 3 call-offs were just very reasonable call-offs as well.
For
Like,
sure.
just makes so much sense, right?
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Is that
interesting
5.2
spot
before
there
the
for
4
sure.
bet?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many are
So
you?
probably close to 7.
7. Okay. If I have to. Let me just check.
Is dinner break the next break?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's the break after, right? I want to say, I'm not sure.
5. 8.
33 minutes to break.
10 raises to 250.
Just can't get over how spiked my gluten is right now. My glucose.
Your gluten's definitely also spiked, judging by how many carbs you eat, but like, okay, now I'm sounding judgmental. I gotta stop. I don't judge you. I just ordered us chicken tenders. Who am I to judge?
So don't worry, 72-hour water fast. You'll be right as rain. That'll
I'm
sort
gonna
that
have
out.
to hide my tears with this pair of infrared goggles that Maria brought in with her.
The infrared mask.
Kowalski open with queen tray suited. Song 3-betting him out of the small blind. And Song gets a worse hand to fold, but
the rush. Fight.
yeah, wow, nobody buys that. Nobody believes you.
Goes around and comes around pretty quick, huh?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're folding every hand, sometimes you're playing every hand.
Song second from the bottom, but don't let that fool you. Still 63 big blinds. Basically Fournier, Song, and Nasruddin all at the exact same stack. Kuzmanovic with a slight lead.
There's a series coming up in Canada, right?
And Fabiano slightly behind.
October, I think.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we have got a board and a hand in progress. Is Jean Wei in the cutoff. Coleman in position. We've got 3.6 million in the middle. Just a pair of nines for Jean Wei facing a pretty chunky bet on the river from Coleman, who is bluffing.
Yeah, and I kind of like this bluff from Coleman. I mean, he can certainly, you know, with the flat pre, can have a lot of sets here, can have eights, of course. Not really going to have too many two-pair combos. I think, you know, you're just going to be folding out the 9-7 suited or something like that. But John Wei.
Does make the call.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, baby.
It was so nonchalant, I did not read it for a call right away. That is a juicy pot being shipped Jean Wei's direction, putting him at 8.4 million. Probably good for number 2 overall. Yep, number 1 at this table, number 2 overall. And bizarrely, no one at this table, other than Jean Wei, has as many chips as the shortest stack at the other table. Coleman, Hume, Pertea, Lodge, all with fewer chips than Fabiano Kowalski.
Yeah, and this type of disparity between, you know, the stacks is a huge advantage for the big stack at this secondary feature, right?
And we have got another hand in progress here, and it's looking like it's going to be another big one as Nasruddin calls the turn bet from Kowalski. She is way behind. The river is an 8. Does not improve Nasruddin. Shouldn't be too scary of a card for Kowalski. Kowalski did bet this flop as well. Raised under the gun to start things off.
And you just imagine that there's going to be, you know, so many.
Look at that sizing. I'm so sorry on the turn. The huge size up.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, definitely a function of the couple of draws that are out there on the turn. And, you know, Nasruddin's going to have a lot of worse King X's here, you know, some 9X. And there are some really natural bluffs for Kowalski, right? There's going to be maybe the Queen Jack.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Rania has called many, many rivers in a row and hasn't shown down the winner too often of late.
Joe, I don't know if we were on comms together, but that spot was almost identical to the call that she made for her tournament life where she doubled up, where the guy said, oh, I misread my hand. He had bottom pair. He had something like Jack 6. She has second pair with a 9, and the board runs out almost identical. And it's going to be a chunk for Rania. I don't see her down to 43 big blinds. Still very playable, though, right, Maria? 43 bigs at this stage of the tournament. So playable and still so much value.
Really important to maintain composure now, though, and not let this absolute skid out continue.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes when you make big calls, in a tournament, especially for your tournament life, you know, it gives you this sense of confidence that you need to continue to make it even deeper. But then you also have to remember again, you know, not every situation is the same, you know, and it's not always just going to be about, okay, well, when I trusted my instincts in this spot, I was right. And so maybe if that's what I'm feeling now, then it must be right, and I must listen to it.
Yeah.
You know, again, you have to think about the ranges, you know, you have to count the combos of bluffs versus value. You really, you know, have to just make sure that you're thinking a little bit deeper. And I'm not saying that she's not. I'm just saying that sometimes when you make a big call earlier on and you are right, you have to make sure you're tempering that with other considerations when you get into a similar spot.
Absolutely. And again, just like to highlight that that call down is absolutely, completely reasonable. There's a lot of armchair analysis out there. Second pair at this level is really not a ridiculous call, and unfortunately gets it wrong on this occasion.
Well, and yeah, and it was against the Brazilians.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hello.
Thank you for speaking sense here, Maria. Exactly. She hovered over Avatar, had the Brazilian flag, mandatory call.
Yeah, what's funny is yesterday Kowalski said something about like, oh, it's good to be the only Brazilian nit. But what he doesn't realize is being a Brazilian nit is so relative, because the nittiest Brazilian nit is like the loosest American player.
It's a spectrum for sure. Yeah, that's so funny. Brazilian nit.
I had the best hand, for sure.
Maybe. Not so sure.
Not for sure.
I mean,
Then you probably wouldn't have folded.
I don't think you.
Sure.
No, I don't think you.
But likely.
Small chance that you folded the best hand. But there is. I'll be honest.
I'm on the big blind. Sorry, I thought it was.
There is.
High chance. High chance was the best hand.
I don't know. Maybe. I know that you don't fold much on fair board, so it's hard that you. I don't know.
You're all over the place. Put it 60, put it 140.
Ah, baby. Perfect. I mix it up.
5 fold. 7 fold.
Might have noticed Rania on the rail taking a peek at an iPad. I think that's a no-no these days, and I think something's been said. Now, of course, this is on a 30-minute delay, so not sure when that note comes in.
Kowalski getting very dangerous in terms of chipping up so nicely right now, and he is one person you don't want to see accumulate a big stack.
Brazilian nit. That's so funny. That's living rent free in my head now.
Yeah.
So, what do you make a seat 5? He's Brazilian nit, aka the biggest, most aggressive player.
The irony. Yeah, he definitely said that yesterday. It was funny. Because I think it was in a spot where I think most players would bluff, but he chose to just give up, and he was getting trapped, and he was like, oh, it pays to be a Brazilian nit.
His friends don't invite him to parties and stuff in Brazil. They're just like, oh man, not that guy. Such a nit.
He's not one of us.
he only plays 85% VPIP. We can't have him at the party.
Rania with 10-9 offsuit. Takes the more disciplined route.
10 raises, 250,000.
And Kowalski with a suited ace on the button. Same suit for Fournier. Still has Steven Song to act in the big blind.
5.
Also takes the conservative route. Song with Queen 7, dominated.
5. Go. Hey, bro.
Song does defend. Flop is ace 8-6. Top pair for Kowalski. Domination continuation.
10 bets, 200,000.
Song folds.
Very close to ace 9, but not ace.
And we have got action, action, action at the other table.
You call.
No, it's just like
Harry Lodge
Wow.
calling
Harry's got
all in. He is the player at risk, but he is the player ahead.
Jack off. Ace jack off, king jack. Thinking about
Domination situation.
you said straight away.
Can our favorite wizard find the double?
I have the pin.
Oh, that's good to know.
Just in case it's going to be the
How
last
come?
time
Now
this
it's more
tournament,
painful when
I
I
just
lose.
want to say, Harry Lodge. Okay, might not be the
Seems
last
pretty
time.
good for Lodge. Domination continuation.
94% on the flop for Lodge. The turn is.
Queen of clubs.
Did you have a 10?
Apparently there's 4 live 10s.
Yeah, they're still all in the deck, David.
Just has to fade them, and he doubles up.
Wow!
Oh my goodness.
Not like this. Not like this.
Gross.
And that is the end of Harry Lodge.
You win.
Out in 10th. Sorry, I'm a little shell-shocked from that. I'm feeling it.
Jeez.
Gets it in so good. Flops good. Turn not great. River disaster.
Some people have all the luck. What can you do?
David Coleman acknowledging his luck. Everyone on their feet because we are moving to a table.
10 of diamonds? Yeah. Thank you.
And it looks like there's still a hand in progress up there.
Bust?
Yeah.
Ooh, and it is a hand. Blind on blind, ace on ace. These two got it all in for like 170 bigs, ace king versus ace king earlier. Now, obviously not the same situation here, but okay.
No, ace king versus ace king.
No, not that time. And they got Harry then?
So we are not going to go on break.
Congrats everyone. Big final.
You were sarcastic, you know.
Going to take a couple of
Super
minutes
6 feet, back to back.
Is this the final? They consolidate?
to sort out the final redraw.
I did it?
Yeah.
You were in the final table here last year?
No, in Monaco.
Yeah,
Monaco.
Well,
But back to back EPT
That's awesome.
games. Yeah, that's
one.
Did
That's super cool.
Anybody did it before?
I think they said no, but like it's hard to imagine.
Don't lead Rania astray. Official
Are you guys
EPT
sure we're down to one table?
final tables
100%?
are 8-handed.
Oh.
Like,
Did he? Okay. So.
like Paris and Prague or something like that, but maybe it's a vague back to back.
Yeah, but this is like direct back to
Do we
back.
have a short break or?
I was there. I
You
saw
know how much like pressure people like back to back, like
Yeah, I know.
like. So
and I would not.
I did back to back final tables.
That's very good.
I want it to count. I really do. Just pick it to 8th so we can say it counts.
It's my first EPT cash.
Yeah, man.
First EPT cash? Wow, you're sick.
For you.
This is my
I
first
really wanted to see
No,
Ronnie
it doesn't
on this
count as a
final.
cash until you finish 8th.
I really wanted to see Ronnie on the final. I really wanted to see Fabiano on the final. Love those two. Those were my faves going into this. So very pleased to see we're now to final 9.
Because they know you're going to call.
But I didn't know if the Brazilian. That's the only one. He's the only one.
Yeah,
I told you
agree.
he's the only one. Everyone else, I swear, I was going to fold, but with him, I was like, I don't know. I was like, he might.
We talk about this, and I agree. Like the Brazilian, we don't know. I know
But
he's capable,
anyway.
but the thing is capable. So we.
Yeah. So anyway, I could have folded, but
It's
and then
done.
and
Did
then
he say
queens
skibbity?
versus eights on a low board.
Okay.
The guy
Skibbity real
overcalled
call.
with queens.
Oh, you had 8s.
I had 8s on the button, and then like one small bet, and then he makes a large river bet, and it was like there was a flush draw, and so I paid because I was like, I had eights, board was small.
We kind of know you are prepared here. So we're not going to flush. You see 1-2 time already. We know.
Yeah, no.
But it's fine. The thing that we know, it's done. We forget about this. We go through it. You know, it's like 9 player left. They're going to redraw everything, so you have plenty of time now. And you know the average is like 6.5. You have like 5.5 or something like that.
I don't know, 5.3. It's fine.
It's really fine.
Yeah,
it's like
it's
45
fine.
bigs. And now you're 9-ended. You don't have to play much.
No, I can just like take your time. It's a different time.
Breathe.
It's so good.
You know,
this is like
break
so
is 20
good.
minutes.
Yeah.
I think they're going to put you in break.
I think we
now,
should go on break now.
Yeah,
I hope we're going to break now.
Maybe they might do it.
Okay.
No break. To be clear.
But also, I didn't realize that Julian
Where am I
Simon is
going?
coaching Ronnie.
I didn't know that either.
See, me?
What a coach.
So I go same seat?
I'm not sure they prepared the table a little bit different.
Just have some M&Ms.
It's not good there. That one's empty. That one's back there. That one's empty, okay. Yeah.
So one, two,
Are we on break?
3, 4, 5, 6,
We're on break?
7.
Don't call break.
We need 9 chairs.
This is what happens when you're all hopped up on candy and nearly make another EPT official final table.
So 7 is good. You're not moving me.
She's so excited. I would be too.
This is Alexandra. It's him. He comes here.
Okay, so are we on break now?
Yeah. This is Fabiano. He comes to 6.
Someone should answer her, though.
He's here.
So I'm staying where I am.
You stay where you are in the box.
So keep these here.
I don't know, Joe. At this point, I'm calling all the homies, and I'm like, guys, get on a plane.
We're
I
on break
don't
now,
care
guys?
where you're
So
at.
you take the break
But
now or
I'm.
later? No?
But we're on the final.
Okay,
We got to be here. We
okay.
got to get a rail going.
I'm going to wait for that nosedive I've been on to stop before I call my friends, but that's just me. Everyone else doing exactly what Nick suggested. Get down here. You know, I wonder if they're checking out the Kickstarter for Trapped, my new comic book.
Probably.
This feels terrible, but I got to do it. Guys, the comic book's on sale via Kickstarter. You can find the link in the chat. That's all I'm going to do. That's it.
Yeah, please go and support.
It's just weird because there's like 140 people that have backed it so far, and like I have that many friends. We're broadcasting to thousands of people here. What's going on?
Who's going to tell them, Maria?
Buy a comic. Oh, by the way, there's various tiers of stuff you can get. There's a merch pack. For only 120 pounds, I will play in your Zoom PokerStars home game, and you get a comic book.
Well, and you're sure to lose in the home game, so that's like money back. It's like a rake.
Oh,
I don't know if I can play real money in the PokerStars home game, unfortunately, but you do get to waste my time for a couple of hours, and that's certainly worth.
How much is it for the back rub?
It's $500, but someone bought it.
There's only one of one.
There's another one, but someone did buy that
Sounds like a
one.
hot ticket item. You should throw out another one.
Another
up
one,
there.
right?
Yeah.
You could also donate the massage to someone else, like to Maria, Nick. You could buy it and donate it to her.
Ooh.
I don't think he's going to spend $500 to donate it to me. He's going to keep it for himself.
You know who I'm not going to hit up to donate to my Kickstarter? But not a donation, by the way, but to buy the comic. It's Harry Lodge. Man, did he just take it on the chin. Let's hear what he has to say.
It's been fun to have another deep run, but yeah, shame with how it finished. But you know, I was short for quite a long time at the end. I was probably sort of 13 out of 13, 12 out of 12, 11 out of 11. It's just sort of waiting for that spot. It eventually came, and then unfortunately didn't go my way. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to work out when was the first one I played. I think it was maybe 2015, 2016. So I've been playing them for a while. But yeah, I mean, EPT is the best poker tour. There's so much prestige. You guys put on such a good show. Yeah, like it's so well run. Like the floor are amazing. The sort of the registration system they have, like through the app now, like all really good. Yeah, nothing else compares.
Who is Harry Lodge that he takes a horrific beat on the bubble of finishing in the top 9, and in the interview he's like, yeah, registration went real smooth.
And the PokerStars Live app is fantastic. Everyone should download it now.
And good news, it'll be available during NAPT as well. And so Americans who have never experienced the amazing app are going to get their chance to use it.
All right, I'll tell you what, we're going to play a game. It's called Now and Then. Is it really even a game? It's just we just look at it, right? Because I was going to give Nick or Maria a comic book, but there's nothing to play about. We're just going to have some fun. It's called Now and Then, where I'm going to show you a photo of someone from then and then also now. And you see if you can spot the differences. Let's see the first one. Now and Then, when we get the final table set. Patrick Antonius lifting the trophy at EPT Baden back in 2005. And there he is in 2024. And I'd say he's more ripped now, more confident.
Less hair.
Less hair, shorter hair.
Shorter
I mean,
hair.
it's still there.
Right. He's still got the hair.
I think all of us sort of look to our youth a little bit. I think if you're Patrick, you're like, I'm good. I'll keep it now. I'll go with now instead of then.
Aging like a fine wine.
Who's up next? Then and now. Luca Pagano. Then and now.
You know, he's very distinguished looking now.
Yeah. I prefer 2024 Pagano. Huge bucks, Broncos.
I mean, I don't know how these guys do it, stay so slender.
They're avoiding oat milk.
Because no oat milk in that guy's diet. Just straight from the cow's teat. Just like Maria Ho. One sip at a time. All right, I'm told we're really going to like this next one. Who do we have? Then and now. Griffin Benger.
Wow.
A scant 14 years ago. Even back then, what a goober, holding it sideways. Just, you can take the kid out of Canada, but...
Cute.
That was the EPT High Roller back in 2010. How many more we got? 3 more? Okay, good. I just want to manage expectations. I don't be like, and do another, and you're like, that's it, we're out.
Are they going to sneak in another meme one in here somewhere?
A mean one?
Meme.
Showing me would be mean.
Like
I hope
Joe,
nobody does that. We don't have one of me? How did you... All right, how did you not, though? All right, let's see the next one. Barney Boatman.
Wow.
2005 versus 2024, nearly 20 years apart. It took him that long to win an EPT. Congrats, Barney.
You know what, Joe? Barney's win in Paris. Yeah, his win in Paris actually was the only time I ever cried watching EPT coverage.
What? Oh, wow. You did?
Brought me to tears.
That's
It was
so
such a nice
cute.
moment. It was so beautiful.
It was because he stubbed his toe right before it happened. All right, this one's for France. This is for my cousins in France. Let's have a look. Regarde. Wow. FPS Deauville 2013, Barcelona 2024. 11 years difference between these two. I mean, so far, almost everyone is decidedly looking better decades later. We've got one more. We've got one more. This is someone that we all know and love. Or we at least know him. EPT Barcelona 2007, James Hardigan versus Hardigan, now a full-time poker pro. At UK,
Circuit grinder.
That's right, UK IPT London.
100% strike rate in the Sunday Million, by the way.
Yeah. No, I think he finally missed one.
Did he finally
he had
miss
a pretty
one?
good streak. You could have told me that James Hardigan was never in his 20s, and I would have believed you. Just born at 38. So it looks like things are getting settled off in the distance there. The last table, but not quite yet the final table, the official final table. Honestly, I don't mind if you want to count it. You know, if a person wants to count it and they want to say, look, it's the final table, I mean the final table, it is a little awkward. But since we play 8-handed on the EPT, you can't have a 9-handed final table. You know what I mean? You get it? But I wouldn't judge if, you know, someone called home and Steven Song was like, "Hey Ma, I made the final table," I wouldn't be like, "Give me that phone." Excuse me, give it to me. Mrs. Song, your son's a liar.
Excuse me, Mrs. Song. Yeah, I'm afraid your son's been disqualified for using technology on the FT. So, hey, Rania, official final 8. Congratulations.
Yeah, right, exactly.
No, I'm here for it. If you guys don't recall and you haven't seen it, go back and watch the way that Rania busted in Monte Carlo. Honestly, a savage beat made more savage by the fact that the guy that put the beat on her didn't even realize that he had won the pot, started walking away as an ultra needle.
It was pretty rough. All right, my babies, there they are, the final 9 players. The shortest stack, Marius Catalin Pertea, you're of Romania. Other than that, everyone else with a fair bit of life in them. Andrew Hume, maybe a little handcuffed. After that, 40 big blinds plus for everyone else at the rest of the table. Rania Nasruddin has slipped considerably over the last hour or so, and Fabiano Kowalski has taken advantage of that, the new tournament chip leader. Everyone now guaranteed 139,750 euros. Significant prize jumps. ICM is real and it is in play. 40K plus for the next prize jump. 6th and 5th, more than 90K. And of course, a 600,000 euro difference between second and first.
Yeah, that.
GL. Blind still 60,000, 120,000 with 120,000. Big blind ante, 20 minutes left to go on the level. Will we reach the official final table before those blinds go up? Coleman with ace king off under the gun. Pertea. You're just going to take the moment in before folding this ace 9. Yep.
6-1.
6-1?
Yep.
Kowalski with a suited queen.
No, that's 6-1.
5. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 10 folds.
Yana writes it on YouTube to say TDA General Concepts, number 11. Number of players at the final table. Final tables will have a full table for the event plus 1. 9-handed event, seat 10 at the final table, 8-handed
You
seats
have 9-ish? A little more?
9.2 at the beginning.
Thanks.
I don't know what the point of me reading that was, but I'm kind of into rules. Top pair, good kicker for Kowalski. Coleman.
Domination rotation.
Rotate it, baby. Coleman with some outs.
4 checks.
And does check.
You think Kowalski went to the bathroom and just put those 2 wisps of hair just strategically? So cool. Like
it was 100% that, and this is how he pulls off that effortless style. But it takes a lot of effort to get those 2 wisps just right.
Yeah, definitely Coleman has some concern with, you know, how strong Kowalski's range could be here. You know, we're 9-handed. Coleman opened under the gun.
Nobody folds ace king anymore. To the turn. 8 of hearts. First heart. Irrelevant.
4 checks.
The super in the chat says, if I had hair like Kowalski, I would be unstoppable.
It's his superpower.
It's got kind of like 1 part Surfer Dude, 1 part Super Saiyan. And I'm into it.
It's what I would describe as Surf Ninja.
Surf Goku?
Yeah, sure.
Where's the Brazilian rail? Come on.
I mean, with the number of people wearing Samba patches that we've seen throughout the last couple days, you'd imagine the rail would be bigger. Where's the team, bro?
Right?
And by the way, you're all no longer backed if you're not on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, I've already put this out there into the universe several times, but the next time I make a big final table, I would like to call upon either a Brazilian rail or an Argentinian rail. Both, even. You know, if you guys want to come together to support me, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I want it to be rowdy AF.
They're like, tell us about your rail. No, they were paid actors. Don't know any of those people.
I want a Japanese rail. I want a rail that's going to feel great shame if I don't win.
I have 3 cards.
Throw the bad. Queen.
I'll take
That was
these
good.
2. I'll take those 3.
You're the only one who gets 3 cards.
There's an advantage. There's a female advantage with the table. That's how I got this far. Is I've been getting 3 cards.
Ah. What you should do with the 3rd?
I shove it. In my
Of course.
Save it for later. Got quads, guys. Surprise.
Use it when you need it.
Yeah, just, you know, save them for later.
Five folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Actions folded around the Rania.
Fold.
On to Kuzmanovic.
9 folds.
Yeah, respecting the fact that, you know, we are full ring right now, plus ICM, plus, you know, a couple of big stacks behind. Just not going to mess around with 7-6 suited. You know, and everybody's a little afraid of John Way, as they should be.
So you never pay.
This man is fearless.
John Way or the highway?
One raises to 240,000.
This is the way.
For pay jump only.
I always know what I'm gonna do, but I never fucking know exactly how much is in the pot. It takes some time to count.
Domination situation with Hume in the small.
Now, Hume knows that he's going to be performing pretty well against John Way's opening range from the button, but, you know, he does want to be careful because of the fact that Portilla is shorter than him.
Yeah, it was still a good stack. You started the
You
digital.
want to respect the rules of ICM, but you also don't want to necessarily be folding hands where you know that they're going to be doing really well against your opponent's range, that you almost feel like, hey, why not put in a 3-bet and, you know, you could fold against a shove. Ooh.
Oh, man, I thought it was just the 2 of them left. How does this happen?
Wow. Well,
Cole Man.
Later in the day or
Does he just shove here, Maria? I feel like on an FT we just shove.
yeah, I think so. Just don't
Isn't
mess
that
around.
I think I saw some
risky ICM wise with, I guess because it's a button raise, you can.
Yeah, and you have Hume covered, right? So it feels a little bit better because, you know, if Hume does have the stronger hand here, at least you have him covered. And if it's unfortunate that you are going to end up getting it in against him, it's just better.
Coleman doesn't shove, just goes for the 4-bet.
It could not be any less of a shove if he tried, right? Like it's the absolute minimum 4-bet. And, you know, Maria, I think part and parcel to why I think maybe I would just lean more towards a shove is because you don't really want that post-flop action when you got this combo, right? I mean, you do and you don't, right? If he calls with the worst hand, that's kind of what you want. But if you get to a flop and you get out-flopped, it's going to be catastrophic in so many cases for your ICM value. And as we see, it just looks mega strong and does get the fold regardless. So really nice stuff from Coleman and a really cool alternative, in my opinion.
Let's have a peek at what we know about some of David Coleman's statistics. 5.8 million online, 6.6 million live. That's a lot of dimp. 2 EPT main event cashes and went super deep in the NAPT main event last year.
Mr. Coleman knows how to play some cards, it would seem.
We're officially less than 2 months away from NAPT 2024. Starts November 1st.
$350. 350,000 raised.
Shortest stack at the table is going to open with Queen 10 suited.
You know, it's really hoping to get this through. And I mean, granted, of course, you will have some traps, right? You're not going to just be ripping with aces and kings and, you know, all of your strong value here. So, you know, he's just going to hope to get this one through, not run up against a hand that's willing to put his stack in.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note as well, Maria, that like he's raising off of a 15 big blind stack here, right? And you know, a lot of players going, I have 15 bigs, I'm gonna play more of a push or fold style.
Yeah.
But on an FT, it's so important we still have min raises here because we really want to get value when we're very strong still and get back in the
You
game.
didn't show it.
But also,
So
if it goes
penalty.
min raise and 3 people
that's
shove
fair,
behind
that's
you,
fair,
it's just the easiest fold of all time, even if
Actually,
you
it would
have
have
much
been a
stronger
penalty
holding.
if you shoved.
Sure, that's fair.
You want to give yourself some scope to get away and find ladders at all costs.
那个直播有时候有些手牌，我问你一下啊。
I got ace 9 like 17
times
on this table before.
You had what?
I had ace 9 like 17 times.
And then again just now?
And then again just
Hand of the day.
Twice in a row, actually.
John Lee was asking someone on his rail for some advice about a hand he played, but I would love to see who he was speaking to.
You apparently.
Happy to translate.
Nice pickup there by Maris.
7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Actions folded around to Jean-Wei.
1 fold.
He ain't gonna play this one.
3 fold.
David Coleman, ace queen.
Probably just the min here. So blinds are 60K, 120.
5 fold.
And it goes for the 240.
And the big blind is going to let it go. Daniel K on YouTube asks, how did your high roller go yesterday, Maria? She won. That's why she's here. She won it in one day.
Pretty bad. Oh, 60.
I just knocked out so many people so fast.
I was gonna walk you.
Never ran so pure in my life.
Ace queen, pal.
It was booked to be a 2-day event. She
That's
just
a
did it all in one.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
9 win
That
all
one's
wins.
acceptable.
Okay.
In fact, this is everyone clapping for her right now.
Yeah, actually, they told me I could take my winner's photo later so you guys could all be in it since you were working.
It wasn't even your best hand.
Great thought, Frank. Okay, some people didn't realize that I was using the sarcasm font.
Too early though.
Real talk, Maria. If you take a winner's photo without me and we're at the same event, I will be incredibly sad.
Good. Don't worry. We have that group chat, right? So we can definitely.
Maria won't even let me in her
One-
regular photos. I'm sure I won't be in the winner's photo.
More than made up for it.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, you can, and I'll just Photoshop you.
I can't tell you how many of Maria's personal photos have been cropped out of.
Stop it.
You can Photoshop young Hardigan as well. We'll get that picture from when we did this or that.
Why didn't you do, that then and now
Then and
Maria
now.
Ho?
Yeah.
I have to approve the photos before. That's why Chris was, he's like, no, I haven't asked if I could post this one. No, that's also because I don't have any winners photos from EPT. I've never won an EPT before. Like, no side event, no main event.
Even Griffin's won side events.
I know. It's embarrassing.
Raise and take it for Lin Jianwei.
She's gonna need
5.
I like having him around because he keeps things interesting, and that's what we need, because sometimes I feel like people are always praying at the ICM altar, and sometimes it could get a little stale.
Shot not.
Maria,
Stop winning so many
I do have a question about your poker career.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to press you for details.
Well, not yet, but you're on track to.
But
Based on the
do
last
you have
3 or 4
significant wins in the LA private game scene that I'm not privy to?
Well, I mean, I think that, Hendon Mob is only tournament results and live tournament results, so I'm sure that
You should
I
run
have
for
some...
president with this answer. This is incredible. I mean, I gave you a ton of leeway to dodge it, and you went so far away from even coming close to answering it.
You never know who's listening. Yeah, I mean, sure. Have I won sometimes, like playing something?
I got to get these stories out of you eventually.
In a card room or in a private game. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to still play poker if I didn't. If I were just losing it back in the private streets. You want to use it for fodder for Trapped 2?
No, if the sequel would take place in Europe, actually, the idea I have in mind.
Joe, I once had a friend who was considering biting the bullet, kind of going pro, as it were. Pretty good poker player. And I said, okay, well, what's stopping you? And he goes, Nick, what if I just lose all the time?
And you're like, okay, standard.
See what Kowalski likes to do with artisanal sourdough with the chip lead. This man just not gonna shy away from taking these spots now that he's got a lot of chips.
Gonna celebrate with a big old glass of oat milk.
Eventually, there's a lot to maybe we can get a rack or something. Coles can buy them on this side, and then we can buy them on that side.
Fabiano, I notice we're only listing total live earnings here. My guess is that his online earnings are significantly even higher than we just showed for David Coleman.
Ready? All right. 100, right?
Oh, 100.
Okay, I was like, is it 20? Am I losing my mind?
I'm not. I'm just the one.
Yeah, that's
3 minutes to the break, and then Ronnie can get her oatmeal latte. I'm telling you, that'd be a great name for a clothing brand.
Jack 8 suited for Jianwei.
1 fold.
Actually haven't had a chance to see loads of Hume. Kind of been on our other tables quite often during the coverage. But obviously a super crusher who we've seen on the scene so much. There's a guy with a lot of really good results as well. Ooh, 7s in the bin. Was that 7s folded?
Very quickly. Was probably hoping no one would notice on the stream. Kowalski on the button with King Jack.
And Hume, 22 bigs to start the hand. And again, we'll have some raise folds, but we'll also have some hands that he is going to go with. And Kowalski just kind of testing the strength of his hand right now with this 3-bet to 550.
Nine ball.
Does Hulme just shove?
Are we Hulman or are we Dancer?
Does Hulme know that Kowalski is Brazilian?
I'm sure he's well aware.
In that case, the answer is a mullen.
Yeah, because a part of this is just going to be chip leader doing chip leader things. And they're going to have 3-bet folds. And Hume knows that. He knows what's up. He's been here before. The man says all of it.
And Kowalski wastes no time folding.
50 more?
What'd you guys do if he just snapped there?
What, with King Jack?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be pretty crazy, yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, he needs.
Can't imagine Fabiano
I just
Kowalski
gave
making
you
any
this.
mistakes ever. That's the problem.
Yeah, this will probably be the last hand. So, yeah.
Probably.
This. Oh, no, I got it. I got it.
Oh, that's good. Even better.
So of James, Joyce, Maria, I don't even know what the last guy's name is. They together have a net sum of 0 EPT titles. Nice. What do you think the sum total of broadcasting titles they have of the people at the final table? I mean, we're broadcasters. I don't. Not really.
I mean, sure, they've won millions and millions and millions, but how many hours of commentary have they done? You know what I mean?
I bet whoever wrote that has a lot of channel points on Twitch.
5 raises to 140, 6 folds.
Steve Song's going to raise the last hand of this level before these players head to break. Still not an official final table. Will there be a confrontation here? Kuzmanovic, King 8 suited. Don't do it.
5.
So far, pretty rock-solid poker from Boris. Been looking real strong all throughout the time I've been following our coverage here in Barcelona. Fournier does have a somewhat defendable hand here, guys.
5.
It's about middle of the pack here, 60 big blinds after putting in the big blind ante and the big blind.
Fournier defends.
Sorry.
Well, that's a good card right to come off the top of the deck for the pocket tens. Unfortunately, nowhere near the 8-7 of Fournier, who checks.
And I don't think we missed the opportunity to bet here, Maria. If we're going to get action, we're going to get it on the flop, right? We're not going to suddenly get value from 8-7 that turns an 8 or something like that. We're not going to probably convince our opponent to bluff too often. If we check the flop, that looks super sus. Just got to bet and hope that they got a piece big enough to continue.
Like kings.
You said, oh, which hand?
So you have
Nick mentioned.
Ace king, sure. That makes sense too.
Things a little cautious here to kick things off just before the official final table.
All right, do you want to quickly buy 50?
He's buying everything, yeah?
Remember Pogs?
7.9.
Oh my gosh, I loved Pogs. I had a purple Pog case. Oh, my slammer was glittery. It was the best.
What was on your great slammer? 9-handed. The final 9 of 1,975 total entries. Not quite an official final table. Marius, Catalan, Pertea, you're of Romania. The shortest stack. Fabiano Kowalski in a commanding position for now. Has worked hard to get there. 3 Americans still in it. 1 Brit. We are headed to a break, an 18-minute break. When we get back, we're going to continue on, hopefully getting down to 6 more from Barcelona when we return.
Back in Monte Carlo, I made a fold where I had 3rd pair. Everyone keeps telling me, Rania, take more time. And the back of my head was one of my friends reminding me that you could make a final table of an EPT. So I folded. I'm gonna fold.
Oh, wow.
Things have changed a little bit in Barcelona. I've just kind of a little spicier. And now I'm like, hey, let's go.
He's gonna go for it.
Wow. He bets enough to put Rania Nasruddin all in, and she now has to decide whether to call for her tournament life with 2nd pair, and she does!
She does it!
She doesn't even use a time bank card, pretty much snaps it off.
It's just trying to balance like expectations versus, what the poker gods decide to do for me today. So they were really good to me yesterday. I don't know if I can ask for another day as good as yesterday, but I hope so.
Over at the secondary feature table, Dan Shak has opened with ace-jack. And he's now facing a shove from Kamal Charoria, a watch dealer from London.
Are we sure he's a watch dealer? Are we sure he's not the bad guy from Skyfall?
Think on your sins.
This shows for like 12 bigs. I think Dan's got a call.
He does call. Charoria at risk.
Oh, you probably have me beat.
What do you got?
Not sure about this shove, actually. Dan would have to call pretty wide, and sometimes with bad hands, that would still be better than his.
He does have 2 live cards, though, looking for a queen or a 9. He doesn't hit the flop. Ace high still ahead. Well, that's an action card. Top pair for Charoria, but a flush draw for Shak.
Is Dan Shak about to get Dan Shacked?
Don't want to look.
It's a club.
Oh my god. I misread my hand. I thought I had queens.
What?
I saw this. I saw this like this. I thought I had queens.
50 what? 7.
And then I turned it over. I said queen 9. I thought, what the f?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, he's doubled up through Dan Shak.
Unbelievable.
Tough break, Dan Shak, but to be fair, you've done it. Come on, you know you have.
Shak down to 158k. At the secondary feature table, they're still talking about Kamal Charoria's accidental shove.
Listen, you want to save face on TV, I get it.
I thought I had 2 queens. Why would I lie? But thank you for your chips anyway.
It's actually nasty to say thank you for your chips. So don't pretend that's not nasty either.
I'm sorry. Wasn't mean. It didn't mean.
Of course,
to be nasty.
don't lie again. Of course, you meant it to be nasty. I'm not going to pretend that I was being nice. So don't say thank you for your chips with you being nice. Okay, I'm at least being honest.
Okay, enough.
Boom, shakalaka.
I didn't think you'd like that argument.
No, I'm here to play poker. I'm not here to argue with you.
Well, you continue to lie. At least I speak the truth.
Really? Poker players speak the truth?
I'm not a poker player.
Okay, Dan, now you're just being argumentative.
No, am I?
I knew it!
There is an all-in at the secondary feature table. Dimitar Danchev just shoved on Kamal Charoria. Kamal snap called with kings.
Oh, God.
Why is he standing up? He's ahead. What does he think he has, king 9?
Danchev does have an overcard and roughly 30% equity.
Oh. Dude, you're winning.
Maybe he only saw the ace.
Fire call. Yeah.
Charoria set to double up through Danchev. Just has to fade an ace on the river. Boom.
You're okay.
Whew. Unbelievable. Sorry about the language. But I've been stuck on 30,000 for like 2 days now. And I got 200. Congrats.
They wanted action here, they're getting it.
Kamal Chararia gets another double up, this time through Dimitar Danchev.
Dimitri, you liking it here as much as I am?
Sorry?
You liking it here as much as I am?
Yeah, kind of sick, but unlucky. Sorry.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed, $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action folded to Mikkel Nielsen, who's got aces.
I just want to let you know, we're all counting on you.
He raises to 80k. Andrea Dato has 8-10 suited. He folds. Ace-king suited for Panka.
Things are about to get pretty ranka for Dominic Panka. Do you know it's actually harder to get dealt ace-king suited than it is to get dealt aces? It's kind of messed up.
Here comes a 3-bet. Panka re-raises to 190,000. Kirill Radzivinou folds the small blind. Andre Letao in the big blind. Also passes. Back on Nielsen.
Folks aren't folding much in position, so I would suspect we're going to see a 4-bet.
He makes it 310,000.
4-bet's a little small, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Panka shoves.
Call.
And Nielsen calls. Panka at risk and behind.
Last time I saw a cooler this big, Rocky was punching meat in it.
Here comes the flop. 2 hearts on board.
Dominic Panka. So good.
He now has 9 outs. And that's one of them!
Me.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Nielsen's not drawing dead. With an ace or 6 on the river, he'll make a full house. No.
Must be nice.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Nielsen since Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Dominic Panka doubles up to over 2.6 million. Mikkel Nielsen down to 1.6 million. Back at the feature table, blinds 25.50. Andrea Dato folds under the gun. Dominic Panka, who did the dirty on Nielsen, has ace-queen of diamonds.
Hope you're happy with yourself, Panka.
He raises to 100k.
Probably gonna crack aces again with this hand.
Radzivinou folds. Letao is out. Gerald Karlik in the small blind has ace-king of clubs.
Like a good ratatouille, it's time to throw a little garlic in this pot.
This is a 3-bet to 260,000. Popov folds the big blind. It's back on Panka.
He's not folding.
He shoves.
Makes sense.
And gets called.
Once again, this is just kind of coolery. Can Dominic deliver another brutal suck out?
Karlik is officially the player at risk. Well, that's a fine and dandy flop for his ace-king. He's set for a double up here. Dominic Panker only has 2 outs. Karlik just has to fade a queen on the river. Oh, it's a queen!
Dominic Panka not making a lot of friends today. Karlik and Nielsen are going to start a support group.
He does it again! Another brutal suck out.
Good luck.
And this one sends Gerald Karlik to the rail in 18th place.
Feels so bad I can't even do another garlic pun. Stinks.
Back at the main feature table, we are going to play a hand from Dominic Panker's perspective. We're going to sweat with Dominic.
No, this should be easy. Just jam with any 2 cards. Kid can't miss today.
Shatalov's raised from the cutoff. Panker's got Queen 10 suited on the button.
It's like when Jamie Lee Curtis dropped the Uzi down the stairs in True Lies. Just hits everything.
Panker calls in position. Popov folds the small blind. Rudoy in the big blind.
His name's Rudoy. I'm always hearing about these Rudoys in South London. Come on, bruv.
I think you mean Rude Boy. And for the record, they don't have them in Putney. So Rudoy calls as well, 3-way to the flop.
Okay, we're in position. Let's just boot up our button-suited Broadway program.
Jack 7 with only 1 spade.
Not a great flop for us.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Shatilov set to continue. 240,000.
I like a fold here, but that's because I am a giant wuss. Shatilov isn't likely to have hit this, and if he's got 2 big cards, he doesn't really even have a draw, so sometimes really good players are going to float here.
Panker calls.
The big blind might have hit something.
Rudo folds. Even though he did hit something, that was probably the best hand.
Probably a good fold because his hand was vulnerable and can't really improve.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Shatilov slows down, he checks.
Well, since we were floating, now would be a good time to fire back a bit. Commence firing sequence.
Panker bluffs for 375,000.
Shatilov can call with pretty much any hand. We're going to have to fire again on the river.
Sure enough, he calls. 1.8 million in the middle. The river card is a queen. A pair for Panker.
There's actually no reason for us to fire now.
Action goes check.
Good check back. It's hard to get value from worse.
Shatilov had ace high.
Nice call on the turn, buddy, but guess what? We're Dominic Panka.
He gets there again, this time against Shatilov. And he's up to over 4.5 million.
Big pot, but against a late position raiser, a call here would make sense.
I call.
He does call.
I don't know how much longer this kid's hot streak can last, though. He's come from behind more often than the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team. Cool runnings, man.
Panker is way behind, but if his 9s can crack Andrea's kings, he'll be our new chip leader. Safe flop for Dato.
Intense stare, Riario. And I think Skynet may have downloaded a Trojan.
Panker down to 5%.
Never click yes on Mac Janitor.
Andrea Dato just has to fade a 9 on the river to double up and survive. Boom.
Dominic Panka is capable of losing a hand. Maybe he's human after all. Just kidding.
He's down to 2.7 million now. Back to the main stage, where we're going to play a hand against Dominic Panka as we sweat with Mikhail Rudoy.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
So it's button versus big blind. Panka is raised. Rudoy's got 8-10.
Totally standard to call here, but against really good players, I'm not likely to call much worse than this. Sorry, I'm a fish.
He defends. And Rudoy flops top pair.
Buckle up your seatbelts. We're going for a ride. Hopefully it will be a short one unless we improve.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Here comes a C-bet from Panka. 200,000.
Well, so far we know this ride is lasting one street. We're like TJ Hooker on the hood of a car. No choice but to hold on.
Rudoy makes the call. The turn card is a third diamond on the board. It also puts a 4-card straight out there.
Checks the play again, I like it.
And Panka checks it back.
Free card, yes!
Deuce of clubs.
Well, we can't value bet.
Rudoy checks for a third time.
There we go. How much?
Well, there's 910,000 in the middle. Panka makes it 325K.
This seems like a really bad spot to bluff, which makes me think we're not winning here, but we're getting like 4-1.
Rudoy calls. Panka has 8-6 for 2 pair.
A lot of folks are bluffing with 2 pair there, but with that sizing, he was probably going for thin value, and he got it. In the words of Mikkel Nielsen, bleeping Panka.
He's up to 3.6 million. 11 players remain. They'll continue to play down to the final 8 today. On the feature table, Hussein Ensan has 6-4 of diamonds. He raises. Ace-Jack of diamonds for Andrei Shatilov. He calls in position. Ace-9 of clubs for Dominic Panka.
Dominic could very easily shove this.
He starts this hand with 25 big blinds. And he's all in. Popov folds the big blind. Ensan's out.
That was a nice way to do that. I think for a lot of folks, this is the worst hand they'd call with.
2-4-8.
Shatilov calls.
Domination, termination. Shatilov over Skynet. Count it.
Once again, Panka needs to come from behind. A 7-7 deuce flop. So chopportunities emerge for Panka. In order to survive, he will need to see an ace, king, 9, 7, or deuce on the river. But has he used up all of his run good today?
Yes.
The last remaining former champ leaves us in 11th place.
Nah, he was living on borrowed time anyway.
Good game, good luck. Good luck. Nice game. Good game, Dave.
Welcome back to Barcelona 2024 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 6 of the main event, the penultimate day of the 5K tournament from Casino Barcelona. 9 players remain. We are 1 away from the official final table, and we do have a short stack of the table, Marius, Catalin, Patea. Meanwhile, it is Fabiano Kowalski, a finalist from 2 years ago, who leads with over 10 million chips. We are going to 100,000, 150,000 blinds, so he's got 66 bigs. Boris Kuzmanovic sits second on the leaderboard. Rania Nasruddin, start of day chip leader, has slipped substantially, especially over the last level. Everyone's locked up, nearly 140K. We've reached the stage of the tournament where there is a money jump with every single elimination. And tomorrow we'll see the runner-up get the better part of $1 million, and we'll see the champion of EPT Barcelona 2024 walk away with over 1.5 million euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And we are joined by the squid. Sam Grafton's here.
Hi, girls and guys.
And Sam, the real story here, and there are two big stories to follow right now, is the prospect of Rania making back-to-back final tables in consecutive EPTs, and Kowalski making the final table of this huge tournament 2 times in 3 years.
Yeah, incredible run from the online legend Kowalski. I mean, he's in good shape here to make the final table, the official final table, as it were. And something disastrous would have to happen. As you say, Rania losing some momentum, gonna have to get control of things and steady the ship.
That's what breaks are for. Really resettle, talk to your friends, your mentors, help calm you down, recognize how big an opportunity this is.
I need to repeat my story about Kowalski from yesterday. Saw him in the corridor. He was all high-fiving. I said, you know, good job. You're going to make the final table 2 years in a row. And he went, just sad because I'm missing the 10K.
That's my
Loves
guy.
the game.
Yeah.
Loves the game.
I mean, it's probably like...
Lynn Janvey is an above-average stack, 52 bigs.
Yeah, when we saw him the other day, he was battling hard. Definitely a competitor at the table, as I'm sure all of these are. Here's one of the stars of the show.
The star.
Oh, I guess people want the password for today's free roll. I'm assuming that registration has now opened because it starts in 15 minutes' time.
Cool enough to be 500Ks. Where are the plaques?
We are honouring one of Spain's finest, an EPT champion by the name of Adrian Mateos. His online handle is Amadi_017, and that is the password for today's free roll.
Just to be clear, it's not Amadi17_0.
That's right, Sam. You need to be precise. So Amadi_017. I'll tell you what, we'll get the mods to put it in chat on YouTube and Twitch so you can
And it's fine because
read it.
Out, but it's just still stupid.
Yeah, and so this is actually a funny moment in the tournament because, of course, EBT's very deluxe playing 8-handed for the majority of time. Here they are, sort of all crowded around 9-handed as Hume comes in for a raise under the gun. Always rooting for a Brit.
I kind of feel that Andrew Hume is a little bit under the radar, considering how many deep runs he makes.
He's made so many deep runs. I feel like, I know it sounds brutal, but he gets like 16th to 8th a whole bunch of the time.
Pretty confident shove here for 11 big blinds following the under the gun opener from Hume. I mean, he did it almost like this is a no-brainer, but frankly, this is a very ambitious shove with minimal fold equity. I mean, against the particular holding of King-Queen, maybe we see a tight fold, but normally this would be pretty risky, Sam.
Yeah, it's going to work here. I mean, actually, Andrew's open is also pretty close, and having caught him with stone bottom of the opening range,
exactly.
It's going to work, but you know, something of an indication of how Patia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is gonna play. Certainly, someone that feels like, okay, I'm the shortest stack. I've got a little bit of a license to gamble.
Yeah, I was in for 2. You were in for 2. A lot of people were in for 2. Okay, yeah.
I think 100 entries.
And as you remarked, that being sort of the bottom of Hume's range, he may as well have had 9s there and then just sort of side call against that super strong range, and then to just see 5s would have been a very easy elimination.
Really? You sat in online?
Yeah, and morale high, I think, at the table. See, also thrilling moment.
Oh, okay. It doesn't count. Yeah.
To make it EPT final.
They love calling you.
They love the star reading.
Yeah, for
Where's
sure.
your patch? I guess you got the
Stephen, a bubbly personality. And him and Coleman must have played some hands together over the last few years. Stephen been around a bit longer than Coleman at high and mid stakes, I think. But 2 very, very accomplished American players. You know, as we saw with the super high roller, a lot of the top American players spreading their wings, coming over to Europe. A lot of the guys that have made their name in the PokerGo studio and on the American tour.
Well, just while there's a moment of silence at the table, just to remind you that the free roll today has 2.5K in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool, a bronze power pass to the winner, available on all shared liquidity licenses except Belgium, Germany and Sweden. So if you want me to be more specific, that's EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK. If you play on one of those licenses, you can enter today's free roll. Password, Amadi_017. And yes, Rania's Open is about to be 3-bet by Zhang Wei with kings.
Yeah, and at this point in the tournament, things get a lot more dicey. But I don't picture Rania's style being to fold this.
Yeah.
These two are, you know, I mean, I haven't even seen all the footage, and I know they've got a bit of history.
Yeah, a lot of history from my indications.
Yeah, she's going to have to tread carefully.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that she would go all in with this hand. But, you know, continuing with the call. Wow.
Very nice
Very
fold.
disciplined fold from Rania. Wow.
Really important fold there. Realizing the position she's in here.
Yeah, putting, you know, 20% of your chips in the pot there with just ace-10 suited with these other short stacks. Maybe not the best course of action. So good instincts from Rania.
Yeah, and the reason is just that, you know, if it comes a flush draw, if it comes a 10, you're getting it in. There's no room for maneuver.
Yeah.
So you kind of, that's fine for chips. You just, you know, take your pot odds and position. On finals, a collision hands so much money to the shorter stacks that you're forced to play more conservatively, and it's a nice adjustment. I mean, she should know how to play finals. She's been on two of the biggest ones in the world in the last 4 months.
Well, technically, you know, the final table is the final table of 8 here.
Yes.
At the
I always make this joke about, you know, as the 9th person's limit. I don't want them saying you were on the final table. You can say you were on the last table,
No.
but I don't want to hear I made the final table in Barcelona.
You didn't take the photo.
Yes.
Rania with Jack-9 of diamonds. Folds.
And you know what pained her? Because it's a hand that she would have felt so comfortable playing earlier on when she had a lot of chips. Now she has to be a bit more cautious. Nice run up for Fournier. You were sort of looking at him all day around 2 million. But he won a couple big hands.
Phoned up his dad overnight. I want better playing cards, Dad. Print me some more kings and aces.
It's a horrible French-Canadian accent.
Here we get the blind on blind spot.
Everyone, when they're talking to their parents, sounds the same. Doesn't matter what accent you have, you sound like that when you're talking to your parents.
Sounds like a whiny
Yeah.
And we'll limp in. As I say, I mean, it's worth emphasizing just what a strong player Coleman is. I mean, really top player. Not quite Jesse Lonis, but in that kind of echelon.
Ooh, good word, echelon.
So a 10 high flop. Top pair for Hume.
Yeah, it's a good start indeed. Obviously, the SPR is that bit deeper in a single raise pot. And for that reason, because it's going to run out in a whole variety of ways that are bad for our position, that will change the nuts, you have to be selective with your betting frequency.
Yeah, and of course, this being a limped pot, Coleman not going to take the bait. Not with that holding. Going to be happy to check with the king high and turn some equity.
About 6 on the turn. Coleman gains equity. Hume's still a 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, and you see Hume's dilemma. Of course you want to protect this hand. Of course you want to get value from this hand. But the nuts, you know, a very obvious straight comes in on a 4, a 9. There's 5 overcards. There's a flush draw. And will come with a larger sizing. And a bit annoying for Coleman. Knows the king can be good as well as the straight draw.
Yeah. And your opponent could, you know, just as easily have something like 9-3 suited here. You know, some hands you're ahead of.
Makes the call. We go to the river. which is the 8 of clubs. The board has bricked out for Coleman.
Yes, and now Hume has to decide whether to value bet again. Obviously, the queen plays on the occasions Coleman checks back a 10, and he will do that from time to time. Can get value from the 5x, 6x. Or does he want to check and allow some other hands to bluff?
Queen 10.
Action goes check, check. Hume shows it down, wins the pot.
Yeah, and every pot at this stage of the tournament is significant.
Yeah, chips up to 25 bigs, puts some distance between himself and Marius Catalin-Patea, who's at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Nice pot for the man they call Stato.
Yes, a man who I believe, or I'm told by Chill11 Poker on Twitch, is a countdown champion.
Oh, I can't. You didn't cover that. I assume that was passé by now. Yeah, obviously one of the ways he's known at a very young age was a countdown champion.
So, what is countdown to this little Canadian?
So it's a British quiz show. We have lots of nerdy.
There is an EPT connection to Countdown.
Really?
It's currently hosted by Colin Murray, the original commentator on the European Poker Tour.
Okay, there you go.
And yeah, you do both maths puzzles, like or a particular maths puzzle, where you're given a bunch of numbers and you have to arrive at the answer they have. And also you do a sort of word puzzle where you have to get an anagram very, very quickly.
What's the other poker connection to Countdown?
I don't know. We have shot clocks also.
30-second shot clock.
Everyone knows that.
I'm more of a splitter steel guy myself, but
apologies to everyone watching in other nations. So. And another nice holding for Lynn. I like his bracelets. Swaggy.
And he raises to 300,000. Queen 10 for Coleman in the small. He folds. Stephen Song in the big blind.
I mean, Stephen Song just looks like a man that deserves an EPT title. Look at him. He's just loving it. The baseball cap, the T-shirt. He just looks the part. He's in bad shape here.
He is dominated going to this flop, which is King 4-7.
Yeah, good board for the Razor, who opens some ace, some King X off, and turn card comes in.
Ooh.
yeah, obviously this is a brutal turn card for Stephen Song. I will say, you know, does he imagine Jinwei to be checking this flop with, say, air? Certainly something like, you know, 2 jacks, 2 queens, maybe 2 nines would check the flop. But would he then start coming out firing on the ace turn? So I don't know if he always pays off 2 bets, if it's a complete brick and Jinwei just slams it. But we'll have to see. He's very, very high up in his range with ace 10.
Yeah, and the flush does come in.
Just quick check back.
Wow.
Another pot for Lin Jianwei.
He's embarrassed.
Who sits in 3rd spot on the leaderboard right now. No, make that second as Leapfrog Kuzmanovic. 9.3 million. 61 big blinds.
Sam, how many more chips do you make in that pot?
For me, good river for me. Club river.
The value?
Well, the club river is good for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely correct to play very cautiously at this stage in the tournament. You can't sort of push your edge and maximize your equity quite as comfortably. The fear of facing a check raise, just deterring Lin from seeking that extra street of value.
Sam asking when is the next episode of The Big Game out. All 10 episodes from that season we filmed in Vegas last year available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel. New season being filmed in Vegas this year during the NAPT. Before that, a new season of the Mystery Cash Challenge, which will start releasing episodes on YouTube later this month. Andrew Hume with ace queen. A lot of ace queens about today.
Yeah, and Coleman deciding whether he can 3-bet bluff this. What properties does he want to go after Stato?
800.
And does feel that he can attack just a delicate sizing. And Stephen Song here taking an interest. Sure whether this is posturing or not.
Jacks.
Wow. And this is a big, big hand now in the small blind. Amazing spot to find yourself with the Cowboys. See, there's a lot of other hands which would be a tough decision if you had, let's say, ace king. You might want to just shove. So it's just deciding on what the 4-bet sizing is, what it should look like, and balancing for when he's got tougher decisions. Come on, 5-bet, 7-4 off. Hand of the tournament. He does fold, and it's back on who had a very strong holding in the cutoff. I've got all English there, the cutoff. And Coleman on the button is being laid a nice price, but the offsuit hands just can't continue. And actually that's worked out incredibly well for Stato 1. Very lucky, because had he been 3-bet,
No, but it actually
by Stephen from the small blind, we could well
I didn't have the number ones.
Have seen a competition.
Besides that, I was chilling.
Besides that, I was chilling.
Thanks, pal. I'm sure you had a reasonable hand too.
Yes.
Nowhere near as nice as mine.
Can't see the stream and have a 4 in your hand.
Nah.
This is delightful.
Free roll has started. I think late registration still running for another 15 minutes, so you can still use the password, Amadi_017.
So it's supposed to be like a joking slam?
That was pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that.
It's probably a mixture. It's probably a mixture of both.
It's supposed to be a joke. It came across as like actually being angry.
This is why it's nice to have Americans at the final, you know, or in the tournament.
Yeah, it sounds worse.
It's like you, yeah.
Hard as a rock.
It's a pretty good life, the gambling life. Traveling around with your buddies, playing cards. And we saw Rania fold Jack-9 suited in a similar position. What's his appetite? No. And now Coleman with hand of the moment.
I was going to say hand of the orbit. It's almost like it's moving around the table, right?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Stephen. You're going to get ace queen next.
Going to have another bite at the cherry.
More than 5, right?
Our first look at Kowalski.
5-4 of spades. That's in his wheelhouse.
It is indeed. And we'll continue with a call. Matches up very nicely against a lot of the opens, as we see. Got the opposite end of the deck. Wow, Jesse Lonis style, flopping top 2.
Nice. Coleman with the wheel draw.
Yeah, and Kowalski considering a lead here. A lot of the opens come from the big cards. A hand like King Queen is in real trouble on this board. And so as the big blind, maybe you have 6-7 off. As we can see, we have the 5-4, the 5-3 suited. Having those stronger hands allows us to lead for a small sizing. Coleman, without a diamond, I don't think he will want to fold. But it's not very exciting, just because you're a little worried that if the wheel comes in, it's your opponent that has all the 6x. But we go to a turn.
We do indeed, and that turn card is 3.
Yeah, just really well priced there by Kowalski. Really not, you know, when you're this loaded with 2 pair, you really want your opponent to continue with a hand like ace-queen, so probably why he sized down, I think.
Yeah, and not a card that anyone wanted to see, really. Kowalski going to know that he still has the best of it. 3, not too many 3s in his opponent's range, but has been outdrawn by, let's say, pocket 6s, pocket 8s, pocket kings. May not even raise on this board. Sure how Coleman will play those holdings. And we'll bet again, sort of nudge the pot. And now the ace-queen really does shrivel up. We are on occasion drawing dead. On the other hand, 300 into 1.7 million.
Yeah, 1.4, but all the same, still a very small bet.
Makes the call, 2 million in the middle now as we go to the river, which is the 9 of diamonds.
Ooh. Yeah, and Kowalski's hands got worse and worse down the streets.
Yeah, and I mean, Coleman's got to imagine he can't win if he faces a check here from the Brazilian. So there's actually a version of this hand now, after seeming so unlikely that he would win it, that David Coleman can come away with this 2 million chip pot. And in a lot of ways, you found yourself at the bottom of your range here on the river. Oh, he's still betting.
Yeah, and
let's go.
So it was 225 on the flop, 300K on the turn, 1.8 million, near enough full pot on the river.
What is this? This is next level. Like,
it's bizarre to me. A little bit strange from Kowalski, but this is the way the man gets it done. He's not. I mean, it's pretty
that
wild.
was off the map, man. That was badass. Like, his opponent could certainly just have like freaking ace jack with the ace of diamonds or something. Like, finds it up to 11 million.
Okay.
Fabiano Kowalski.
The man's ready to rumble. He's
Yeah.
ready to rock and roll. He looks like a rock star. He's
Yeah.
playing like a rock star.
Yeah.
He's still chip leader, with Patea still short.
By the way, you saw Coleman shake his head. He was like, "This isn't."
Yeah.
He was like, "This isn't a thing, buddy."
Yeah, and just to clarify for the viewer out there wondering why we're so excited about a player betting pot with the best hand and getting a fold, is because, you know, it seems a strange hand to sort of turn into a bluff there. And, you know, had he checked, I think we deduced that maybe Coleman would have been able to make a bet and Kowalski have a very difficult time to call. So found a way to win the pot when, you know, the favors switched to Coleman, certainly by the river.
I shouldn't have said that, actually.
No, it's kind of.
You dropped.
People back home are gonna kill me.
I think Kowalski. I didn't quite hear, but he's
That
alluding
used to
to
be
it.
the problem with Asians too. Asians used to just bluff it off always, and then
Yeah, now that
we collectively came together as a group, and
You had a meeting of all Asians?
Hume raising here with ace 8.
now we don't bluff.
Round to Patea on the button.
So I'd love to ask you a couple questions about that hand, Sam.
Kowalski folds out of turn again.
That's going to be a penalty.
It's just because, I don't know.
Your chips are too much. You gotta start.
Yeah, it was just, he was with the hands like this, so I didn't solve.
No, they're not going to give him a penalty. Maybe they'll just give him a little one.
No, it's been automatic two-hand penalty.
Yeah, it
for Herb.
happened yesterday.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's already happened once today.
If you do it twice?
Maybe it was today. Yeah.
But we've seen two other players already.
They're going to deal with it afterwards, or?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Kowalski a
And he's
little
gonna lose his
high
button
off
cutoff,
his,
too.
Of his bluff.
Oh.
Got a little bit giddy.
No.
Oh, no, Pertia.
Penalty, please.
Pratia, he didn't see Andy's raise. He's just flattened.
See, this is the problem. When someone does something funky, it just throws the entire
It
hand.
just goes into Funk Town. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
Like, this is...
And Rania just calls as well.
What is happening?
Very deceptive overflats. I think maybe we need to do something here with the inverted commas dead money.
Either a very good hand.
And now, well, Nazardine can bluff. She's the only one with 3-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deceptive is... It's generous. I mean, it seems like a very, very good spot to go all in for the 21 big blinds effective. Pertia doesn't appear to be trapping here. And like we alluded to, perhaps didn't even know that Hume opened.
Yeah, what wild scenes here.
Yeah.
And you know, it speaks of the kind of experience of being on a giant final table, the sort of relief.
Oof.
And in she blows.
Crazy.
Sure.
Joe James and
Check the jack.
just another commentator. And Rania, sometimes when people slow play a hand, they get a little, yeah, she does check. Andrew, with quite bad properties in terms of having spades, will know that whether Pertia meant to raise or call, the jack gonna hit him pretty well. Andrew's pretty disciplined player. And now Pertia has stumbled his way, whether he would have called if Kowalski hadn't folded out a turn, whether he knew there was a raise, whatever the circumstances of the hand, he's now arrived at a situation where there's a million chips in the pot. And he goes sizable.
Yeah, 550,000.
And I hope Rania can, yeah, she just does get away
Real
from it.
comfortable over here.
A nice pickup for Pertia. Finds a win in this hand where
like
many,
that,
many
friend.
wouldn't.
Nice.
There are Petia's friends on the rail, Dan and Mihai. By the way, so Kowalski did fold out a turn
There they come.
during the previous level. He's already had a warning. This is the second time it's happened. That's why he gets a
Yeah, they're all
penalty.
playing.
What's weird is we've seen a number of players do this earlier today.
No excuse.
Most commonly what's happening is people are getting up from the table while they've still got cards in front of them and effectively folding out a turn.
Yeah. And you know,
Because they're on dinner break.
it's understandable. It really
Yeah,
does
he's eating
affect the play.
food.
I mean, it's possible that Pertia wouldn't have called
Early dinner?
if Kowalski had not folded out a turn. I
He's
don't
got a
think
nice
that that's
stack.
what happened, but it does affect the action, and we are playing for millions of dollars.
get like
So it might
4
seem a bit firm, but you know, particularly with Kowalski, I think he'll take it on the chin. He's an experienced pro, and if you're making mistakes, there's not much excuse.
No, I don't know.
No,
I was joking.
really?
I mean, for most of the...
That makes it more fun.
That's super savage.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate.
If you, I mean, even if you don't play most of the hands, they don't show.
It's a shame because it's also a jovial table, and you don't want to sort of kill that vibe in a way.
And he folded.
Hume
That makes one of us.
keeps getting half a hand.
And it's Fournier who's raised here with ace-6 suited.
One more. One more. It was a long hand.
Have we put him in a shark cage?
I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose, but please be careful because both times I open and it's much easier for him to play when you're in that hand. So.
You know, Griffin brought up the
wow.
shark cage yesterday. I was wondering, does that cage still exist somewhere? Is it in storage somewhere? Or if we ever brought back the format, will we have to build a new one?
Stat is giving him a dressing down. You don't want to be told off by an Englishman. Don't make us bring over Toby Stone. Don't make us. Toby Stone is in a cage, and if we unleash him, you are in trouble.
It's actually Daniel. It's actually dangling in Daniel Negrani's house.
You definitely didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It wasn't a Sam Savro.
Of course, Negreanu winning season 2 of the Shark Cage.
Shoves, he's just like tossing the time bank.
This is like the worst acting job of all time.
Yeah, and
that face is fantastic.
28.
Who does? It could have been a mistake.
Taking advantage of the position he's opened in, will c-bet and win.
No. Don't give Sam the benefit of the doubt.
Aż mu idemo.
Idemo.
I went to.
Is he handcuffed?
Yeah,
That seems a bit excessive. Is he handcuffed? No, it's
I
okay.
was playing for a Croatian stable for a while.
Oh, which one?
One more, Fabiano, one more.
Yeah, that was 2.
Yeah, I was playing.
Wait, I thought that was the second hand.
I really think we should see what he would have had, if possible, right? Make him put it in the box and then fold it.
The small blind should count. I was going to play that.
Well, he missed his button and the cutoff. Why did he miss the high? I'm confused.
He's not. He's the cutoff.
The cutoff right now.
Oh, the button.
Show us Kowalski's hand. Show us.
To be honest, it's amazing that everyone's so relaxed. It's lovely to see.
Well,
I mean,
Strick would be like around.
they are still playing for money, right, James?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. And
Hundreds
you're
of
gonna,
thousands.
Like, smack
Another
Just
penalty.
well, Kowalski, it's just a regular occurrence. Once every couple of years. Ranier, it's just,
Twice a year, maybe
twice a
3
year.
times.
Yeah, who knows? He's probably to come,
play this
Cyprus.
hand fast enough, he might miss 3.
Yeah.
he's really chancing it. He's walking pretty far.
Coleman with Queen 10 of hearts.
Coleman, I can already picture 10 years from now when we show the footage. He'll still be around and we'll be like, wow, doesn't Coleman look young? I can already see that. All right, here comes Song again.
775.
And actually a little bit on the small side, but in position here. Maybe wanting this is actually kind of interesting, and tell me what you think about this theory, Sam. Maybe allowing a little bit of room for Coleman to find some 4-bet folds off this stack. I mean, it is just 30 big blinds, but making it smaller, knowing that, you know, obviously Fabi is not there at his seat.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't flat out position on finals.
Yeah.
So
Let's hear the good fold, pal.
Great fold, pal.
Oh, God.
No.
nice little
That
double
was-
act, these two.
I'm sunning it.
Yeah, you know.
He gave me the good fold, pal.
He's really buttered. It was a good fold.
Oh, God.
There's some partners on the rail.
Yeah.
No.
It's not good.
And yeah, just, you know, Queen 10 suited for chips. Such a beautiful playable hand, and you can take advantage of pot odds. Here, because you can't bluff catch, because you can't fast play flush draws and the like, you're just forced out for that smaller size.
You got a very good hand, too.
And Steven sort of knows that and knows that Coleman will respect it.
Good hands.
And Kowalski is back.
Enough, you know? That's the worst. Good, but not good enough.
Yeah. Just to get you in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Good enough to get you involved.
But not good enough to say it's enough.
Yeah.
So we did have one short stack at the table, Marius, Catalin, Patea, but after that hand, the weird 3-way hand, where he managed to bink that jack on the turn. He's now hovering around 20 bigs. In fact, he and Andrew Hume pretty much tied at the bottom of the leaderboard, but not uncomfortable stacks, certainly not in the danger zone.
Yeah, he's chipped up nicely, got that light rejam through with 5s. And then unorthodox.
Be too careful now, you know. Now, yeah.
I wonder what the next penalty
Jack
is.
10 flat.
Orbit.
Probably orbit.
It could be, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure.
W had aces both times. Like.
I had a very good hand.
I told it this morning when I had 2-hand penalty, I dodge a busto for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Need to think positive.
Yeah.
And Lynn will let it
Ride the
go.
wave at this point and you see what's up.
Yeah.
You ride
So
the
it's like
wave.
distracted there by bits of furniture being moved around. Griffin, have you broken another chair?
Danger zone. Is that too late?
Yes, too late. Answer the question.
No, I was told that, that I could replace it with we had a small chair replacement. I think I broke the previous chair, but I didn't say anything. Anyways, I got a new chair now. I'm wearing a nice new sweater. I'm ready to go.
Kowalski still up at nearly 11 million, up over 70 big blinds. It's still an hour to play out this blind level. This is the last level before the dinner break, I believe.
Yeah, and let's just dwell on that a moment. Of course, it's been mentioned time and again that this is Kowalski's second deep run in this, but it is remarkable. I mean, speaking for myself as someone that's played EPT mains for 14 years now and never made a final table, to final the biggest and brightest of EPTs twice in quick succession, or twice in a career, it's really an amazing feat of endurance and skill.
He was also talking about his result in 2018, where he just missed out on the final table, where he came 11th.
Wow, absolutely crazy. And obviously, coming from a strong online background, EPT really been a place where online talent has come and thrived over the years, and Kowalski part of that long legacy.
Surprising to see a Brazilian, though. Do they play online?
Yeah, they're the bad ones, right? Vamu and all that.
Vamu, oh, the ja, yeah. They never do anything. Now, one of the most successful, well, really the most successful in many years. Now, at W Coop Scoop, we're always astounded by how much success they have in the online circles.
Basically, if they fail to win at least 80 titles in a series, it's considered to be a bit of a fail.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything after if you go
back to Vegas? I'm sure Kowalski will be playing over WQ. Had a great night out with him in Sao Paulo when I visited there for BSOP. It was a classic where he messed up a hand, I messed up a hand. I mean, he punted. He got 5th, and I messed up a hand and got 3rd. And so we were being down. So he said, well, listen, mate, let's go out and drown ourselves. I was like, great. It's like, meet in the lobby. And I was like, yeah, great. What time? Thinking we're meeting in the lobby at like 9, you know, like go to my room, change, meet in the lobby at 10. He was like, yeah, meet about 11:30, 1, we'll meet in the lobby or whatever. So, you know, that's the time you go out in Sao Paulo, you know?
It's nice.
I was out with Ariel Bahia. You remember Ariel Bahia?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What a name.
Out till 6 in the morning in
grand.
What was the name of the club?
Oh, I don't remember. I wasn't there.
No, I'm trying to think. What's the name of the club? It was cool anyway. It was this sick club where, like, at 4 a.m. the roof retracted and you see the like sun going down. It was like amazing, yeah.
Wow.
And also, poker's big because there was a headline DJ and he came down and came to our booth and shook all our hands because he's a poker fan. You got to love the life in Brazil, by the way.
Man.
Yeah, Song's opened in early position. John Wei with queens on the button.
And maybe even mix in some flats here. And does.
Yeah.
Very under-repped.
Just calls in position.
This is nice.
Yeah.
This is very nice.
Love this. This is exactly how I'd feel. I'd feel comfortable playing in this pot.
And it's a low board.
Yeah, nice flop for the 2 9s Song. You can picture the overcards and such. The SPR is very deep, so a C-bet isn't quite as effective at this stack because your opponent can float and allow the board to change. Song will bet out. Obviously, 9s of all the overpairs, the one that needs the most protection, that benefits most from folds.
Yeah, and maybe the big bets for some kind of definition, right? Not necessarily wanting the, ace-jack of spades float or anything like that, clearing out that equity. But once Jinwei continues, going to know that he's going to be quite strong here. And that's going to help him, I think, going down the streets. If he just bets something like 30%, 25, 30%, he's going to get a lot of floats and not really have a great idea of where he stands in this very unique situation, this being, with 9 left.
Yeah, and very dynamic turn card here as 6s, 7s pick up additional equity. Obviously, the will draw turns. Should an ace, queen of spades, ace, 10 of spades continue, turns a flush and straight draw. Very dicey situation now for Song. And with the nuts changing on the over half the rivers, might want to come with check, and he does so.
Very nice. Yeah, recognizing not going to be many 8s in Jianwei's range. Mostly going to be you know, 10s through queens, big club draws, maybe some backdoor spades like an ace queen of spades, an ace jack of spades. But the bet comes in, and I really want to see what Steven Song is going to respond with here.
How much is it?
Ooh, very difficult to fold to that amount. I don't think that's going to get him out of there. I think that's a very good bet.
Yeah, and Steven's going to wonder if it's ever a bet from a worse hand. Is there 5-6 of diamonds or ace-5 suited that would bet this way?
Yeah, and he's going to call for the reasons Sam mentioned.
Well, Song needs to spike a 2-outer on the river.
Yeah, and in fairness, I think Genway could be betting something like 7s or 6s even as for protection with a size like that.
Does not hit. It goes check, check on the river.
Boom. And we have not quite a new chip leader, but now right beside Fabiano.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows how, you know, there wasn't even that much money went in, right?
Yeah.
In single raise pot, it's a big, big swing at these, you know, that's a significant
that is Steven's partner, Miji, not wanting to be on camera.
Well, she's just so embarrassed that her partner lost the pot, you know?
Yeah. Got to check fold the 9s there, she's saying.
Can't believe he called the turn. Get me off the camera.
Yeah, and Lin right up neck and neck, over 10 million chips, the same as Kowalski. And I'm right in saying there's never been a Chinese EPT winner. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Wow. Finally, that tiny nation could catch a break. Yeah. On the PokerStars. Are they playing the free roll? Is it available in China?
No, it's not.
Oh, goddamn.
Kowalski has opened with Queen 10 of diamonds. Round to Fournier, who's got Queen Deuce. Check 9 for Genway. Andrew Hume on the button with Ace King of diamonds.
Yeah, beautiful sight to behold for Andrew Hume. Especially with the chip leader opening.
1.7 million. 1.7.
Committing re-raise from Hume and the action back on Kowalski.
And nice to see something. See, he won that nice pot with the Queen 10 blind on blind, but nice to see something going Stado's way there.
Let me just fold.
Part of the sort of DTD Nottingham crew, so many strong players come out of there, but also with a very impressive online pedigree, battled across the stakes. Kind of similar to myself, actually. We sort of came up at a very, very similar time. Met first at UK IPT Nottingham, I would say. It's around 2010, 2011, one of my first tournaments. And, you know, we were both playing low to mid stakes then, and now play mid to high. Very, very good player indeed. Big cricket guy. Doesn't play over the summer because he's playing cricket. The most British of sports. Sure.
Like poker, one of the few games where you have meal breaks.
Yes.
If at first you don't succeed, raise King 10 off under the gun, 9-handed.
Kowalski, I mean, he knows how to play a chip lead. Because there's so few flats, I guess he feels blockers are most important. Especially the thing about this is because the big blind is also short. King 10 a much better hand against 20 big blinds than it is against, you know, I think if this was Song's big blind, he might fold it and prefer to open suited hands.
And it gets the dominating King Queen, and it feels a bit handcuffed off 22 big blinds. You know, it feels too good to fold, but you know, just because of maybe what the assumptions we might make about Kowalski's range, but maybe we're just making those assumptions because we can see that he is opening something like the King 10. But Portilla going to go for it and call in the big blind with 6-5 of spades.
6-3 spades, yeah.
Pardon me, yeah.
Loose defend, indeed.
Oh!
Two pair against top pair. Action check to Kowalski.
Wow, remarkable. I mean, very deceptive. You know, and the 3 somewhat negated. You don't defend 6-3 off or King 3 off, or maybe even King 6 off. So it's not many 2 pairs available, especially with the King of Hearts.
Yeah, this is bad news for Kowalski. I mean, I will say he does have the backdoor diamonds.
But he has this, and he does come with check raise, fast playing. And, you know, we can imagine Kowalski just releasing a Queen 10 of Hearts here and now, but does find himself with top pair and the 10 of diamonds. And the SPR is very shallow. Were he to call, would be less than pot to play. Does he want to call and see a, inverted commas, brick turn to trouble those flush draws?
Well, Kowalski is calling the raise.
Yeah.
We'll see a turn card. 2.65 million in the pot. Portilla with less than pot behind. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, and 4-5 does come in, the straight draw.
Yeah, 7-5 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds type hand is now picked up. Pair equity might just be shoving here on this SPR.
Yeah, and this is a bad spot for Kowalski. He's got to recognize that he's asking for a count, doesn't snap call. He's got to recognize that under the gun, he's obviously going to have ace-king and king-queen. Could his opponent just have king-jack, let's say, and he's just outkicked it? You know, the value, you know, I was alluding to comes from sort of the lack of sets and 2 pairs, but maybe this is just king-queen.
I think he's going to have a very difficult time folding. I think he might deduce that Portilla is the kind of hand that could have, you know, king 8 suited here or king 9 off.
No, I mean, he wouldn't take this line, I don't think, with king 8.
This is the guy who shoved the 5s from, you know, another position open. I mean, might just be playing his hands.
Kowalski taking a long look at him. And he will let it go. Good. Really nice fold from Kowalski.
So good.
Yeah, Romania.
Yeah, really, really good. Had the 10 of diamonds in hand to interfere with the 10-9 of diamonds, 10-8 of diamonds, ace-10 of diamonds. I think that really helps make the decision. And we're just seeing, I mean, he might not know when the action's on him, but we still see he's an absolutely top player.
So during that hand, Rania on the rail with Julian Sitbon. Spreading the gossip on the other players. He did what?
Wow, I love this. We're just going. We just go. If you try and talk straight on the rail, we will hound you. What's that?
If there are cameras there and there are microphones there,
do your worst.
It's definitely got 30k in chips.
Give me the 10k.
Yeah, another remarkable hand, by the way, and we see
there is another
one that starts
a little bit of what has allowed Kowalski to put together such a strong record in Barcelona. That I think there are players that he would call down there, but he knew his man, and also it's catapulted Portilla up the leaderboard. I mean, this was our extreme short stack. You know, after the last break on 11 big blinds. Now above Andrew, David, and Arania. As we see the first raise from Boris, and very beautiful looking Queen Jack. We're going to face some opposition from Stephen Song. This guy is deep enough where Stephen can make a flat call, particularly having the button. Boris, from a cash game background, I don't know him well, but chatted with him from time to time. Not sure whether his specialization these days is tournament or cash game, but certainly for a long time was a cash game player.
It's different side of the table.
Table besties.
Finally, I can have position.
Steven, well, this is great, and there it is.
Domination rotation.
Yeah, and Kuzmanovic not going to get overexcited. Obviously, nice to have outflopped, particularly hands like 10s and 9s. And what does Steven want to do? I mean, where's our bluffing region? Is it better to just start firing, let's say, a hand like pocket 7s and try and force a fold from 10s and just allow this gut shot to realize in position? Or do we want to start betting now and ourselves pressurize some hands? Steven Song feels like with no backdoor flush draw, and he would probably flat, let's say, all the ace-queen off in this position. Got plenty of hands from which he, you know, plenty of value hands. Maybe, I don't know whether he would have 6s in the spot, but feels like half pot is the play. But Boris got that backdoor heart draw as well. And you see how quickly the pot swells, 2 million in there.
Never mind.
Drills it. You got to bet it, otherwise it doesn't come, Griff. You know that.
Yeah. And now Song is in a position where he wants to get as much money in as possible with Broadway, but against a cap ranged of Kuzmanovic, you might just have something like, you know, an ace-5 suited here. You don't want to necessarily scare those kind of hands off.
He's going big, mate.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he is, but it's just, you know, against this particular holding, I don't think it's going to work out well.
Yeah, and Steven taking an assessment of what sizing to go. What's the weakest hand that he'll bet?
1.250.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah. And frustrating for Kuzmanovic. Does obviously interfere with some of the value, but there's just not much you can do.
The fold, pal.
Good fold.
Of course.
Song now third in chips.
That's okay.
Are they going to cheer when he 3-bets you again, or what's going to happen?
They're Team Steven, let's be honest.
Okay.
So Andrew Hume is now officially the shortest stack, but he, David Coleman and Rania Nesruddin all kind of bunched together around the 25 big blind mark.
Yeah, a little squished at the bottom, 23 to 30 big blinds. Four players separate by 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
And it's
days of
going to really hamstring them.
Non-stop.
And you were over making good folds.
Mm-hmm.
$300,000 raise, seat number 9.
Boris is back for more. Raising with King 9 this time.
Come on, Boris. Towards the bottom of the opening range, we imagine.
Jack 10 suited for Lin Jianwei.
Yeah, it's a candidate, but you know, probably preferential to have a ace X and the like.
4 folds, 5 folds. 6 folds.
Fabiano Kowalski, Queen Deuce in the small blind.
7.
And Rania Nasruddin in the big.
This is
with
5 of the day, right?
This is the 4th.
Oh, 4.
And then
9-4
fourth
suited,
dinner,
that goes in the
5.
back.
Right.
And one more after.
I think
It's 3 more level.
So EPT Barcelona concludes tomorrow. Sunday, the 8th, is also the first day of WCOOP, most prestigious online series of the year. Hundreds of tournaments, including 12 World Championship events. It concludes with the 10K main event. There'll be cards-up coverage of key tournaments on Twitch. We will be streaming the last 3 days of the main event, September 30th through October 2nd. Of course, buy-ins start at $5.50, and if you want to qualify for any of the bigger events, plenty of ways to get in. Spin and goes, traditional satellites, power path. The world is your W-Coupe oyster.
Yeah, going to be very, very juicy series indeed. Can't wait to get stuck in. I will be playing a $5 tournament, just to be clear.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. $5.50.
On the button, my guy.
7 raises 300,000.
Baby on the way.
You can see his pregnant partner, Mariana, watching him from the rail.
Just endless brags from this guy. That'll sort his hairline out, though, at least. Come back in 3 years and that'll be gone. Yeah, and Kuzmanovic considering whether to elevate here or just to call. And
elevation in the nation.
Yeah, this is particularly for a cash game player, I think a kind of natural 1 to 3 bet. Forcing out, you know, we've got a blocker and an unblocker, sort of picturing all the offsuit raise folds. And Kowalski, I would be snap folding, but you never know with Fabiano. Not many hands the big blind can get in. But will release.
Ace 9? No. Almost.
Boris can have one time then.
He said ace 5.
Sorry.
I think he said, yeah, ace 5, yeah.
1 ace.
I really wish it was like 15 seconds until open.
Play from Boris.
Yeah, especially this week.
Especially
now
on
when,
the
like,
FT.
there's going to be no stalling.
Actually, if we all agreed, do you think they would do that? No.
No.
No?
TV.
To be honest, I did say to Toby the other day, I think you don't need the shot clock at the final.
Yeah, we all have a decent sum.
So it's
Like-
not the problem.
Because
And
no one could
tomorrow
stall
we get
against
another
the other
6.
tables. No
Yeah.
one could get
We wouldn't agree
irritated. It's actually very, very tough.
You for sure wanted.
Unless
bit
someone's
more time.
abusing it, in which
Yeah,
case
I
you
like
can
a bit
just-
of time.
I mean,
It's very, very tough.
Daniel, you don't care?
Yeah, I love the drama at a final table when someone's used all their time bank cards, though, and then only has 30 seconds per decision.
15 pre.
15 pre, you're right.
Yeah, I mean until the second action, blah blah blah. But yeah, yeah, and Andy with a sort of a tweener. Oh wow, and we'll make a conservative fold, and I understand that, recognizing his position in the tournament, hoping, you know, one of the other reasons to fold is just hoping there's a clash behind, and with Patia playing looser than some might off this stack.
Oh, it was.
Perhaps
I
it's
thought
a
it was
good
actually,
strategy.
like, final two tables.
No, nothing like that. Nah, I
You
blew,
had, like,
I blew
heaps
away
every-
before.
you had, like,
yeah, I hit you every day.
Actually, yeah, I thought it was fair.
You went deep, 3 years?
Yeah, the year before.
Oh, the year before, okay.
Punted it.
Oh, did you? Better to go out battling, you know?
Yeah, like, I wish I just didn't do something stupid.
Well, that's always hindsight, right? Sometimes something stupid gets you that far.
I made the final two tables with half a small blind. It was just before the
Meanwhile,
break.
across the room,
Sure.
in the women's event, could this be the final hand? It is. Congratulations to Soraya Estrada taking down the women's event here at EPT Barcelona for 11,350 euros. Jocelyn Yin, the runner-up, for just over 7K.
GG. Very nice to take down a spade.
84 entries in this year's women's event. Olga Yemelcheva came third. Maria Lampropoulou finished fourth.
Wow, star-studded.
Yeah.
A reminder that Olga is one of the players in the new season of the Mystery Cash Challenge, which will debut soon on the PokerStars YouTube channel. But congratulations to the winner, Soraya Estrada.
All right, that's great to see.
She can't stop smiling. It's so infectious. I love it.
Q Morons asking, why is there a women's only event? some of the pricks I've had to endure on YouTube in the last 48 hours are the exact reason why poker still needs women's events.
You were deep enough to make our sweet.
Yeah, and a loose open from Kowalski off the 5.
Like,
and
probably picked me one cage, like
Rania sort of had.
We didn't get to choose it.
Enough of, him raising
like a random draw.
and Will
I think it was the last
flat in position.
Yeah. He made day 7. Although, like,
little surprised to see this
so exhausting
from our heroine.
This is this is.
I mean, the days have been.
Advantage, Rania.
Sure, yeah, but like
I
the
think
short
when I
days.
bust, I just stayed in my room.
Yeah, and
I just slept.
Kowalski is going to think it's an even stronger range than it actually is.
Yeah, and a range that should really be all over this King 10 board.
No, I did. I didn't even max it. No.
Yeah, and I mean,
Not level
sometimes you
1,
want to
but I got
bluff
in.
deuces, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't know whether Riley is the candidate.
I had my roommate.
And that was a quick flat in position.
From the start.
See, he does beat Ace Queen still.
that's
Harry's like
and Ace Jack.
Seems like I can't go
And
deep on my own.
Nazuddin,
I do all right.
after 2 checks,
support.
going to protect the 10.
Who saw that collusion?
I'm staying with Harry.
No point giving away free cards.
Oh, right, he got 8?
No, he didn't FT either.
No?
It was like 3 of us and we came like 18, 15, 30.
So, another prediction.
A little bit of an unorthodox matchup, but Rania comes out on top.
Needed some more chips. Come on.
Yeah, she needed to steady the ship. It's been a slow descent. Hovering around the 30 big blind mark. And 30 minutes left to run on this level. Then we are due to take the 60-minute dinner break. Blinds will go up on the other side of that break, and it'll become a whole lot shallower.
Four folds, 5 folds. 6 folds.
We only have 60 minutes for dinner. It's not that long.
7 raises, 300,000.
And Kowalski, relentless. You think drawing on all that experience and running at
850.
Nice.
will
850,000.
break out a 3-bet.
10 folds.
And Kowalski's going to have to recalibrate potentially if people keep coming after him. He's been a little bit burned. Obviously made a fantastic fold a moment ago with that King 10. But flatted and now 3-bet by Nazuddin.
I have a feeling I'm gonna get showed ace-9.
Close.
Close?
Close to what?
Close to ace-9?
Ace-8?
That's remarkable.
Yeah, that's a little
Ace-king's
spooky,
not that
actually.
close. Or it shouldn't be.
I kind of like close as a response though. That's also kind of cool from.
Yeah, that's
Rania.
kind of an interesting
If
answer.
I had ace-9 though, I feel like I have to 3-bet at this table, don't you?
Oh,
think?
yeah.
I'm proud.
But yeah, he's got to be careful with these the pocket deuce opens and such like.
It's small.
You didn't show?
Wow.
Penalty.
It's okay, just 2 hands. You're good.
It's fine.
Which one was it? Do you remember? Oh, you just check folded. Oh, and this FT. This FT is a little different. We haven't established that rule.
Yeah.
David?
Before I would shove 3-5, I believe. Yeah.
I got to say, I love Stephen's energy at this final. Such a convivial character.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really nice, friendly group of people anyway. lot of characters to root for here.
I don't know why I asked. These aren't even like cards that I can
I get it.
participate with. I'm just more so curious, but.
But you asked
I needed
before
to
you
know.
looked.
Yeah. I was just like, sort of wondering where I was.
Different if you looked or asked after you looked.
Yeah, because then I'm like a real a-hole.
Yeah.
And Coleman in the big blind, he is covered here substantially. Going to be a little bit of an assessment, I think, of what he thinks Fournier, would have only really called if he thought he was up against a substantially weaker player, perhaps. Those suited hands even have to drop out under ICM. Dreaded 3 letters. What can we pinpoint the exact? What was the first EPT broadcast where those dreaded letters were said by some smug co-commentator coming in and being like, well, by the way, ICM, can't have been season 1 or 2. When did it emerge?
No, I mean,
when did the chip model?
When did ICM become a thing? When did we first start hearing those letters? I'm going to say, I'm going to say around 2012, 2013 is when.
No, it must have been earlier though, because when I started, there was already a player called I'm ICM. You remember the
Yeah, of course.
Like, and that's when I started in 2009-10.
Okay, my daughter's the.
Also, what makes the chip model independent? Like what? It's got its own mind. It's like
it is on you.
Was there another chip model? But it was.
It's got its own apartment. It left home at 18.
Listen, I'm independent.
Well, when Joe and I did those retro streams, looking back at old tournaments, we discovered the first player to discover ICM, or as he called it, Wasiel's theorem. A player at some LAPT event in 2007 who literally folded his way down to 1 big blind, but managed to ladder up 4 spots.
Legend.
It's a very different life.
Wow, and look at these packet rackets.
Yeah, and Stylo will get out of the way.
Coleman looks semi-interested.
Bet and say vamos.
Yeah, you just always, you know, getting dealt these beautiful hands.
What does vamos mean?
I guess, like,
let's go.
Let's go. Okay.
Oh wow! I'm shocked at this actually. I mean, Coleman's a top player, so let's defer to the young American. He's picked a very inopportune time to call with the Queen 9 suited.
The boy.
I have 2 boys.
And does catch a piece.
Oh.
Yeah, got those backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draw as well, but
checks back.
Yeah.
5 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, and if you remember a moment ago, he played ace-queen very honestly, checking back as the pre-flop raiser on the king-high board when he missed. And Coleman might want to just put out some money here to protect against overcards. Can even imagine getting called by a 9-8, optimistically, and ace-4, pocket 7s. But really, you know, just to get value from ace-king-high, will check again, realizing that he has to play cautiously versus the bigger stack. And now Lin Xianwei will bet out on the sizable side. And I don't think Coleman can imagine that kings, queens, or jacks would check this board. Maybe pocket 10s. I wouldn't have even imagined aces would have checked that often. And so, seems very hard having flatted, presumably because we feel that Lin is opening somewhat wide. And big river incoming here. A brick could spell trouble for Coleman. Oh my days.
That card is mustard for Coleman.
Absolutely remarkable river card. And if I were Lin, and he's relaxing. He's not sure.
Seen some tight checkbacks from Lin. This feels like.
I mean, this is another
strong,
another problem with checking the flop is you can't go for value. I mean, it would be remarkable if he could check. We can picture.
He checks back so many of his hands, but not this one.
Yes, and he bets out 600K, and Coleman, I don't think, is going to let him get away with showing down for this price.
No, we're going to play. We're going to play for more. We're going to play for 2 million, maybe everything. 2.7 million back for Coleman, 2.4 out there. Surely you would have expected King Jack to either maybe bet the flop or bet a bit bigger on the river, unblocking the board with the nut straight.
Yeah, Coleman going to go for the lot. It's worked out incredibly favorably. He who dares wins. Coleman just balancing. Lot of money in the middle. One of the most talented players in the United States of America. Looking like he's straight out of Risky Business. Go on, David. Sets one chip aside and raises.
$2.2 million?
Yeah, leaving himself back as he would want to do, a few chips back as he would want to do were he bluffing. And Lynn sits up straight in his seat.
Oh.
A shocking turn of events for our Chinese competitor. And he's going to require some time banks.
So those are his last two time bank cards.
Yeah, and one problem with aces is you don't really interfere with the value here. If the value comes from sets, 2 pair, and King Jack, aces is actually not doing much for you.
Yeah.
It's very hard to fold aces, such a strong hand. You've played it deceptively, sort of maybe under-repped your hand with the check on the flop. But when all the money goes in here, don't we want a piece of the board?
Last time bank. We remember he ran out yesterday. Those new ones today.
Last time bank card, so he's got to make his decision within 30 seconds. He's called it.
Wow.
Well, that result for David Coleman is quite remarkable.
Yeah, a resigned call from Lynn, flustered by the lack of time backs. And by the way, this is a humongous pot here.
Absolutely.
The biggest since the break. David Coleman up to 44 big blinds. And I'm just again going to repeat it. I know I've said it a few times, but you can't overestimate sort of the talent of this player. Real rising star over the last few years. I couldn't even catalogue the amount of results he has around the world. And no one going to be particularly happy to see him with chips. And you got to feel for Lynn.
Yeah.
I actually think that was a pretty loose peel with the Queen-9. You're going to need a lot of help to outdraw aces.
I just hope he doesn't have any big pre-flop decisions, because he's not going to get any new time bank cards until tomorrow. And he's dropped below the 50 big blind mark. He's dropped down to 4th place on the leaderboard. Stephen Song, by the way, is current chip leader, but it's very tight at the top between Song, Kowalski, and Kuzmanovic. Guys, we were talking about ICM. Is this from Wikipedia? Okay, so it could be BS, but let's take it for the moment as history. The independent chip model, also known as the Malmuth-Harville method, is a mathematical model that approximates a player's overall equity in an incomplete tournament. David Harville first developed the model in a 1973 paper on horse racing. In 1987, Mason Malmuth independently rediscovered it for poker. So this year is ICM's 37th birthday.
Happy birthday, ICM. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
But certainly I would say people weren't talking about it on EPT live streams, weren't talking about it when they were analyzing payouts until kind of like 2012, 2013 on the EPT.
Ram Vaswani wasn't making an ICM
No.
He didn't have a friend with a laptop. But Barney and Ross Boatman weren't over there, you know, showing him some sims.
I'll be honest, in the early days of my poker career at casinos and the like, we were giving wedgies to people that were talking about ICM.
I mean, back in the day, you played for the win, Sam.
Absolutely, I know I did. That's why I had no money back then. Playing for the win from level 1.
5 gold options.
And Song will limp in. Come on, Batia, bump it up here. He can't even add anything. Oh, can't be done. Yeah, we're in a little quiet on the table after that humongous pot.
And 16 minutes till the end of this level, 16 minutes till the break.
6 checks.
Yeah, and Stephen will check again with Queen High. Patia with the open-ended straight draw will just check in position.
To bet there.
And I wonder if Stephen feels like he's bottom of range now. Maybe Jack 5 would have bet at another moment. Even this might bet on occasion. Don't know whether we can just check Queen High again. Club's not really relevant, so blockers aren't a thing. One has a flush.
Yeah, I would hate to lose against a 3 at showdown here, or a 4.
Yeah, and Patia suddenly with a decision will just fold. Nicely done, Stephen. It shows how you don't have to just put the aggression up front. Had the best hand with Queen High all the way to the river, and when his opponent outdrew him, took the pot away.
She missed the huge hand.
I thought it was 3 big ones.
Is Kim even here? Is Kim
Sorry?
Is Kim here?
Not yet, no.
There's
No?
Cherish.
Christian Harder on the rail.
So she's eating.
Always.
Kim's always hungry.
Yes.
Christian Harder, of course.
One of the
previous winner of the PCA.
That she's
one of the greatest players of EPT season.
She's always eating.
Seasons 5 and 6.
I guess that's the,
Like
that's
you
her
too.
Instagram.
He was
I'm always eating
early
as well.
character
She's
he got.
way skinnier than me.
You're pretty skinny. No?
So Christian Harder is one of the handful of players to have made back-to-back EPT final tables. An elite club that Ronnie Nesreddine is hoping to join today.
Yeah,
I assume.
Yes. I used to be a runner. Now I'm fat.
Really?
It's just
You were not fat. You were not fat.
I wasn't high
Speaking
school.
of which,
Long or
Long.
wow.
I ran 4:39 a mile. Oh yeah, 4:39 a mile.
he's fast. He's fast.
After college.
Wait,
You didn't-
4:39?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So fast.
That's sick.
These guys boast about their track resumes. Back on Stephen's song.
Ace Jack, button raise.
Who is the chip leader into another big stack.
Have you ever done a half marathon or anything like that? Oh wow, marathon? Wow.
Did 4 or 5.
So confident is Kowalski playing post flop. All the tricks he has up his sleeve, all the tools in that toolbox. I'm seeing some leading from him. And again, a board that
I have an under
kind of
4
favors
hours.
his range here, and he might get tricky.
That's pretty solid.
Starts with the check
A
though.
little bit under a 9 minute.
Yeah, a little bit different when you're covered.
I had some of my closest
You have to
friends
be
running fronts.
a bit more conservative
Run like
in
a
your
20-mile
approach.
run.
That's
But
awesome.
Stephen also attuned to the fact that the 5
Are they health
somewhat
freaks?
favors the Brazilian.
I mean, the thing about running, when you run 22 miles, like you do it so you can have like a cheeseburger and french fries.
Right,
afterwards.
yeah.
So it's like usually like copious amounts of drinking and eating like afterwards.
Right.
I mean, some of them, like my sister is a marathoner as well, and she's way faster.
Rania's
than me.
workout video
Jessica
is available on DVD. It all coming out this Christmas. Oh, he just goes for it. I mean, this is so out of line.
You've never done a marathon?
This is so out of line. I tell you what, this is good tune-up for WQ, by the way.
I mean, I've
He's
run
not getting
16,
anything
17
through.
miles.
I'm telling you, Fabi, I know. Like, you better wise up, mate. This isn't going to work with me. And look, where is Stephen now? Having checked back the flop, what can he do?
Like my marathon.
Of course, you can picture the hands you're ahead of.
He doesn't even bet big a lot of the
Just
time.
sort of
It's
like
just he's just
consistently like a nice.
seems to be running into the portion of their range they have to fold.
Yeah,
It
I'd
happens
rather
again.
train to like
Kowalski.
run a fast mile or like
Like
2
fast
miles.
5K. Yeah.
So I want
Viva
become a
Brazil.
marathon. You have to like lose muscle.
Vamos.
You do, and it's actually really
Yeah,
not
of course, amazing camaraderie
I'd rather like run a fast mile.
between a lot of the
100%,
Brazilian players,
I
the
agree.
Brazilian stables, like Samba patch on.
Which I'm thinking about doing, making a prop bet with someone, something fun like that.
Yeah, remarkable. I mean, it's always amazing to me to watch other pros, top pros at work.
He won't even like do the lap around the
Winning
table
hands
for a walk.
that
You think he's gonna
I
like
wouldn't
train
get
over
near.
a mile?
Yeah.
No chance.
Pretty
Zero
impressive.
chance.
That's not me.
He almost didn't come to Sky Zone the other day. He went to Sky Zone in Vegas with like 20 of us, and he thought that was too much exercise.
Oh, that looked like.
Oh, it
fun.
was. I was sore for days.
It was so fun though.
It was fun.
What is a prop bet that you would do?
Most calories consumed, and
I can do that.
Yeah, they
I'm in for that one. I mean, there's some guys who would definitely outpace me, but I think I could catch up. You know, I could train myself.
the thing is about eating a lot of calories, it helps you work out.
What if you're not working?
Level what? There wasn't this much talking in level one on my
yeah.
tables. I guess. Also, of course, as you go deep, you begin to, get to know people, which is nice. But it helps having Song and Coleman next to each other. You obviously have some sort of history.
Yeah, and I think Rania is a big through line of
such
it all. I
character.
mean, just so talkative during the hands, really talks to
China,
each and every...
You promised me a present. You both need a final table. You promised me a present. Okay.
Average 300,000. 6-4.
She's talking
It is okay.
Well, she calls the Americans... no, she calls... She does this all the time.
Okay.
He's a Canadian. She calls him Canadian. Like, it's the whole thing.
Just reminding you.
Or Canada, rather. Pardon me. Like, she'll call him Brazil.
That's not a call. I just that fell.
Do you remember at the final table of Monte Carlo, everyone was called by their home country, apart from one guy who's called double espresso.
Yeah.
Because he always had a double espresso.
I will say she does. She takes it a little far sometimes with the thing. She had old Switzerland bit the other day. That was a bit.
Yeah, and kind of a casual home game environment here as Nasruddin flicks it in with the 7-5 off, and all three players miss the flop on Ace Jack 2. Song with backdoor clubs. Does that mean we want to check back more and realize equity, or do we want to just use it now and try and fold out some Queen X we dominate, and if we get sometimes called by a jack? Anyway, we'll come with a C-bet, and that's good enough.
That was good.
Those A-side boards obviously good for the pre-flop raiser, despite how snug everyone should be playing.
Come on, Rail.
Golf applause for Stephen Song.
I'm a little disappointed we've only got one Brit on this
Counts.
final. There were so
They're all
many
big at this point.
with 25, 30 left. Only Stato flying the flag.
What you got? You got
KJ on the rail,
eights.
maybe supporting Stato as well. Maybe he owes us some money, I don't know.
Nine.
Betting on the cricket over the summer.
9-1.
He's looking to collect.
You're so rich.
Hope to be richer.
What do you know about Fournier?
You know, it's funny you ask. I actually don't know much about him, but I don't know how he escaped me.
Yeah, normally
from Montreal.
He lives 2 doors down from Griffin. He's never spoken to him.
Playing a game right now.
I mean, anyone that might potentially be
as soon as
tapped
it's
up for a
open, then
swap
you're aware of it.
has to duck and dive
As soon as
down the
you're out.
corridor, you know.
These stakes are outrageous.
Before you know it,
We're
Griff's got
playing like
5% of your action and you're in trouble.
I just threw a number out.
And that's the
Probably
thing
somewhere accurate.
with pretty weak holding. I mean, she's giving off kind of energy maybe, but I don't know whether Boris can pick up on that. Perhaps that's just because I know. But it doesn't matter much because I do think we want to potentially elevate with this beautiful looking hand. But fearing getting blown off it, will just check at the 30 big blinds.
Okay, just very quickly, Sam, this is what I can tell you about Fournier. Qualified for this event, 27 euro satellite into a 530 into a main event package. Best live score was 54K in a $200 event in Canada back in 2020. Has less than 100K in live earnings.
Oh, amazing. I mean, that's actually brilliant knowledge because it just makes you root for him all the more to know that, I mean, he's already made his biggest score and, you know, going to be money that's all the more life-changing. Yeah, and
a lot of Brits have that banter.
Yeah, they really do.
Because one of it, with the nut jack, goes immediately for value.
Gets the fold from Rania Nasruddin. So Sam, you spotted her on the rail. We are graced by the presence at the moment of Kerry Jane Craigie, who is the director of poker at the Hippodrome Casino in London, also a PokerStars ambassador. And when we get to the dinner break in a few minutes' time, we'll hear from KJ about the Women's Winter Festival that's going to be taking place at the Hippodrome in London in November.
There's going to be, I believe, you heard about this, Griff, a women's invitational where you need to be, each woman gets to invite one man. So it's like an invitational event.
50-50.
50-50, yes.
Oh, wow.
I think I read about one of them in a Jane Austen novel once. That's how they used to meet their wives, you know, at a coming out party, and you all played poker against each other. But it's you know, gone by the wayside, and I'm glad we're reviving it finally. I think it's in Sense and Sensibility or Persuasion. Yeah, lots of good stuff being done for women by KJ at the Hippodrome.
Bring your potential suitor.
Yes.
To the Hippodrome in London's Leicester Square. A soiree involving playing cards. Maybe you'll be lucky to find your knave of the night.
Very good, James. Nasruddin, on the button, it's reasonable. I thought she's just getting fruity. Queen 9, hand of the day.
Had a lot of pizza, but
We've got a root for
I'm always
Fournier. He's wearing our hoodie. He's making it look good.
Yeah, and future Playground Poker Club swap partner of mine.
Maybe.
If you win $1.5 million, you do get invited to Griffin's house for dinner.
I think
some of your choosing.
Spud 989 just closes it out perfectly. Is the truth universally acknowledged that every man is in want of a good woman who knows to 3-bet polar out of the big blind?
Very good, very good.
And Fournier actually getting lucky here against the dominating Queen 9 off. As
yeah, the C-Bass was mediocre.
And this board, a pretty standard bet with range. Very understandable from Rania. And
I would just get
Fournier won't be in love with his hand, but will feel the need to continue. It's a sizing he can get behind for sure.
Even my girlfriend likes it. She doesn't really do much protein.
Flush draw now for Rania.
Now, I wonder how we want to play this, whether we want to check behind or barrel. Potentially with 9 of clubs, we can just check behind. And does get there.
Boom.
Fournier not going to be excited to see that card come off.
I guess it's domination, restoration in a roundabout way.
Sure.
Five. Yep.
There we go.
Flush is good.
Yeah, pretty honest poker all round.
Thank you, ladies.
It's Rania that owes her money, not Stata. Makes sense.
No sign of Kim?
That was making her look bad. Give her a break.
3 minutes on the clock. 1, maybe 2 hands at most.
Sure. Sold her 7:30.
And then 60-minute dinner break.
She's texting you when she's ringing you.
Yeah.
any danger of the shortest stack in a hand losing any pot whatsoever?
Say again?
Any danger of the short stack in a hand losing any pot whatsoever, or are we just going to do like 20 in a row where the short stack is?
Seriously. We're just passing chips around.
I mean, I guess I wanted to. I'm on the chopping block.
Stato alluding to the fact that the sort of short stacks keep taking from the big stacks.
Yeah.
Leading to this very condensed stack constellation. 9 players at the table, 20 the shortest, 61 the biggest. No, I mean, it's a pretty dominant position for Steven Song, but you know, sometimes you get these 100 big blind stacks.
That's what you do with this bragging. You fold it.
Song actually been on the right side of the distribution, right? I mean, he's played well, but had kings, ace king a couple of times, made his straight with king jack. Ooh. Yeah, and again on the button, 54 bigs, similar to how we saw Lin play the pocket queens, because Manovic not wanting to necessarily get all the money in pre, will just flat. Will be confident navigating with position.
So I have a little question for you, Sam. You know, in the case of that 7-5 of hearts,
you have like 8 million?
You know, pure fold, I guess.
Exactly,
But
like the total.
the reason I ask is because with the bigger small blind, the 100K small blind, effectively it's just like calling a min raise. I mean, you have to obviously be concerned about the big blind squeezing, but in the big blind, you would be calling with the 7-5 suited. It's only an extra 50K more.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. You can't play full way. You don't realize your equity. You can't value bet effectively.
Right.
You can't lead boards. So they always let cards come off. Yeah, it's.
Now, if you saw your big blind opponent starting to like try to fold out a turn there.
No, I mean I would just look at the hands. I mean, people just have really good hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Song will go for check, ace king. Sometimes a hand. There are circumstances where we bluff it, but often we don't bet because we don't want to fold out ace queen or king queen. No pairs will fold on this board. So a C bet doesn't accomplish much. And Steven Song, you know, gonna, even playing with Boris a short time, you can tell this is a top player. Gonna give him credit and realize that perhaps hands as strong as Jacks are in his range. And Steven Song's run good will continue.
Sick.
Yeah, and Kuzmanovic not pleased to see the king on the turn.
We've hit the break, by the way. This will be the last hand of the session. 2 flush draws in play, but we do have both jacks. And
you taking the mics?
Sometimes diamonds or hearts play a different way. And so realizing you can't go for 3 streets, we'll just check back. And the river comes a 10. And Steven, it's a very interesting situation now. Obviously, Boris's betting range not composed exclusively of 10s. There's 9s, and as we see, jacks in there. But going to mean that, well, let's see what Steven proposes to do with his ace-king. Might mean that we want to dampen the sizing somewhat.
Yeah, and also, you know, I guess sort of price set the times you are against a 10. I mean, Kuzmanovic could certainly have ace-10 suited, be betting this flop, checking back turn, and when you bet 450,
yeah, and
get
now,
raised, you can pretty comfortably fold, right?
And now Kuzmanovic with a dilemma. Seems like having both the flush draws blocked is a problem. Probably rather have 2 blackjacks.
Yeah.
Does Steven ever value bet worse for this small sizing? I don't think so. So where does he pull his bluff from? Ace queen? Does that take this line? Or is that willing? And it's a nice, nice fold from Boris. Really excellent play
You'll see on break.
Stephen Song confirming that he did indeed have it. Consolidates his chip lead.
Yeah, you'll see. I got lucky on you twice.
10 was very bad for me. You check all 10 a lot.
Yeah.
So and when you bet, it's kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, I had jacks now.
You jacks? I had ace king.
Oh, okay. I was guessing this.
Well, my thanks to Sam Grafton and Griffin Benja for this last level. The players will come back from dinner as we try to get down to the final 6 today. Blinds will be up to 100,000, 200,000. That means chip leader Stephen Song has 51 bigs, but Andrew Hume is getting short, 15 bigs. Everyone bunched in between, and let's be honest, it is getting a little bit shallow now, so something might give during the next 90 minutes of play. Hopefully we can get down to 6 and come back tomorrow and play down to a champion. So the Women's Winter Festival schedule was released yesterday. And there was a meet and greet breakfast here in Barcelona to announce the events.
We are pleased to announce that the schedule has been released for the Women's Winter Festival at the Hippodrome in November. We're hoping for Europe's biggest women's field and a £100,000 guarantee.
A $400 buy-in with a $100,000 guarantee. It's insane.
So our aim is to qualify as many women around the world as we possibly can. We'll be giving away 10 added seats at the Malta Poker Festival in October, and we have qualifiers, home games, and many, many avenues, routes, pathways to get as many women qualified as possible.
I'm excited about PokerStars creating an event that hopefully is going to bring women from all over the world.
As a woman in poker, I just absolutely love how PokerStars is making this event so accessible. I'm also loving how they're addressing all the issues that are currently facing women in poker.
Honestly, the fact that they are making an effort to make sure women feel safe by blocking out all the hotel space for women to have kind of a community that, like, if someone busts, you can walk back to the room. Like, I thought that initiative was so thoughtful. Knowing that there's a community there to help you it just means a lot. Like, I'm getting chills talking about it.
Women love competing in the open fields, but they also love having part where they belong to the community.
We're looking for a bumper field of women that just want to get on the tables and play their hearts out.
Round to go, but Matal on the button. Queen 8 suited.
2-6, maybe.
Now with him as the absolute shortest, Nick.
Yeah, he might be tempted to shove here, maybe put a little raise.
Shove. Huh. Another one of his committing raises, though.
Right,
250K.
King 9 again. That just a little raise would actually weird me out a little bit.
Pocket fours, though, for Zabrodotsky.
How much? We are all in.
Shoves on Matal, who calls it off, and Matal actually gets it in 50-50. He's flipping here.
Yep, fake flip for sure.
And a flip that he needs to win to survive.
Be blind.
Sailboat's currently ahead. And a slight statistical favorite.
Where are you from?
Holland.
Holland. Oh, you're one of the Netherlands crowd. India.
Like Holland
India
versus the Netherlands.
India is not Holland.
Just a one heart.
Okay.
Matal, with the paired board though, does have additional outs. Queens, 8s, and 10s working from him. Would love to pick up a flush draw on the turn.
He's got the bag. Say good hand. Say good hand. Say good hand.
I do it for the.
You have to say good hand back. Say good hand back. India, say good hand.
Good.
That is going to seal his fate, though. That's a full house on the turn for Zabrodotsky, and Govert Matal is eliminated in 16th place.
Good game. Yeah, good luck, guys.
So Matal cashes for 62,150 euros. We are down to 15 players. Everyone is now locked up more than 74K.
Geluk allemaal, jongens.
Bye, thank you.
Govert Matal.
Nice guy to play with.
Been on the EPT a long, long time. Would like to see him go a little deeper.
Very good run. Yeah.
Weirdly raised without shoving.
You see on stream.
I know. I can't wait.
Something
big. I mean, it was early position.
Yeah, it was
with all of you people
first
to
hand,
get through.
first hand.
Yeah.
Ronnie has opened with ace-king. Yellow Murnup with king-queen in the hijack.
Does have 13 big blinds here, James. Does he just want to rock this one?
You should send Kim to the museum.
Is within shoving territory.
Send her there?
Send her there. Isn't it like if you want something to do that's like fun while you're playing?
Yeah.
Like the Mocha Museum, and I don't know your goal.
Miji.
I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Museum's kind of an activity you want to do together, I think. But
But you're playing, and she can't play with you.
Yeah. No, she cannot.
In Barcelona, there is like a very good, it's like more like sand center. Sand center.
Sand center?
Yeah, it's like Cosmo Cakes. So they have everything like it's
King
like
Queen eventually folded.
It's very fun. I mean, we went there like 2 years ago, and then they went without me.
Oh, you've been here for a little while. A couple weeks ago.
I mean,
Yuri Zabrodotsky with a decision. We know he has a jack in his hand. Ooh.
This could get weird if the other one's a jack.
So he is 3-betting to 500K. Action folded back around to Ronnie and Nasruddin.
Marv could already be a tourist guide here.
That's the only thing about like really good.
It's got to be another jack, right, Nick? Or the ace of spades?
You just stop playing.
Or is he ever 3-betting with a hand like jack 10 off or jack 8?
I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
8 raises.
Full stack of black.
That was a warm 4-bet and a big sigh.
A warm 4-bet. I love that. There it is. Pocket jacks. No, James, I was going to say, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think those jack 10 off, jack 10 suited combos want a 3-bet here at all, especially with the ICM pressure. Just flatting or folding probably.
Hard to take it.
But as played.
Well, he's got the James and Joe.
This is such a sick flip.
And bearing in mind, Ronnie's 4-bet was to 2 million. He's kind of in all fold territory now.
Yeah, for sure. And he's in the blender now. This is really tricky, especially with the shorter stack still in play and on the brink of perhaps busting and finding more ladder opportunities.
I don't think he expects this is going to be a bluff very often. So, is he crushed or is he flipping?
Here's the thing, guys. Based on the fact that he's been very, very stoic so far at the table, and now he's emoting loads, I feel like he's kind of already resigned himself to folding at this stage, right? Because he's not giving any indication that he wants to disguise how he's feeling about the spot. He's huffing, he's puffing, he's sighing, because it is the effective all-in, more or less, right? He's kind of going, this spot really sucks.
You're saying we're looking more at a hand funeral here than a decision.
I think he's already decided he's folding. That's kind of my read on it. Otherwise, I think he'd be more interested in disguising his tells.
That's a good observation, Nick.
Let's see if the prediction comes true. This is official. Put it on the board. Now he's smiling.
That's the face of a man who's thinking, I can't believe I'm folding jacks in this spot.
Exactly that. It's exactly that face, James.
It's also the face of a guy who's like, man, I hope I don't get shown 2 10s after this.
Yeah, in 30 minutes I might cry.
He's used 4 time bank cards with this decision.
And guys, let's not forget, this is the woman who cold 4-bet pocket 7s earlier.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I guess you're right. Still, that's not the point.
He lets it go. It was a hand funeral. The prediction rings true.
Put it on the board.
Tell me where to send the flowers.
Jackson,
What do you think?
Jackson, not been good to you.
Sick reads all around.
But
I don't want to play three-way.
Yeah.
Action's been folded to Myrna, who's got ace-5 in the hijack.
160.
10 raises to 160.
Raises to 160,000.
3 folds, 4 folds,
Fold.
5 folds.
Myrna not slowing down here, guys. You'll notice the ace-5 offsuit from the hijack here is not exactly loosey-goosey, but it's not super tight either. Big blind will defend, though, with that suited 6 tray.
Heads up.
Oh. Okay, pair of 5s against a flush draw.
Drama.
Another post-flop flip.
Yep, live cards and the flush draw and the gut shot once again. Pretty much the same number of outs as the previous post-flop flip.
$10 bets. 110,000.
Continuation bet from Myrna, 110,000.
And I think we're just going to see a check raise all in here, guys, or at least a check raise for the effective all in. Just 12 big blinds behind Myrna. Pot is already a substantial chunk of that stack. SPR is a little bit less than 2.
5 raises.
Yep.
6 raises. 275.
If you're not semi-bluffing this, then what are you doing with your life?
Song has raised it to 275K.
Should have made that a prediction. Seems like a really, really awesome spot. Seems like one you want to take every time. Definitely can get better to fold, and you have so much equity.
Myrna moves all in.
Wow.
And Song feels priced in to call.
This is wild.
Does have the straight draw to go with the flush draw. 11 outs, 11 cards working for Stephen Song.
Wow.
And if he hits one of those outs, Myrna is KO'd.
Yeah, Myrna does really well here to
Classic
get the
raise.
chips in good, although we can see it is a post-flop flip regardless.
Wow.
Two very tough competitors here.
Like, I'm not smart enough, but like, you have some of his outs, he's got some of your outs. Like, very nice. Very...
Turn card is the 7 of spades. That is the flush for Song, and that is the end of Yellow Myrna's run in the EPT Barcelona main event. That 15th place finish.
The 6 versus the 5, my God.
655.
Worth the better part of 75K.
Good game.
74,600 euros to be precise, taking us down to 14. And because both of the bust outs today have happened at the feature table, we are shy one player. We've got a table of 6 and a table of 8. So someone is going to have to be balanced off the secondary table and come up to the main stage.
Man, we've lost 2
by
of
the
the
way,
3
I asked
Dutch.
which table would knock out something.
Yeah, you could have won some money.
I know, but I liked him, so I didn't,
I'm very excited about this.
Pretty ironic that this hand is involving the word song.
Indeed. So just to recap what's happened so far, Stephen Song opened to 300K and has been 3-bet by Boris Kuzmanovic. Both with the same hand, ace-king. Song all in.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh,
how many big blinds have they got in here?
Okay, I had Jack 10, so let's see what would have happened.
Who's got 2 suits? I have 2 suits. I have 2 suits.
Yeah, you have 2 suits. Okay.
Jack 10. Okay, so you're...
Let's get in 100 bigs each with ace king.
I think everyone should say what they folded so that we know who really would have won this pot.
Yeah.
So
This would be a bad way to go. This would be a bad way to go.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
There's no way.
Arguably,
without looking the board.
Get quartered,
Arguably unnecessary.
Arguably, ICM is for poor people.
And most of the time, this is going to end
10
in a
for my
chop.
first pair.
Oh.
I can't look.
No.
Nobody wants this.
We're all saying no.
Even Song doesn't want it like this.
What a sick sweat for Kuzmanovic.
Okay.
Even Song is embarrassed.
He doesn't even want it. I feel like you don't even want it.
That'd be unfair.
Say nice hand or something to save yourself.
No diamond on the turn. A non-diamond sees a song.
Never easy.
And a diamond also sees a song.
The river card is not a diamond.
Wow.
I was nervous.
Yeah, I saw.
So,
Jack 10 was an
I felt that you don't want to win this like this.
That would have been bad juju. Like you would have won, but like it would have been bad.
he did not win. Instead, it was a chop pot. You know what they say.
Didn't win the tournament.
Everyone loves a chop pot, especially
luckiest
Boris
first.
Kuzmanovic at this exact moment.
You think that either way, pal.
That's true.
Oh, guys, that one hurt me. I was really sweating that one.
What up, Fabio?
All right, someone on that table.
You had the diamonds.
I had the diamonds.
And against who? Against you?
Against me.
What?
16 big blinds on the button with the king jack. Just gonna shove it in and hope to get some folds, but we got the ace king.
Donna Paneni's run into Stephen Song's ace king, and we are going to have a domination situation here.
$1,620,000 total.
Now taking his time, he's in the small blind. He's got Kuzmanovic to act behind him.
5.
I've now got people watching the stream with the exact number, Jack. They seem to have done their mathematics quicker than you have.
9 is the number.
Yes, that's the number I've got as well from most people
5
watching.
sounded low. I feel like I've commentated 5 of your 6 plus figure scores.
Well, you know how wrong I was. I don't have an 8-figure score because Taiwanese dollars are not Korean dong. They're Korean dollars or Vietnamese dong. It's actually just another useless 7-figure score in Taiwanese dollars, which is about 30K US.
So very big spot here for Dada Panini. Quite unlucky to find the king jack on the button and to see yourself totally dominated by Song. Gonna be looking for some jacks or some goofy hearts, maybe a fun little 8, 9, 10 flop. There are ways, but only 26% of them.
I tend to do that a lot.
Yeah, I used to do it.
9.
Ace king holding.
Love to see a 7 or a 9 or a jack here. Queen would also give you some more outs.
No additional outs. 3 jacks.
It's easier to look over there.
Srihasha, Dada Paneni will be eliminated unless there's a jack on the river.
Oh, you already gave up. Gave up.
He just did it.
No jack.
Bye. Nice playing with you.
He busts and cashes for 89,550 euros. We're now in 6-figure score territory with 11 players remaining.
Yep, no jack, because we have the only jack we need in the booth right now.
There are still 2 more, so
yeah,
doesn't mean much. If you
I mean, someone folded a jack in my jacks versus kings hand. I still, it was a 1-outer. Right? Jacks versus kings.
In here?
Like day.
Oh yeah, big.
Yeah.
Is it 4 there?
I heard the hand, but
Yeah, that was wild. About 37 big blinds
So we're
each,
final-
kings
we're
against
down to
jacks.
10.
A jack folded and Stephen Song popped it off on the river.
There's 6 over there.
4, 5. Oh, okay.
What's the number? I can't say.
107. Yeah, they're 6. 11. 7. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 6 or 5. Yeah. So 11.
You changed that number real fast up there. That was
Ronnie folds queen 9 suited. Kowalski king 10 in the small.
Monovan says Bristol is the Tulsa of the UK.
There's a good one in here too.
He's not doing well. He's not doing well.
Someone said, oh, I guess people in Bristol must actually have a sense of humor if they're not going to your show.
Oh, wow.
Really wordy. Yeah.
And the event.
This is fine, whatever. Zabrodowski.
One behind? No, 1-2 behind.
He's not.
Defending 10-7.
Getting a little
10,
short.
Jack, 6, 2 spades.
You know, definitely the type of flop where you might want to take your equity. I mean, it's kind of rough to have second pair here, but you know, I don't know, Nick. Do you often defend with this hand off of a short stack and then find a lot of folds?
I'm with you, Maria. I feel like this one just goes in the bin, especially with the ICM pressure we've seen. I mean, 11 left. You're so close to a final table in Barcelona. I just feel like it's okay to let some of these go. But having said that, with the big blind ante, that does really widen your range up. So honestly, this might still be like a chips defend. With the ICM, though, not entirely certain. How do you feel about the call here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, I agree with what you're saying, and it is just one of those spots where, like, yeah, if you flop a piece, you're probably going with it. And
this is no longer just to defend.
Yeah.
This is Zabrodowski checked. Kuzmanovic made it 175. Zabrodowski all in.
Queen 9.
And snapped off by the top pair of Kuzmanovic. Zabrodowski at risk here. Gonna have to get lucky. He really didn't want to answer that question. So will you fold your payout money or will you crumple it all up?
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Here we go. 8 on the turn. It's an interesting one.
Who wants to
Changes
pick
the
two
outs
pair?
around a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I take the 6 for 2 pair. Oh, okay.
Don't look.
It's not working today.
He understood the assignment.
I don't think he's doing it for the equity. I think he's getting a head start out the door.
Yunq? Well, that's because he gets them getting
River
in
is
the
a 3. That's it.
GG, man.
Yuri Zabrodowski
So I assume we move someone here.
Yeah.
exits in 11th place, taking home 107,450 euros.
That was
double button.
Fournier's flopped a straight here, right? 9, 10.
Yeah, but not a bad flop for Kowalski's hand.
$700. And Kowalski puts in a big old raise here to 700,000. Yeah, I'd be double checking my hand as well.
He's doing what I should be doing. He's repping the hand. Okay, I do have it. King 10. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, how good does it feel, Maria, when you flop the nuts and you get raised?
I mean, so good. You're just like, I'm already like counting all the chips that's coming my way at this point.
I'm already deciding which jet ski I'm going to buy first.
Less than $1 million?
Yeah, I mean, for Kowalski, it definitely helps
Or Prince Harry.
the fact that he has a king in his hand, right? He's like, I mean, surely I block the nuts right now. Which is why he decided to take the aggressive route. But he is,
which is why blockers aren't real.
But he is hearing back from Fournier loud and clear right now.
From 700,000 to 1.35 million. You just give up here, right?
No, I think he has too much equity. He's just he's gonna call, try to realize, but I mean, there will be just some turns where I think Fournier's just, I mean, look at what he has back, right?
I meant other than call.
I think on a lot of turns, you're just going to have to check fold to Fournier's shove, which I think is what he's setting up for here. You know,
have like 3 behind?
Yeah, good guess. 2.92, we got him on.
Yeah, I think Maria's hit the nail on the head here. Basically, this is just a click. It's like almost the exact click, isn't it? So you have an amazing price to try and improve here. I think at this point it's just a pot odds really calculation he's trying to do. He's also taking into account what's behind, right, Maria? Because it's not just the value of the current draw and what you're playing for, but the additional value you can get if you do end up hitting your club here. The implied value, as it were.
High roller, secondary feature table.
You know, Kowalski's invested quite a few chips in this pot.
Gulp.
And there's just going to be so many turns where, unfortunately, he will have to check fold. But can he get there?
It's just like a 28 big blind pot right now. Brick on the turn. Yeah.
And so at this point, with the action going the way it did, Maria, I mean, Fournier's got to be concerned about sets. Obviously, that's definitely a combination that might check raise this flop and then ultimately end up, you know, potentially turning or rivering a boat. So do we just see the shove from Fournier on the turn? It's 3.36 in the middle, 2.92 behind. Do you just want to get it in now and end the hand, or potentially get called by two pair, etc., or maybe that's set even?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just put it all in, right? I think given the situation, and also given the fact that there's going to be some scare cards for sets on the river,
right.
You probably don't want to try to go a little small here and then hope to get a clean river to shove the rest of it in there.
Fournier ships it.
And it's just unfortunate.
And Kowalski forced to fold the big draw.
You did not have ace 9, right?
Not now, Rania. Fournier up to 50 bigs. Kowalski down to 49 bigs.
Let's just say I was cheering a non-club turn.
Wise.
Like super hard.
Very, very wise.
You'll be proud of me.
Yeah?
Nah.
You know, you talk about, Joe, how you get kind of nervous at the poker table.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Not sometimes.
That was me with the King 10 on this feature table.
You double check it every single street.
I would be trembling. Like, I have a bad relationship with, what's the hormone that you release when you're freaking out?
Cortisol?
Well, cortisol and adrenaline, thank you.
Adrenaline, sure.
Me and adrenaline don't have a good relationship, and I'd just be like...
I don't like it.
Trembling.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, my daughter, super excited to see the ring on the stream. She told Daddy, she's like, Mommy's wearing my lucky ring. Very happy.
It's not a World Series of Poker circuit ring, is it? I think she's old enough for that.
It feels like it's something like a Minnie Mouse or maybe a Sanrio character.
Something for a child.
You know, watching back the big game, I am surprised that I didn't double check when I had ace jack of clubs against Phil Locke, but I was just so sure that, like, I knew exactly which outs I wanted to see, but I still maybe could have double checked, you know.
Do you think that checking would have cost you anything?
Call?
No, because he had already put me all in, and so I can check before I call, but I did not check.
Okay, got it.
And I just put the chips in. No, I definitely wouldn't check before he asked.
Right, okay.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That's how good you are. You don't even need to check. All right, here we go. Couple of Lady Kings for Fournier. Rania flatting the 2-8s in between the raise of Kuzmanovic and the action of Fournier.
Rania building a literal house of cards.
That I'm used to click button.
With those time tanks.
It's harder with these weird 25 chips. Yeah.
And you see, you know, with ICM how unwilling the queens are to bloat this pot multi-way out of position. Just calls pre.
Are we finally going to see Rania run into it? I mean, we saw Rania get kind of out of line with a couple of sevens earlier today, and nobody had anything to play back at her. Here she takes the more cautious route with the 8s, but doesn't have much help here on this board so far.
I got a hypothetical for you, Maria. If Kuzmanovic opens, cut off, Rania calls on the button and Fournier does squeeze, do you think 8s are still coming along at the stack depth? Because Nasruddin and Fournier, about 50 big blinds, 55 big blinds effective, something like that.
75.
Do you think the 8s kind of call to try and flop that set?
I don't think so. I don't think you should. I don't know. I mean, gosh. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be sizing dependent, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
But I think I would probably fold. I mean, you have the chip lead, or I guess second chip lead, so that's obviously something to consider, that you have your opponent covered. But I don't know. I think it's close.
I think with ICM, it would be so interesting to compare the two spots, because if this was final 5, you'd imagine we just have enough behind to just go and set mine, right?
Yeah.
Or potentially get the 8s to showdown somehow. That's obviously part of the equation as well.
Rania does pump the brakes a little bit after being checked to on the turn. 3-ball on the river.
Yeah, she can't really like the double paired board against the big blinds range, right? She doesn't really expect to be beat by something like queens. She actually expects more for Fournier to have like a 6x or a 5x here. I mean, to be fair, there are some misdraws. I mean, she does block the 8-7, right? So I think that's helpful in terms of, maybe if she wants to fold in this spot. She doesn't block flush draws, though. But like a 7-4 got there on the river. So this is definitely something she could consider getting away from.
So far, she's considering counting out the 800,000. Rania makes the call. Sees the bad news.
I think she's just probably pretty happy she didn't lose more. I mean, on certain turn cards, she might have just barreled again.
Tell you what, I wouldn't try to bluff Rania Nasruddin. Back over to the other table, Harry Lodge has made it 900K. We got a blind on blind confrontation. Action on Pertea, Euromania. And with this stack size, just over 13 big blinds remaining. You probably just take a look at 3 here. You don't have to ship this, do you? With Jack 10?
No, I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those things where you have to think about, it's much better being the person going all in versus calling it off. And it's for a lot of Pertea's chips as well. Perhaps he had a different stack size. There could have been a little more interest.
And it looks like he had a few more chips than I assumed he had also. Remember, the big blind's 120,000, so. And we have got action at the other table.
You call. No, I was just saying.
Harry Lodge.
Wow.
Calling all in. He is the player at risk, but he is the player ahead.
Jack off. Ace Jack off, King Jack. Thinking about
domination situation.
You said straight away.
Can our favorite wizard find the double?
I have the king.
Oh, that's good to know.
Just in case it's going to be the last time this tournament, I just want to say, Harry Lodge. Okay, might not be the
Seems
last
pretty
time.
good for Lodge. Domination continuation.
94% on the flop for Lodge. The turn is
Queen of clubs.
Did you have a 10?
Apparently, there's 4 live 10s.
Yeah, they're still all in the deck, David.
Just has to fade them, and he doubles up. Wow!
Oh my goodness.
Not like this. Not like this.
Gross.
And that is the end of Harry Lodge.
You win.
Out in 10th. Sorry, I'm a little shell-shocked from that. I'm feeling it. Gets it in so good. Flops good. Turn not great. River, disaster.
Some people have all the luck. What can you do?
David Coleman acknowledging his luck. Everyone on their feet because we are moving to a table.
10 of diamonds? Yeah. Thank you.
So there's been a button raise from Jens Kulinen with Queen 3. Elke in the small blind with pocket 4s.
Elke crushing Queen 3.
Elke's going to re-raise.
He raises to 81,000. King 8 for Manola. He folds.
Well, I suppose if we're watching this hand, Queen 3 suited isn't folding.
I'm all in.
Didn't we just watch this guy almost win a scoop last week?
Yeah. So it's probably going to work. This is going to work. This was the age of unbridled aggression. This will be awesome if Elke calls.
He
yes! Oh, I'm loving it.
Two former EPT champs.
How would I fold?
What a call by Elke.
Elke is a 2-1 favorite, and Kulinen is the at-risk player here. Queen on the flop.
Ace of hearts, queen of diamonds, 8 of clubs.
No justice.
Let's see the turn card. It's the 10 of diamonds.
Unless there's a 4 on the river.
One of the 2 remaining 4s in the deck, and he's going to double through.
Kulinen's going to double up through Elke.
It's the king of
It's a king.
So sick.
And that's going to leave Elke reasonably short stacked as Jens Kulinen gets lucky and doubles up. Champ on champ violence.
Fold. It's bad. If I want to fold, I'm just going to fold. I'm not going to fuck. So sick.
We've seen that look before.
Doesn't seem like it's been real massive drawn.
So many potential two-timers on the penultimate day of this event in Barcelona. The second leg of season 6 of the EPT, September 2009. And this is Alexander Vasafira from Ukraine. And he is going to be all in with ace-3 of spades. There goes Joram Volklein in 20th.
Elke calls.
Elke calls all in with King Jack in the big blind. So Vasafira is a short stack, Elke's even shorter, and he's the at-risk player here, and he is behind. Does have 2 live cards though, and it's pretty close to a race, 44% chance that Elke survives. But not on that board. The spade draw, the wheel draw, ace high still best. So many of Elke's outs taken away.
He's also plopped a gut shot, straight draw, and a flush draw. Elke's looking for a non-spade king or jack in order to double through. Give me some suspense.
King and jack of spades, no longer cards that'll save him.
The deuce of diamonds.
Down to 9% on the turn.
Come on, Elke.
Let's see the river card.
The river card is the Queen of Diamonds, and that will see one of our former champions eliminated. Elke out in 19th place, cashing for 26,000 euros.
He's going to pass to Tony. Tony's going to raise all of it.
We're going to get a little grace for the Euler. All in with King 10 suited. Mihai folds the button. Small blind.
Back to Patrick.
Patrick Bueno, sorry, big blind. He's got 2 4s against, boy. We saw how Elke's 4s fared. Looks like Patrick's counting out the call. It looks like we are flipping like a Cadbury cluster versus a Choco treasure. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Lead at the moment with 4 of clubs and the 4 of hearts. Flop is 9-9.
4s are holding, but King 10 doesn't lose much equity after this flop.
Oh, don't get counterfeited. That would be just such a horrible way to lose Bueno.
It's the 6 of hearts.
Oh, he has picked up the heart draw.
We need a non-heart. Queen, 6, 10. It's the 10 of spades. Tony's going to double through with a pair of 10s on the river.
Nah. No, I don't think I want to allow that.
Oh, no bueno. Come on, Patrick, let's get back in the game. Ace Queen against Queen Jack. This is going to prove the point we were making earlier on.
That's right, the ultimate showdown.
It's the
Queen Jack is the worst possible hand of all time.
It's the confrontation that we've been waiting for. Now, Tony Euler is going to confuse everyone and mix everything up by getting involved with 9s. Ah, you see?
I like it. I like the shove with 9s. Manoli's open. Doesn't have to be super strong. The flat and the button says that maybe there's some dead money out there. Bueno, a little under-repped.
260. Big good.
Call.
Yeah, I think given the way that the action went, I think Ace Queen's a reasonable call there.
Ace Queen.
And they are flipping, however. Like eastbound and down versus the league. One of these two things from 2009 has the slight mathematical advantage.
Flop is King, Queen 5, King of Hearts.
And that flop is all bueno.
Diamonds. Patrick is taking the lead with his queens now. It's the Deuce of Hearts.
So we're going to lose Tony Euler from Finland unless there is a 9 on the river.
River card.
Oh, it is a 9. Hits a 2 outer. And the destruction of Patrick Bueno continues.
It is always coming Noinen.
Were you nervous this time?
Yeah, I was.
Noin. Hit him with the 9.
Joe, this poor guy, it's like death by 1,000 cuts.
I guess you have
really
600
is.
now.
I mean, he's
I genuinely feel bad for him.
literally melting away at the feature table.
280, 40.
Oh, my heart hurts for him, actually. And look, he's obviously not the most stellar player in the world, but a lot of these things are just kind of unavoidable.
We need justice for Bueno. Just a little bit of good fortune. Forced to get it in here from the button with Jack 7 off.
It's over. This kid's calling.
Oh, walked into ace king. Hey, he's got live cards. Come on.
Sorry, he may not be calling. He may be shoving over the top.
Julian
That
makes
was a call.
The all-in is 152,000 total. Tony will pass. Let's see, please, gentlemen. Ace king for Julian.
Yeah, live cards. That's what you got going for you, Patrick. My poor, sweet, angelic Patrick.
Flop is
king high flop.
King of spades, 4 of hearts, 10 of spades. Neither player has a spade.
Yeah, I'd get up too.
Julian's in the lead with his kings. Well, let's see the turn card.
Could be drawing dead on the turn. No, picks up the straight draw. Are we going to see a 9 or an ace on the river? Boy, yes. Boy, no. And he is out in 17th place.
EPT Barcelona, 17th place.
It always came 7.
So Matt Laposse has opened here with 10-4 of diamonds, and Mark Goodwin has understandably 3-bet from the small blind with ace king. Laposse's going to call in position, and we're going to the flop.
Okay.
And it is queen 9-6 with 2 diamonds. So Goodwin still ahead with ace high, but Laposse with the diamond draw. It's almost a coin flip.
This is so sick. Oh, ace king. I'm so sorry for what's about to happen to you.
Matt bets 147,000.
A bet of 147,000 from Laposse.
You know, the worst way to lose this, by the way, is like the 4 of spades.
Mark makes the call, 147,000.
Goodwin calls with what is currently the best hand.
I would be tempted to raise there a lot of the time when my opponent leads. Okay, sure, the 10 of spades, also a terrible way to lose this.
Exactly. Laposse now a 4-1 favorite, having paired his 10. Action goes check, check. River card is a 9. Laposse gets there.
Check.
Is he going to value bet the river? Nope, checks it back. Goodwin's not going to like this.
4 9s and 10s with queen for Matt. Mark's going to pass, and Matt takes the bottom.
Nice hand.
Oh!
Pardon? You've got to laugh.
What's that?
I said you've got to laugh.
Go away.
I said you've got to laugh. I don't know how much I can raise you to get you out of a pot. I just can't work it out.
Just fold.
I think I might make it 400,000 next time. Just to see if we can get rid of 10-4. All right. There's no range, is there? You know, I don't even know what 2 cards you can possibly want to put down. I don't think there are 2.
Matt's going to be first.
There's not. Not only call with them, but hit them. What a flop, and then a turn. You get it all on the turn.
Pardon?
You get the lot on the turn.
I should have just pushed, yeah. You're right.
Well, all I can tell you is you didn't want to hit the diamond, all right?
82?
Yeah?
That's how lucky you were, yeah.
82,000 is the raise from Ace.
The ace king of diamonds.
82,000.
Did he just lie and say he had ace king of diamonds?
Correct.
I do that all the time. I make the suck out seem worse.
Meanwhile, we have a raise from Ace of Smith to 82,000 with ace 9. And that is a raise and take it. I think that hand very much included in the show so that we get the chat between Goodwin and Laposse.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions, 2024, in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed, $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
But the chatter in the Gaudi suite at Casino Barcelona has been centered around a different player, namely Ji Zhang, and specifically his slow roll with aces.
Olha na call, telefone.
Oh, okay.
12 players remain, and at the secondary table, Ji Zhang has got aces again. He's raised.
No way.
Oh, and Sam Phillips has got kings.
Gross.
He re-raises. These are the two biggest stacks in the tournament.
How long is he going to take this time?
I'm going.
Wow, huge shot from Zhang.
Call.
Strange reaction.
Jeez, Zhang, try not to be so upset about it.
Oh, God, he has aces.
I'd call that a slight underreaction.
He just 4-bet shoved aces for heaps.
It was a huge shove, but I'm not sure what Sam was expecting. A bad hand? Ace-king, I guess. Still, this is just another gross cooler.
Zhang officially at risk. But he's a big favorite.
He just snapped 4-bet shove for like 4 million.
Sick spot, though.
No king on the flop. Zhang now a 92% favorite. Made that 95% favorite. Sam Phillips looking for a two-outer to pull off a Panker-esque suck-out.
Zhang.
Overkill.
Sam just didn't think he could be up against aces when Zhang made his decision in less than 10 seconds. Oh man, I love aces. Best cards ever.
He has picked up a no-good gut shot on the turn, and the action's been checked to him. He checks behind. And unluckily for him, he's made his straight on the river. Bram value bets 550,000.
I think this is a pretty clear just call. Too strong to fold. You can't fold out better, and you can't get value from worse.
How much left?
I mean, even if he's trying to figure out the best way to slow roll, still, this is just a call.
It's totally 2 million, huh?
What's he thinking about? Everything about this guy is slow. There should be a song about him by Foghat.
Clock, please.
Brzezinski not happy. He's called the clock.
It's too early, huh?
Hasn't been that long.
I've been told the player hasn't had enough time. I'm going to give him additional 1 minute, and after that, I'm going to give him 1 minute.
Cake the floor person. Iron fist.
I think you have nothing or you not. If I re-raise, you will fold, huh?
No, he won't. And also, it's not a re-raise. It's just the raise.
I tried.
Zhang calls.
Tried what? The only thing he tried was Pavel Brzezinski's patience.
Well, Ji's only played one EPT before. That was in Berlin during Season 9. He's got no recorded live results. He works as an IT engineer and mainly plays cash games in Germany. Meanwhile, our online qualifier, Bram Henritz, is back up to 4.9 million. Marques in the small. Limps in with ace-deuce. Piotr Nijinsky in the big, checks his option.
1.75. Thank you.
How about you?
3.5.
With Jack 4, and it's an 8-4-4 flop. Nijinsky with trips.
And a huge flop for him. It's Marques who starts with a check. He's got ace high. Won't be too unhappy to try and get closer to showdown. Not going to be easy though. Nijinsky reaching for chips.
75,000.
Very standard call here for Marques. Don't see much merit to ever raising here.
Turn of diamonds on the turn, has Marques drawing dead. Checks a second time. I imagine Nijinsky might go for a little bit more value.
And wouldn't be surprised to see Marques call again. It's very easy when it's a limped pot and you've just checked in the big blind to start firing into your opponent. So he can reasonably expect Nijinsky to be bluffing 5-7s and 6-7s and jack-9s and 7-9s and heart combinations. There's plenty of bluffs around. Ace high has decent showdown value.
And Nijinsky going big on the turn, nearly full pot, 300k into 330k.
I think what he's doing here, he's kind of polarizing himself. Like, he's never going to have an 8 for this size. He could definitely have some 10s that bet the flop and now they've turned it, but more often than not, he's just saying I either have a 4 or I have air, and there's a lot of bluffs out there.
Marques calls. 5 on the river.
5 river makes things a lot more difficult for Marques because we just spoke about all those potential bluffs. Well, the hearts just got there, 6-7 just got there. Hands like 5-7 and 5-6, which are natural bluffs with the gut shot on the flop, might slow down now they make a pair.
Do you ever see Marques turn his hand into a bluff versus a smaller sizing?
It's possible because some of the time he is going to check call the flop with the nut flush draw, in that he has ace high for showdown value and keeps some flush draws in his check call range on the flop, so he could reasonably represent a flush. I don't think it's a river, as I just said, where a few of the bluffs get there, be it for a straight or make a pair. I don't think it's a river he's going to want to call.
So Nijinsky's gone for 650,000, 2/3 pot. Marques buying time.
I mean, on the 5 of hearts, it's just so hard for your hand to be good now, right?
You'd think so. You'd have to dig really deep and start finding queen 9s and jack 7s and queen jacks and all of these hands, some of which might even raise pre-flop.
Yeah, okay.
Not all are going to barrel 3 streets. The 5 of hearts is a particularly awkward river.
Wow!
What?
He's pulled the trigger.
Marques announces all in, turns his hand into a bluff, and Nijinsky now in a horrible spot.
And now it becomes incredibly difficult for the 4, because who bluffs here?
He's even got the jack of hearts in his hand. He blocks so many of the boats.
Man, we already talked about it.
This is a crazy bluff with
He
the 2
can
of
certainly
hearts.
slow play some pocket 8s, some, 4-5 even, maybe pocket 10s.
He's folded!
Wow.
He's laid it down!
You'll see it later.
Oh, you sicko!
You'll see it later.
And that will see Pedro Marques move over the 9 million mark. 9.3 million chips, more than 150 big blinds, more than double the average stack with 14 remaining. A ridiculous bluff that works.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. EPT Barcelona 2024 in this, the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour. We have reached the final 9 players, still not at the official 8-handed final table. 1,975 total entries has all come down to this. All these stacks semi-bunched up near each other. Andrew Hume, the shortest stack for now. Steven Song, the biggest. Everyone now guaranteed 139,750 euros. The main reason we have not lost a player in over 90 minutes is because of the size of these pay jumps. Make it to 4th, clear $500,000. Runner up, 944,000. The winner, 1.5 million euros. I am Joe Stapleton. She is Maria Ho.
Hello.
And he is Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
You just don't know how to pronounce my middle name. That's why you didn't say it.
Oh man, I just almost got fired. Take it easy, Juliet. We all know that's your middle name. Players have returned from dinner break. Just get them mic'd up.
Maybe I'll.
You know, and this is the first time where, you know, average stack is somewhat shorter relative to the big blind in comparison. You know, we've seen so many players at the top of the chip counts have 90 bigs, 80 bigs, but now you see Steven Song as the chip leader with just 51 bigs. So, you know, eventually something's got to give.
Having a look here at Marius Catalin Pertea, year of Romania, followed by Fabiano Kowalski. 22 and 41 big blinds, respectively. Insane Dev says EPT streams are the best of the best poker streams ever. Lin Jianwei, one of the more entertaining players we've watched throughout the course of the week this week. I love an unknown quantity. Cool to see him. You know what? I think I called it when he cold 4-bet with 10-6 offsuit. I said, this guy's going to make the final table. Almost positive I said that. Fabiano, arguably the most experienced person at this nearly final table. Can you please get 8-handed so I can just say final table? My God. Short stack, Andrew Hume.
Well,
hanging on for dear life. Now we have him as 15 big blinds there, but guess what? 2 of them are going in on the very first hand. Rania Nasruddin was chip leader earlier today. Had a bit of a slide as we approached the final 9.
Right.
Now sits on 28 big blinds.
I have a coach, and if he comes over to talk to me, it's not allowed. Oh,
even a coach.
I honestly didn't know. I thought I couldn't look at a solver.
Glad we're getting that clarified.
What if he's? I'm just curious. What if her coach just is using his brain to give advice?
What if we're just like talking about?
Not allowed. Okay.
You can't talk to
You sit here. You play your game.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, I did it, but I did not know.
All right, penalty.
I did not know.
I
don't think you're in trouble.
That's pretty strong. So but then it's like no one can talk to friends.
Yeah, like.
Well, about
basically
about strategy.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? Listen to your conversation?
Well, they can.
Well, we did.
Yeah.
I forgot about it.
Yeah.
We couldn't not listen to it.
What happened in the last hand?
I lost.
Oh, sorry. To who?
To my friend.
You made a good fold.
I made a good fold.
Ever-changing landscape here in the poker world, and as long as we're all clear about what's allowed and what's not, level playing field, that's what we like to see.
I'm happy you didn't lose much.
3 folds.
It's in very good hands.
4 folds.
But listen, they've already gotten some pretty valuable information during that dinner break. You know, there's, you know, there were some interesting hands for sure. And, you know, just knowing what people's threshold is right now with all the ICM pressure, you know, what hands are they willing to get involved with? And, you know, some people are probably going to be playing a lot tighter than others.
Rania, not the tightest player at the table. Don't think you would need to be super loose to open ace-jack from the hijack. Andrew with the 9 of diamonds in the big blind. Calls the raise of 225,000. I like this from Hayden. The 9-0 table.
Speaking of, I mean, even with just that one card, Hume has outflopped Rania.
9. 9. Just needs the 1. Checks it on over to the pre-flop aggressor. Anecdotally, I would say that Rania is a pretty frequent C-better. Don't know the actual numbers, but it feels high. She continues for 400,000.
Yep, and it's going to be pretty hard to fold middle pair, but we don't know what the other card is, Maria. And of course, he's only got 12 big blinds behind.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, again, it's just a situation of, A, if you're up against someone that's going to be C-betting at a pretty high frequency, you know, you probably just are planning to go with this hand quite often. Sure. I mean, there's a lot of draws out there as well. You know, certainly hands that you can be denying equity to pretty easily with a shove.
Yeah, and kind of just does the check shove. Rania folds.
The prophecy has been foretold.
But, like, what is the other card? I just want to know what he's defending his big line.
Well, that was my question to you, Maria. Is like, you know, given the fact he has the shortest stack of the table going into this hand, you know, do you think it's got to be more like 8-9 suited and less like 9 deuce suited? So you got to be tighter here, right? When you're on the FT. So, oh, there you go, 9-10. Yeah,
feels
very reasonable.
Yeah.
The shove gets through. Gives Andrew a little breathing room. Bunches Rania, Marius, and Andrew even closer together. 24, 22, 19 big blinds.
And they asked me yesterday, or
they asked you, yeah.
The reader only read one card.
Yeah. You 3-bet me lights.
Ace 10.
You were folding to a 4-bet.
100%.
I consider that lights.
100%.
Love the interaction between these players all the way through.
Just under,
yeah. I was just thinking about when you called the raise, like
you don't seem to be gathering the rail that we usually get in Barca, though. It seems a little bit quiet on the rail front.
It's like 600 total for this hand. For you.
I mean, but
like
really though, where is the rest of Samba poker?
Yeah, no, seriously, it's not funny at this point.
But then you won.
It's a huge pot for
They'll all be here after church tomorrow.
But specifically,
but for your 3 minutes,
you
like
have less chips than him. I get it. Yeah.
He wouldn't care.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully I won't find out how it hurts.
Marius folding, Queen 9. Fabiano out.
Please not yet.
No thanks this time for Rania. Kuzmanovic folds 7 high. Lin Jianwei says,
Your guy.
Andrew Hume, ace-7 suited. 19 bigs, the shortest stack. Playing against the big blind, David Coleman, who has 31 bigs.
Yeah, we just do a bunch of min-raising here, I think. Maria kind of spoke about it earlier, but, you know, on the FT, we actually can min-raise off a much shorter stack than what is more conventional in the last few tables, just because if there's action behind, we have a great incentive to get away. And you know what? Called it wrong. Hume just goes for it. Just the ship. Super interesting there. Really thought we were going to see the min raise.
That's it.
Yeah, BVB though, so maybe he just felt like, you know, if he raises in that spot, and then what if Coleman shoves, then he doesn't really want to call it off, and it just takes a little bit of the variance and guesswork.
Yeah, I misspoke. I actually didn't see it was blind v blind. That makes way more sense there. For some reason, I thought he was to the right of the button.
You don't have any, right? No time bank?
Sorry, to the left of the button, excuse me.
I'm just confused because there's two right there, that's all.
Spent it on aces.
Practice aces. Maybe you yeah, unlucky.
Someone in chat was asking if there's a command you can press to see everyone's chip counts. No, but every chip count is displayed when it's a player's turn to act.
If you bet twice, then
So there's no command except for open your eyes. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I should have reacted that.
I was literally just going to say, wow, I didn't expect you to answer that question so sincerely, and then you obviously couldn't help yourself.
Sorry.
Is it because I left the fruit that you bought me here? Are you upset? And you know, I'm not going to eat it now. I'm sorry.
No, of course you're not.
I can't believe
The
you
melon,
aces that hand.
I don't think it should be sitting out for more than an hour. Sorry. This is how I treat something you give me.
You're going to have to make a donation to the Kickstarter
Oh, don't worry. I'm planning
for
on
what I
it.
spent on this.
But don't worry. I was planning on donating, okay? Just relax, Joe.
Do we get the Kickstarter over the line for this final table as set, guys? We're so close for the Trapped comic book.
Yes. I mean, you'll definitely hit it, but I agree. Let's make it happen before the end of this main event.
That would be great. Thank you. I would appreciate that, because guess what? When that happens, then Kickstarter puts us on the homepage, and then things really take off from there. And I want as many people to be able to enjoy the comic as they can.
Easy spot. Thank you for signing my copy, Joe.
Of course, yes.
Means a lot to me.
I mean, I would thank you, but what you wrote on it was kind of mean, so.
A one vote.
All I was saying was that 2 plates at dinner, maybe a little much.
Hours of boredom.
Oh, cheeky 3-bet from Song here
Tough ones in a row.
in the big blind against John Way's cutoff open. I mean, you know, you can't really find continues with 9-8 off, but you know, I don't want to speak too soon. You never know what he's going to do, but.
No, thank you. Nah, thanks.
Knows his customer. Knows that Jian Wei can get out of line pretty regularly.
Oh, good fold.
A little American camaraderie happening here between David Coleman and Stephen Song.
That's good timing. You mean you don't think you were sunning before?
Oh, I was, but like earlier in the day, I had a little cold streak.
Pretty snug last level, I'm told.
I just didn't have that many hands to play.
And you know what happens in these cases? It's like a garden hose getting kinked up. Eventually, you just got to let it out. It may not happen tonight. We may play 2 full more levels without that unkinking happening.
Kinky poker.
Constipated poker. All jammed up in the gutty works. Speaking of sourdough.
Artisanal sourdough for Kowalski. Well, I was going to say that looks like a I'm probably all in look.
Andrew.
2.5 million.
Not all in this time, but does raise more than half his stack. Gonna send a very clear message to Kowalski, who folds.
That was one of the best plays you've ever seen, I promise.
So for the color commentator, something I've always been curious about from Vodka Catastrophe. Hey, Harry Lodge on the rail.
Oh, that's nice.
Do y'all cloister yourselves away and watch this in delay for the first time with the rest of us, or do you know what's going to happen? Because if it's the latter, you do a great job sounding surprised when crazy stuff happens. Yes. Thank you for your question.
I wonder who Ari is supporting. But that's nice. I don't know if I have the heart to come back to the rail after I bust. I'm like,
he came last second.
oh, it's too fresh, too soon.
Do you guys all usually come to Barcelona, or is this like a first time?
No,
It's my first time.
Usually come. He doesn't.
It's my first time, yeah. I mean, for poker, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Actually, Brock and Cherish's first time too.
Will not be my last.
Yeah. Stuff's sick, huh?
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, I mean, you've also done pretty well.
Yeah, but
quite the brag.
Results aside.
Yeah. The thing is, like, there's just so much poker though that you like.
Well, that's the problem. It's like I wanted to relax and do fun
Yeah,
stuff, but like
there's
there's
no
just so much to play. I gotta be better at saying no to poker.
Actually really cool.
Yeah.
I've been here every year, and like last year was the first time I actually did anything other than just stay.
Really? But you had to skip some tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, I just busted them all really early, so I didn't choose to see them.
Fair.
But it was actually really nice.
But there's always something else to play. It really is like the European version of WSOP kind of.
Oh yeah.
Hey Marie, do you have like a?
You call this the European
Do you have any like
version of the
supplements or anything that you bring with you when you do a
like a
long poker
smaller,
trip?
but,
Or like not necessarily
You say
supplements,
there's,
but
like,
is there
always
something that you
Oh, you're saying there's like a
have
lot of events.
when you know
like
you're
more
putting
than,
in
like,
long days, long hours, or is it just
Okay,
sort of
like,
trying to
you can't
keep
really
the consistent
compare.
sort of nutrition going
That's like
WSOP is
poker
from back home?
I mean, a little bit more the latter. Like, I do travel with some stuff, but it's so hard to bring the whole regimen.
Right.
But, you know, like magnesium for sure, vitamin C.
5 HTP. I have Newt.
You know, and plus raw milk just doesn't travel well. So
What's the difference if it's raw anyway? Let it ferment a little. Coleman opened this pot. Kowalski defending queen 8 of clubs. Pretty good flop for jacks. Not such a hot flop for queen 8. Kowalski's checked the pre-flop aggressor. Taking his sweet time.
800.
Continues for 3/4 pot. Does not want to see a bad turn card.
yeah, just really not going to mess around here. Not going to let Kowalski see any cheap turns, and you know, making him continue with only the strongest part of his range, just not allowing for any kind of random overcard equity to sneak in there.
I'll take this pot right. Meow, thank you.
How about you, Joe? Same question. Apart from I have Newt.
What he brings is his McDonald's gift card.
I bring a toothbrush, an electric beard trimmer, and a stick of deodorant.
Yeah.
I mean, we can
That's it.
Solid.
Two levels, nobody busts.
It can easily happen.
There's no ailment I could have that can't be solved by the minibar.
It's so true though, because literally the few times I've gone into Stakes' room at one of these stops, there's always
that's my
like
thing.
little bottles
I'm here, I'm
of
locked up.
minibar vodka or whatever. It
I
may
like to
be
drink from the
laying
minibar.
around.
It makes me feel like a giant. Just walk around going
Little
fee,
nips
fi,
everywhere.
fo, fum with a bottle, a little tiny little bottle of Absolute in my hand.
You've had some real knee slappers today. I'll give you that.
Brought to you by Absolute Vodka.
Yeah, I wish.
No, he'll drink the stuff that makes him go blind. He doesn't care. He's all on. He's all on.
You guys are
that
telling me you've never
pop
made.
off.
You guys have never made toilet wine on the road.
The minibar is extortionate. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
I mean, it's a perfect use of the bidet. Protea not moving all in. I'd be so afraid of letting Rania in the big blind here. 9-6, 250K to call.
I do think that you have to start being more careful with what you're defending with, especially, you know, as you get a little bit shorter.
My bad.
I gotta go. I take.
But a good level so far for the short stacks. Chipping up a tiny little bit at a time.
I think you're right, though, Joe. Looking at those stacks, 21 bigs, Nesri, 26 Hulme. It feels like we're at the kinky stage. We need to kink that hose and start losing players.
I don't even think one elimination will be enough to do it, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a 10K.
Feels like there needs to be a
Yeah. Well, that was always going to be
recombination of chips.
just the 10K high roll.
Mm-hmm. This one, man.
Stacks need to be condensed here.
Yeah.
Rock loss.
Yeah, but they were on the bubble last I checked, right?
Yeah. Lame stuff happened with the bubble. They're still on the bubble.
Fournier under the gun.
How many runners did they get?
With 10-9. Probably going to be in nuh-uh.
Holy shit.
Usually gets more.
Jean Wei throws it away. Hume going to ditch the king 8. Coleman folds. Steven Song, ace 8. The only player with a comfortable stack. 51 big blinds. Everyone else is within like 10 big blinds of each other. 14, I guess, if you want to be specific. Boris in the big blind, King Jack, that's a defender. Boris is second in chips, tied for second in chips with Fabiano, David, Jean
All my
Wei,
nail polish is falling off now.
and Fournier. Seven deuce.
Lines off the grind.
Yeah.
Should be proud.
I know.
Yeah, not bad
Blood,
for
sweat,
either.
and red nail
holding,
polish all on the table.
you know, especially because Kuzmanovic expects Song to be opening pretty wide.
So, are we allowed to ask people what hands were on the stream?
Sounds like that was a no.
Legit confused.
I was asking that, and the guy told me.
Yeah, it was kind of like
What was
you're
your
not
question?
allowed to talk to anybody
Well,
on the rail.
So no coaching, but can you ask like what people played like on the stream?
I don't think so.
No, that's what you're saying. You can't. Yeah.
Like here, but like on break, I'm not
Oh,
allowed.
on break. Yeah.
Break.
It's not wall.
Oh, that's fair.
You cannot
Yeah.
like, do it here.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Special shout out to KJ in the background there, one of our newest ambassadors, director of poker at Hippodrome Casino London.
Great room. I'm going to go there Friday, actually.
It's a good standard after the main
Oh, you're going to London, huh?
I think that's why they're forcing it. just 'cause we've got so
One
much
night in London before Barney
No, it's
Boatman's
good.
wedding.
No. So definitely no bright stuff. We've clarified that, right?
WSOP, like,
I personally.
I like Brighton for what it's worth. I've been there.
Tuesday, Derby.
Perception
Wednesday,
Yeah,
Pretty sure
Bristol.
that's happened before, but
That happens all
Short
the
train to
time.
Brighton.
just like
Thursday,
stood
Portsmouth.
but maybe it's
Portsmouth,
just like without the laptop, like
Do you know how close
that
Portsmouth
was
is to
kind of
Brighton?
Friday,
like, I don't
London.
say egregious being like it was bad, but I'm just saying like that was
Yeah,
sort of
just
We are no longer friends.
dumb. Yeah.
I guess I could have done.
That
I
guy.
didn't think to do Brighton
Like
on Friday
quite a few
night. I guess I
satellites.
could
No,
have
no,
done
it was
that.
clear you weren't thinking. Yeah.
he's a character.
Bye.
I just know that if I went to hang out with you Friday night in Brighton, there's no way I would make Barney's wedding at noon on Saturday.
That's completely
American
fair.
football
There's
or
no
soccer?
chance. Yeah.
Like high school,
American football.
Like American football. Like
That guy?
High school football.
But he lives in Thailand now.
Does he?
Yeah.
Me and Joey like to paint the town
Oh
red.
no, not
That's fair.
Tamayo.
What are you talking
I
about?
like to paint it whatever color
sorry.
our vomit
What
is.
did
Wait, who are you?
King
Right,
Jack
which
for
depends on what
Rania.
you ate that night.
Right.
So.
If it's Cabernet, then it will certainly be painted red. Oh my goodness.
Well.
Rania, run good Rania, runs into it. Makes it 450,000 and is going to get raised.
Good.
Kuzmanovic does have Fournier covered. Fournier in the big blind this hand and going to be a consideration here for Kuzmanovic's sizing. Easy fold.
I feel like 10-9's the hand of the day today. A huge chunk of Ranya's stack to make this call. And I think from all the ICM plays I've seen over the years, this feels like a raise fold to me. Not just because I can see the hold cards.
Yeah. Good discipline from Rania.
I almost jammed.
Almost folded.
What do you say?
I almost folded.
I almost regret not jamming.
And that will see Rania down to 19 big blinds. Can she do one of her
we were talking about Tamayo.
No,
Who lives in
Don.
Thailand?
patented
Oh,
spin-offs
Don.
here on the final table?
Okay, yeah.
Or final niner. What was it that Hayden said, Joe?
The Ninal table.
The Ninal table.
Yeah, like he's all like all the UK stuff is very often there, but maybe yeah.
Well, he probably has to spend X amount of time there. Right?
Yeah, you just have to remember that in a tournament,
Yeah,
there's
Tamayo,
going to be,
he's still coaches
ebbs
football,
and
that's what I
flows,
hear.
and you
Coaches
got to
or
take
refs?
the run up
Still
and
refs
the run
football.
good and
Even
the
after
spins,
In his
as well as
khakis,
you
or-
kind of take
In his khakis.
a little bit of a colder deck, and it's an exercise in patience.
Like Jake from State Farm? Remember that?
What?
That commercial?
There's a bunch of them.
It's impossible to escape it if you live in America. All right. Marius Kathleen Pertea, year of Romania, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, I was insane. Snap fold.
Yeah, but
It's insane.
another second was, you remember Romania, Crazier when he won?
No.
So they're like 10 left, and Josh Romania,
What year? About.
2021.
Okay.
48 here, 29 big blinds.
Josh,
1.4.
Decides to 3-bet the ace-8 suited.
supposedly he didn't look at his hand, he just folded without looking. Career was the big one.
That looks like one too many.
That puts a lot of pressure
Yeah, it's a little cheeky.
on this stack. Pertea really has to just decide if he wants to go with it.
Wow.
I mean,
Do you really think Pertea is going to be opening a lot of hands worse than ace-8?
it looks like he wants to call
He
in
does.
position, which I think definitely is an option. I think it will be interesting, how good of a flop do you really need to decide that you want to commit the rest of your chips? You see SPR is less than 1.
Club, king, 7, ace-jack is ahead, but you can't be feeling too great about it.
And I think if there is a continue here, Maria, it's going to be really small, as you might want to do if you do actually have a super strong combo as well. So like 700, something like that. Is that too small?
No, I actually like that. I mean, I think, fifth or a fourth pot are both good options.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't call it though, Joe. Prediction came true, but I didn't call it.
Yeah, and this kind of becomes the problem. It's not a problem. It's not a mistake by any means to just call their pre, but I think what happens is now you just have to fold, and you have put in quite a few chips in pre.
Because they showed up in the graphics.
Yeah.
Like, snap.
But it is hard to, shove that pre and just, hope that your opponent has a 3-bet fold there.
Like, honestly, I didn't even bluff.
Okay, current chip counts.
Same like she almost jammed them.
Big blind is 200,000.
I don't know.
So multiply that front number by 5.
Yeah.
If you want to know how many big blinds everyone's got.
I've almost 4 million.
I did want to give a quick thank you to everyone that has bought the comic book so far. People who have
I did almost jam.
got merch, bought the comic book. David Lappin and Paul Seaton both wrote really nice articles about the comic book. And I just want to say thanks to all those folks. Even if you shared it, even if you didn't buy it, but just shared it online. Maria, you're in there. Nick. Thanks, everybody. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome, Joe. I think I'm actually very much looking forward to getting some time to sit down and give it a proper read. I've seen the first couple chapters.
Nick was instrumental in
way back
in doing some notes in the first couple chapters, as was Maria.
So pretty for you. Kim should be jealous of the ace-9.
I definitely don't think it's pretty.
Song
Definitely
opening
don't.
10-8 suited. Some of Maria's body parts are in the comic book. We based someone's arms on her.
Elbows.
Her pointy elbows.
Yep.
There's just like an extra in the background chugging raw milk.
Bertea all in. Ace King suited. This one is an easy get it in and is generally going to pick up the raise from Song.
Yeah, the best case scenario is when you see Song open and you have something decent to shove over it, because you know that you can probably expect the highest number of raise folds coming out of the chip leader. And he's back.
China, are you awake or asleep? Gotta wake up.
Dreaming
Okay,
about
wake up.
timings.
Let's wake up.
We're all tired. It's been a long week. What are we on, day 6? Is this day 6?
Yep. I eat the same dinner every day. I go to the same toilet every day. I have the same pants.
Come on.
But I buy my poker pants, and I have a few like.
So
I
you're
really
the
found
SpongeBob SquarePants of poker?
Sorry?
You're the SpongeBob SquarePants of poker?
I mean, maybe a future screen name. I kind of like it.
In French, in French Canadian, it's Sponge Robert is probably where the disconnect is.
This is going to sound like a plug, but I did have a few questions in chat about when the next streams will be on Central after Barcelona, guys. And of course, it's WCoop, guys. WCoop. So there's going to be lots and lots of cards of coverage regarding WCoop. I've got an idea about how we're going to do things differently this time, but I'm not going to announce it yet because I'm still organizing it. But there is a chance there's going to be tons and tons and tons of cards up. Well, there will definitely be tons and tons of cards up, but I've got an idea on how to make it even better for you guys so you get to catch more action from myself with the cards up, and then you'll still have time to also catch up with some of our ambassador dueling as well, because it's also the draft picks, Joe. That was a lot of fun. And I prefer if you guys can catch my content and their content. It's a work in progress, but yes, there will be loads of cards of coverage for all of the month of September, concluding in our finals, of course.
Sounds hot. Steven Song, chip leader, open under the gun, Jack 10 suited. Looks like Coleman is going to defend 6-5 of spades.
Remember that website, Hot or Not? Do you remember that?
Of course I do. I dumped a lot of money on that site buying virtual flowers. 4-8 queen. The 4 of spades looked real fun for Coleman, but no more spades. The 8 helps a little too.
Not much behind that 4 of spades for Coleman, but still a little something, you know, looking for a 7 if he elects to continue. And same could be said for Song with a gutter of his own.
Song's jack high is good for now. And continues for 400,000.
This is check raise candidate. I would love to see a check raise here from Coleman. 31 big blinds behind, though, on a final table. How spicy do we want to get? So far, Coleman has not shied away from these moments. Just make it like 120 to go and just get this done right here. All right, does decide to call. You know, it's interesting, actually, Murray, if we did check raise here, do you think Jack 10 still comes along for one more?
I mean, potentially.
It's a good question, right?
Interesting board pair for bottom pair on the turn, and You know, you wonder sometimes how many 4Xs does Coleman defend with from the big blind. You know, I think chip EV, maybe there's going to be a lot more of that. I think with ICM, you're probably going to be just defending slightly narrower ranges. So, you know, maybe hoping he could get a free card and then maybe he can bluff some rivers.
Looks like 2 barrels.
5 bets. 1,200,000.
Second bar, 1.2 million, and it looks like a side fold from Coleman. And Steven Song slowly creeping further away from the rest of the pack. Up to 12 million now.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I've seen Steven
Another
Song
one
put
goes
one
to
foot at line here. I don't think I've seen him make one mistake.
Not only that, but is able to hang out, laugh, have fun, converse with other people.
Yeah.
He's locked in and also quite social. It's really pretty impressive.
Yeah, I love it. I'd like to buy that guy a drink. In fact, after this, he should probably buy me one, huh?
That's usually what happens to me too, as you probably see.
If you were bluffing, you still had me beat. I had an easy fold.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, I think what I've seen, you know, playing against Song is that he finds spots to pick up chips where other people don't. You know, he's really able to maneuver and navigate with any stack size really well, and just gets after it. You know, he doesn't like to give up on pots. If he has any chips invested, he's going to do everything in his power to make sure they come home.
Are you too good for your home? Get in your home.
One race, 200,000.
Sean Wei opens ace-8, runs into David Coleman's ace-queen in the small blind. And Sean Wei and Coleman more or less even in chips to start this hand.
Yeah, and you do have the chip leader in the big blind this hand, so you know, don't want to necessarily do anything
2.2 million.
that's going to be too
Would Jean Wei
out
understand
there.
high off? I said that to him.
Okay, you're canceled.
Isn't that a Chinese phrase? Gambling phrase? Haya?
Not haya.
Haya? Aya?
Yes. Haya's like a karate thing.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have a good accent. Sean Wei has been known
He might be over it.
to get weird every once in a while.
He could just be done. Okay, done with the hand.
He's done with the hand.
Not done.
Yeah, sorry, it's Aya. Apologies.
What is it Uncle Roger says?
Uncle Roger.
Yo.
Some claps on the rail for David Coleman.
A light ripple of applause.
Right, it was an unconfident.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, did we win?
It's pretty hard to know what's going on the rail. I'm not gonna lie.
That's all you got with that?
I know, right? Not paying them enough. My fake friends.
80% of my income goes.
Fake friends.
Fake friends.
little bit of a rail building here. Not too much excitement just yet, but we have a few people hanging out watching the progress. Kowalski, ace queen offsuit under the gun.
Oh boy, Rania, run good Rania, wakes up with ace king, just flats it.
I am very surprised by this flat, Maria.
Me too, because it's just not really this isn't really the situation where you're going to be able to get somebody to squeeze behind, right? Because players are actually, you know, under-repping their hands and playing more cautiously pre-flop. So I think maybe she's just being a little weary, I think, of the under the gun open range. I'm not sure why she elected to take this line.
I'm very surprised that Pertea decides to call here as well, though.
Yeah,
Ace-8 feels like a
is-
hand that is wrecked here, like so often multi-way.
Absolutely. I mean,
2 hearts in the flop. Everyone's got a big heart. The top 3 hearts all held. Everyone thinking they could have a good backdoor flush draw. Wow, Moldran is in chat. Freaking Moldran. 7 of spades on the turn after it checks around. Marius, be careful. Be careful.
okay, well, listen, I don't hate this. If you're going to decide to defend an under the gun open and a flatter with ace-8 off from the big blind, then, you know, have a plan. Have a plan to perhaps get better hands to fold. And I think he just feels like perhaps, you know, once it gets checked around, now he thinks that there's this opening and this could potentially have hit his range defending from the big blind. And he's deciding to rep it. And I don't think anyone's really seen Pertea get out of line, but that's mostly a function of the fact that he hasn't really had a big stack, right? Pertea hasn't had a big stack, so it just, you know, he hasn't had the opportunities to get out of line, but people giving him respect here.
It's impossible for Marius Catalan Pertea to get out of line in the year of Romania.
Oh,
call with your pants down.
7-5.
What a Cinderella story we've got here.
6-3. 6-3.
Satellited in for 55 euros.
Let's go. That's awesome.
Has a strong chance of having his
You're Romanian, right?
entire live earnings eclipsed in this one tournament.
The year of Romania.
Yeah, there it is.
Sleeping or meditating?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bit of a misstep from Rania there, I think. Hate to say it, but I just feel like
Long day
it's not a situation where flatting ace king really is what we want to do.
6 level long.
Everybody loves a trap.
So, you probably make a break for official final table as well, or not?
Ronnie's going to raise this pot under the gun.
What do you mean?
Hand unknown.
I think this is official.
King 10 suited.
Oh, okay.
The official final table is 6.
Yeah, just trying to get something going
But
here.
they won't redraw, right? They're just gonna keep it the same.
I redraw.
That would be fucking weird.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. They just seem to
The way he said that was weird.
Yeah.
Right?
F-U-G-G-E-N. Weird. And Kuzmanovic.
Can you be
Ace Jack of Hearts. It does feel a little funny against the under the gun raise, doesn't it?
Yeah, but, you know, going back to the point of how, you know, we're not going to see like too much squeezing or 3-betting. I think you have such a pretty hand that you can flat, and, you know, the less likely it is to be 3-bet behind you, then the better the call becomes, right? You really want to try to get to a flop with this type of hand. like the right amount of respect for Rania's under the gun open, but also it's just a little too good to fold.
We are seeing a flop of 9-5 deuce.
Right.
I mean, way too early. And then, like, now it's really starting to crack.
Yep. Happens a lot.
Rania checks.
It's also, I think, card distribution where the short stacks.
Kuzmanovic staring at that board, hoping to turn a card into an ace or a jack or two hearts.
I mean, even one heart would
a little over
be
one,
nice.
I guess.
Yeah, it's one combination.
It's very odd. The average is this for like.
King of the turn, good for Rania, top pair.
20. Yeah.
Question is whether or not we want to lead the king 10. Seems like a good opportunity to check and let your opponent do some betting, but I think that you're never really going to go wrong by putting chips in the top pair
Steven's
here.
starting to run away with it.
Occasionally we'll run into better king X, Maria, but like obviously not going to happen all that frequently.
Yeah, 11.
It's just to lose from here, but.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, it does lead and take it down.
A couple of fans on the rail for Rania.
Eights.
Still the shortest stack.
If we keep guessing, we'll get it eventually.
22 big blinds, about to be 20 big blinds because she is posting.
We're really locked in over here.
I say king, queen too.
Yeah, instead fold. I'm folding king, queen stupid.
I don't remember what.
So it's Kuzmanovic who's going to be first to act. Folds. Fournier is out. Lin Jianwei, pocket tens.
Ooh. It's a nice hand to have.
Pretty nice. Rania in the big blind with 5 tray suited is going to defend it. 1.1 million in the middle. Rania's going to need a lot of help to run down these tens. That's some help. That's a lot of help. Has turned it from a 20% equity shot to nearly half. John Way is wasting no time firing on this flop despite the 2 overcards, despite having no spade. And Rania is raising. Not a very big one.
Really good timing here, though. Obviously putting the tens in a really tough spot. John Way.
What do you... This is great.
Wow.
This is great. 3 bets to 1.8. Okay, so he's not making the call. Obviously. What is that? Just a call for Rania?
Oh, sorry.
You're trying to call.
I was just trying to call. Yeah. I pushed. Okay. Sorry.
That looks like more than a call, but
you see what happened?
Probably not enough for a raise.
And then I pushed more. I was trying to call.
I think it is going to be a call either way, but I think you had 1 less black chip out.
A funny way to do it.
Sorry, I thought this was.
Yeah.
We know her
Okay.
intention.
Her intention, right, was
Okay.
to call. But
You made what?
She called.
I was trying to call.
What do you do in that spot? Do you be adamant of what you were trying to do or just be quiet and let them make the ruling?
probably the latter for me personally. But you know, you just can't really control some things in the moment, and maybe. Ooh.
How in the heck? How in the heck do you turn the other pair there? I mean, I think a bluff probably would have worked here. A bluff all in.
I mean, interesting that Rania doesn't just check to the aggressor and just let him do the work for her here. Once you got raised on the flop here, Maria, like, I guess they're going to have a bluff or they're actually going to have the hand, you know?
Yeah, and you know, I think 10s aren't great in the sense that you block king 10, right? You block some of the potential straight draws that might have raised, you know, maybe 10-9. Not everyone is going to check raise those hands, but I'm just saying, you know, the initial action was bet, raise, 3-bet, call, and
Nine
so
high like a boss.
I wanted a call.
the thing is she looked very earnest on the flop, right? When she said that she looked kind of panicked, that she didn't want to put more chips in.
Right.
And then all of a sudden she shoved on the turn. So, you know, that's very interesting, I think, to John Way, that somehow it feels like he doesn't know how, but the turn must have improved her.
2.6?
I mean, that was a massive pot for Rania, relative to what's going on here. She went from being the short stack to now being
You put out one
chips.
I don't remember what I did because at the heat of the moment, I had sort of the world, and then I don't know what I did. I thought I put out one chip and then shoved, but I, honest to God.
Soul blur.
Yeah, a couple things about that pot were weird. I mean, obviously turning the 10s into a bluff, pretty unusual.
Your heart rate faster now or after a marathon?
What do you make of the flat with the combo
I don't
draw,
sweat that much.
Maria? What do you make of the flat with the combo draw? Like, do you think maybe on the FT we just want to do more calling when we have equity like that, or we just want to get it in?
Basically
Or
back to average. Can we
No,
just,
on an FT, I think
can we just take a moment
Right.
to
you're
revel,
probably supposed to just
enjoy,
call there.
back to average?
Absolutely.
All right, everybody, Rania's back to average. She wants everyone to know she's back to average.
Just clarifying.
I'm invested in Rania. I'm not sure how much the other players at the table are invested in Rania.
They're all invested in this tournament. Yeah, I think maybe Rania might have missed a check on that turn. I don't know if John Way goes for it, and obviously we could have seen some pretty ugly rivers as well. 5-3 isn't exactly the nuts, and it's locked, but with the spade in hand as well, you're doing pretty well there most of the time.
I mean, I think also the little goof on the turn there, or the flop, I guess it was, it causes us to sort of, John Way played it kind of funny too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no doubt that's like part just his style, but also him and Rania have had a lot of history this tournament.
I had everything. Like I had everything. I had everything.
You said you wanted a call.
I did want to call.
Probably didn't want to call. You called.
No, I 100% wanted to call.
I mean,
100%.
no, I think what Song is saying
He probably
is
had kings or aces.
you don't want to have your tournament
100%.
life at risk.
Do you have kings or aces?
It's probably hard for him to imagine
No?
what hand
Okay.
she could possibly be talking about right now.
100% wrong.
You think so?
For sure.
Okay. He's so.
Somehow she's right.
Did
It's
you?
hard to have everything. It's not PLO. How do you have everything?
She somehow had everything.
I
You had
had
ace-3 of spades?
I had 3-5 of spades.
Okay.
I had literally everything. I wanted.
Okay.
I 100%.
By the turn,
We're
you
going to find out
By
in
the
a
turn, I had
couple of
everything.
minutes, but
I mean, unless he had queen jack. But
Got it. Nice hand.
that's what she's
King,
looking for, I
3-5
think,
of
is a nice
spades.
hand.
3-5 of spades.
2 pair.
So 2 pair and the flush draw. I had everything.
I think she means queen jack, not king jack. As in a bigger 2-pair.
You had
No.
everything, but a bit less.
I mean, maybe I didn't have. I feel like that's like everything. I have 2
Oh, yeah,
pair
it is.
and I have the flush draw. Like I have everything.
All right, back to the hand at hand. 4s are ahead. And Song has got many outs to run them down.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of everything, 2 overcards that are clean, a flush draw and a straight draw. This is quite a lot of equity here for the queen jack, queen 10, excuse me. 2 barrels, I think, at the stack depth. 1.2 million on the turn.
Prediction.
Is that 3?
You were off by 100,000, which is a lot. That's 100,000.
It pains me. No, never mind. 800K.
So you're
I was way off.
You were off by 400,000.
I'll take it.
Another pot for S Song.
I don't think they can tell. To be fair, it's probably hard to tell.
Definitely not as hard as WSOP, I'll tell you that.
That is like, yeah. This is at least.
This is pretty good.
Yeah. Well, it's not that much space. It just happens.
Stephen Song pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you have.
Look how
But you have
even
that-
those stacks are
Did I tell
from
you that
2
happened,
to 5.
Yeah, their stream wasn't on play. Oh, that was something.
Yeah, this is a really good chance for Song to hopefully continue to separate himself from the rest of the pack. You know,
Not the first time it had happened.
all of these middling stacks, they're pretty
Like I
handcuffed.
got there and then was happening that hand.
So scary.
And they're like, yeah, that happened earlier too.
You know, they're really just trying to maintain their chip position, you know, as they try to wait out one of the shorter stacks and hope that they continue to get shorter. But what they can't afford is to play many pots and lose.
Action folds to the blinds. Look, I do have to make a request out there. Can you guys please not spam the chat? My mom just got me a new laptop, and when you spam the chat, it gets really hot and it burns my legs.
I'm good.
Kuzmanovic called 48 raise. Kuzmanovic calls the raise. Right? No. Okay, that would have been crazy. Excuse me, everybody. That's why I sounded confused, because it would have been nuts. We are nearly an hour into this level. We went a full 90 minutes, the level previous to this, without losing a player. And it looks like we may go this entire level as well.
Again, but you take him from me and then chips won't come to my place.
They do.
3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. Seven raises, 400,000.
Brazil has entered the building. I'm folding. You've been kind of quiet, Brazil. It's like nice to see you back.
I was thinking of that, but nobody saw it.
I mean, I don't want to embarrass you, so I didn't say anything. We are still friends?
9 folds.
You didn't say yes.
I think that'll play into maybe 2 people's decisions.
As Rania announced to the table,
What?
Kowalski raising for the first time in a while.
3-5. 3-5. I had 3-5 spades. So I flopped a pair
A flush draw.
and a flush draw, and then I turned 2 pairs.
No, you have nothing.
I had
nothing.
Pair flush draw, big hand.
This is a very rare
I
instance
gotta grow. I gotta.
of woe mansplaining.
3 5
of spades.
Spades in the big blind.
I know you nothing.
I love
It
this
turned
dude.
into something. It became something.
It became a lot.
It became, yeah. It became a lot, yeah.
This is the Jean Way.
I did have momentary thoughts to Monte Carlo where I was like, what if he's got a queen and he calls and then he rivers like a second pair, like my flush doesn't come and like he gets a bigger second
That's
pair.
very likely.
And then I was like, that would really suck. But I was like, I'm going. I'm just going.
I could do 4 more hours on that hand.
The PTSD is real.
Yeah, Ronnie is making reference to the last time she had 2-pair on a final table in APT. That didn't work out so hot.
Except technically this isn't a final table.
2-pair with 4s and 5s out of the big line. This guy had a
I'm not correcting you. I'm just managing her expectations.
For his tournament life. I had him covered by a little bit.
This is the hand.
And then he rivered a 10 for 2 pair bigger.
Songs raise ace king off, ace 9 suited for Protea. Hume.
It's like the pain that kept on giving. It was
I remember.
He was like
Getting
walking
better than
away
6
and
to
I was
1.
like, is it possible I won the hand and I'm just like, can't figure it out? And I'm like, no. I did lose the hand.
1.5 million in the middle.
And he ended up winning, right?
He won. He's
Pair of
what I
9s
remind
for
myself when I
Protea,
get
pair of
short
6s for
stacked.
Hume,
Like,
ace king
literally
whiffs.
anytime I get short stacked in the tournament, I think back to him. He had like 10 big blinds for like most of the last 2 days. And I mean, A, he played so tight, and then B, like the most luck I've, like he ran ace jack into aces. Flop was 0, turned an ace, turned a jack, rivered it. Like, I don't even, like people with like your percentages, like it seems like insane.
Yeah, that's good for him, I guess.
Yeah, no. I mean, and he had a pregnant wife. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Good luck. You have a pregnant wife. So
Andrew
you have a
Hume is
pregnant wife, so
loving
you should be running. And
this story.
I have a baby in another lady's belly. So, you know, the pregnancy factor is that play.
Real.
It's real. Ace jack versus aces, and it's not a straight. Like that's insane.
Checks to Protea.
Yeah, nice spot for a delayed
nothing on the
c-bet
flop,
once, you know, you feel like
Turn river.
they're not checking twice, very likely, if they have you beat.
700,000.
He's so nice. He came up to me. And then, you know, Boris Angelov was also at the table. You know, deep run at the main, deep run here. He won like the mystery bounty here. He did like the best here.
Yeah, he's great.
3 folds.
Andrew folds his pair. All right, Steven, now's your chance to get some thinking done.
Again, they haven't seen too much out of Protea. He just really hadn't had the stack to play post for a while. But, I mean, the way that this hand has been played, it kind of looks exactly like what it is, right? You know, a good 9x, maybe pocket 10s. You know, maybe some Jack X would also check back multi-way on the flop. Not all. You know, you do mix in some bets and some checks. I definitely think that, you know, Song is right to give it consideration. You don't always want to just give people too much credit, but looks like he, you know, he correctly, I think what he's doing is just correctly ranging Protea and feeling like he has a capped range given the way that this hand is played out. And because of that, he's going for the check raise and putting some pressure on him.
Will the pressure pay off? Or will Protea protest?
5.
Whoa.
Is the mathing, you know? Protea's like, does this make sense? You know, is he willing to check a big hand multi-way on the flop with some of these draws out there?
Protea with less than, just a little more than half pot behind.
What do you think about this hand so far, Nick?
Yeah, pretty unusual. I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about the defend from ace-9 suited +2 in the first place anyway. I mean, with with a shorter stack and so many players stack behind, it's kind of all muddled up. Like, it's hard for me to weigh in on this when I don't think this is part of my game in the first place, you know, at this stage in the tournament.
Is he gonna pull the trigger? I mean,
he's just in the tank. He's just trying to figure out exactly what Pertea is flatting with here pre-flop. Like maybe sixes, but probably not. Maybe nines.
Check, showdown.
Check, check. Pertea's going to get to showdown the 9. Yeah, he deserves a little round of applause for that. He really stood up to a pretty scary bet there.
Yeah.
I think on some other rivers, though, Song might have put it in.
Worked.
Yeah.
I think, you know, he just might feel like, again, he wasn't too clear on what Pertea's calling range would be pre, but, you know, that river does fill in a lot of 2 pairs. And again, it's not out of the question that Pertea had 10s in that spot, right? And could have river to set. I don't think he ever checks a set of 9s back on the flop. I think he would bet that. So I don't think Song was really afraid of that set.
Yeah. I guess 10s kind of make sense there, but I don't know about the rest, Marie. It's really tricky.
But I mean, if Pertea is going to be calling ace-9 suited from, you know, +2, then he might be calling jack-10 suited
World
and
needed a hero.
10-9 suited, even though you shouldn't.
Yeah, and then maybe 10s and maybe 9s, I guess, too. But like, as you say, the action on the flop is what's quite interesting there. But yeah, really interesting poker. And still 9-handed here, main event A6.
Year of Romania. Pertea more or less tied now for second in chips. We've got Song on top, 48 Pertea. Tied for second. Then we've got Kowalski, Nasruddin, Coleman, Kuzmanovic, all tied for third.
Who is going to unkink this dang hose? Who's going to do it?
We return to Kinky Poker. 9 players left on the here in Cyprus.
Andrew attempting a limp with King 6. David Coleman checks his option. We're going to the flop. 9, 8, 10. Well, you know, that 7 of diamonds is something. And that gut shot with the 6 ain't not good. I mean, doesn't look very good, we'll say at least.
I really want to know what Coleman has here. Get a little hint here by the flop action at least. Like if you just have the bear 7 here, if you have a hand like, you know, 7-5 or something like that, I don't think you kind of bet here too often. I think checking is fine. I think betting would be okay as well too, but when Coleman checks back on this flop, you know, you're not really going to get him to fold a jack or an 8 or a 10 or a 9. So checking and seeing what happens in position on the turn seems more natural. So if Coleman is betting here, I think it might be a pair and a straight draw, or perhaps it is as strong as, you know, the actual made straight 6-7 or 7 jack or something like that. If he has a higher card to go with the 7, there's a lot more checkbacks because you have showdown with a hand like King 7 or Ace 7. So we'll never know, I guess. Is
that good?
Oh, they made him show it. He had
This
it.
thing doesn't read the things.
No, it does, it does.
There you go. What did I say?
The camera's also, like for the TV.
Doesn't read.
Okay.
Heck of a read on my part.
Oh, if it doesn't read, then you
If it
show.
doesn't show it to the camera, so they can see the card.
If they're going to sell for the TV or something, they use the...
Okay, okay.
Camera is just the backup.
Good fold, pal.
It looks cool.
Actually, though.
Like you off the monster.
I need a drink.
Probably just all tables before there was RFID.
That's a good
so
fold,
they
pal.
just use the same.
Sincere. If Steven says that you're in
Seen
trouble.
some other guys who, you know.
Like, he would have said it then. If he'd have folded to that check raise, good fold, pal. No worries about.
Only. One can only.
Oh, he would definitely said good fold.
Yeah, 6 fold.
In that pot.
7. 8. 9.
Action folds around a Fournier. Queen 9.
10 folds.
Not gonna play.
Protegnem noge.
It's my way or the Jean way. Probably should have saved that for a better hand.
Well, you know, I feel like the wind has been taken out of his sails a little bit. There's not much you could do off of 14 big blinds. We're not really going to see that John Way flair that we would love to see.
Yeah. Respect.
The walk song for Steven Song.
Always took the wall.
Oh wait, he has to do a lap.
What?
He has to do a lap around the table.
That's long gone.
His legs work. He like so against this. He seems so agreeable, but on this, like, no go.
He's very anti-exercise.
Anything with physical activity.
Wow. So what, like?
Unless there's some.
Did you do gym in school, or did you opt out of that?
I did gym.
You can opt out of gym. I wish
got out of
I opted out of gym.
I was.
Did you say
a
you
bigger
had
kid.
asthma or something?
If you were an athlete, you were allowed to opt out of gym.
I was
Really?
a chunky monkey.
Yeah,
What?
well.
You were a lettered athlete.
I was a chunky monkey.
Wow.
Okay, well, that's clearly not me.
I opted out
It
of
always
gym,
seems like, yeah,
but it was like in rebellion,
goes from
and I
chunky
thought I
to
was
being
making a big
super
point
into
about how
health.
you can't make me run, teacher.
Yeah.
And they put me in
Health
detention so
is wealth.
fast.
What did you say?
Can I please run now?
What did you say?
Looking forward to it.
that was
I
good.
made it about
British
my human
humor.
rights. It
It's
was,
nice.
it was
He's
really
amazing.
Nice little,
impressive.
like,
Self-deprecating
sprinkle of-
humor is
sprinkle of
incredible.
salt on
You
it.
changed the world.
And I think my peers respected me more that day.
You didn't even change home run.
Y'all would not recognize my old photos. I'll show.
Let's see a picture.
I'll show.
Let's go.
They gotta
Show the
give me
camera,
phone.
too.
They gotta give me the. I'll put
You
it
guys
on
didn't
camera.
try to call me out
but
for
I gotta
being
give.
Make it an
I gotta
acceptable
find
rule.
my
Lettered
phone.
player.
I was actually on
Maybe
track
they'll
as well,
let
but
me
that
look
wasn't
at
a
it
rule
just
at our
to pull
school.
the pictures.
Oh.
I was good at high jump, but I sucked at running, but they still made me run.
4 folds.
A real hand.
Hello, aces. You're a sight for sore eyes.
I don't think Steven Song has made a single mistake since I've been witnessing this play cards up.
Picking up aces here, certainly no mistake. The brass ring, the #1 hand in all of poker. Ace, ace.
Boris, you're gonna let him
The
bully
hand's
you?
so nice they named it twice.
Oh, I wanted him to come back that time. That's not a win.
Step right. Oh, it's over.
Keep clapping. It's good for the game.
But I'll still take the clause.
He's just getting me back.
I was told to avoid the clap.
Yeah, getting
You guys have had like all day. Like YouTube been like an all day thing.
2 days.
Yeah. 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah, 2 days.
Yeah. I know he was torturing me for 2 days.
Were you at this table all day yesterday, or just half, or part?
We were on other table and then we.
Okay.
We moved here when you got selected to our table.
Yeah.
Your table broke.
Okay.
Exactly.
Rania under the gun, giving her stack a quick count.
Disciplined fold.
Thank you. It's good. I think everyone should announce what sort of fold they're making as they do it. Standard fold. Disciplined raise. Pocket queens.
4 folds, 5 folds.
For Andrew Hume.
Like tight fold, disciplined fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheeky fold.
Kowalski
Reluctant fold.
with a defender.
Toilet paper fold.
5.
Nice callback.
Heads up.
How many cards does it take to get to the flop? 1, a 2, a 3.
A 3.
7 checks.
Like, why does that look so much like you?
You must be delirious because that looks nothing like you.
It's just, but it feels like it has the essence.
It's slender. It's a eunuch. It's hairless.
Wait, is that an illustration? I thought that was actual footage of you at your comedy night the other day.
Everyone is commenting on a giant Joker card that James dropped on the desk here.
I thought that was a portrait from your stand-up comedy evening here in EPT Barcelona.
Poor radio bit. The ballless juggler. Check on the flop. 9 of clubs on the turn. Kowalski checks again. Hume.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunate, but you can kind of understand why Hume didn't really want to put more chips into the pot.
You're saying you can't chalk this up to Human error?
I mean, given the fact that it's been checked to the river.
7 checks.
Ooh.
3 checks.
So like in silver lining here is a free showdown.
Yeah.
Annoying.
Okay.
Vamos, there's the Brazilian.
Some people have arrived.
They don't die, they multiply.
Are they drinking? Oh, they are drinking. Hello.
Attention YouTube viewers.
They just started their...
Our stream is approaching the YouTube limit.
It seems unlikely.
During the break, approaching in 17 and a half minutes time,
I'd give you 3 on.
there will be a new YouTube stream unless somehow there are 3 eliminations
I don't want you to take your foot off the gas.
in the next 17 minutes.
All right, Joe, it's time. It's
At least not
time
versus
to
everybody
crank
else.
it.
Should be something.
I thought you'd never say that.
I was having a lot of fun playing in this little private cash game we organized here. Shout out to Wolfgang Poker, by the way, for putting that on. A little bit of a vlogger cash game scenario.
Good for poker.
Will these people hurry up in this extremely important main event situation so I can get back to the cash game? I think it's really selfish.
Nick says that he hasn't played in a game that soft since the table was covered in cashmere.
Three folds.
All right, David, here you go. Now's your turn.
4 raises to 400,000, 5 folds.
King, queen off, 400K. Onto the blinds.
7 folds.
Small blind out. Big blind. Ran ya?
Yeah, and these are kind of the hands where, with ICM and, players might opt to not defend, and even earlier with the 5-3 of spades when she was actually shorter, but, that's 9-5 off. I mean, 9-5 suited is just probably good to go into the muck, and you don't feel too bad about it.
That's because any pot is worth clapping for.
She could end up with everything.
Yeah,
Clap it up.
fair.
Clap it up. It was a very unconfident woo.
No, we'll always take the applause. Don't mind me.
If you want confidence on the rail, get some alcohol out there.
Never fails. Liquid courage.
Fabian Radu asks, the break is in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. 15 minutes before the final break of the night, because we're only playing one more level, no matter
One
what.
raise is rolling.
John Way finds it.
6 folds.
Ace king, double suited.
7 folds.
Good luck.
8 folds. 9 folds.
Gets it through.
Nice hand.
No gift for you.
What? You do not be a not truthful person. You said if we both were at the final table, you would give me a gift. You did not have any conditions.
Yeah, then you beat him in like a 6 million chip bump.
No conditions. No conditions. I gave him. I put myself at 10.5 big blinds on one day where he had aces and queens. I basically gave him. How many chips did I give you?
I give you the. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. You. I like presents. I did not bluff you. The 3-5 hand is.
You had a pair of threes. But
What?
You had a pair of threes.
And I had a flush draw.
Flush draw help.
Without the flush draw, I'm still probably going.
She
Just
had
enough. With my stack, I'm
everything.
like happy to go.
Happy.
3 folds.
I believe an ayah is in order.
Yo.
Thank you. I'm playing great, right?
4 raises to 400, 5 raises to 400,000. 6 folds.
Oh boy. Steve Song running in to the ace king of Kowalski.
Real hand alert.
I agree, Maya on YouTube who says they have funny friendship.
Yeah. It's a real meet cute that day they agreed.
Yeah, right?
That they were going to give each other a gift.
Kowalski trying to figure out what size to make it. Settles on all of it.
8 folds. 9 folds.
Yeah, just no funny business here.
That's
Like not gonna give Song the chance.
Now we're talking.
What does that
Did
mean?
you jam if I threw that?
Oh, we've been
I
talking.
would have called probably.
Yeah, that sucks.
That sucks.
And then maybe you would have lost your ace king.
Yeah, not in the mood, bro.
I'm trying to think what gift I would get Rania.
I was literally just thinking that, Joe.
Maybe a hand warmer. The little muff you can put your hands in at the table.
Maybe like a little poker table sized candy dispenser that she could just keep
That's
with her.
good. Yeah, Just Alice J says pick and mix.
What if it was like a little card protector, but you opened it up and you could put little sweets in there?
Some nerds.
Sure.
3 folds.
Love nerds. Ooh, I love nerds rope.
4 folds. 5 folds.
Did you try Nerds clusters? Joe was talking
Yeah, you
about
gotta
those.
try
Oh, I've had nerds clusters too.
They should be illegal.
I mean, I don't know if they're that good. I like sweet tarts. Like the
Plain old
chewy.
a chewy sweet tart. All right.
Now and later's also good.
8 folds.
Come on, Maria. You're rich. You don't have to eat now and laters. You can do better.
Yeah, they probably use seed oils.
They definitely use seed oils.
Made with oat milk.
9 raises to 400,000.
Curly Master says chat is a nerd cluster. Not bad. Kuzmanovic going to raise the button with 10-8, gets through the small blind. Will he get through the big? Steven Song's big blind? No.
What would you buy for Jean Wei as a gift, Joe?
Jean Wei's big blind. What would I buy for Jean Wei as a gift?
What do you buy the man that has everything?
Since I'm such a big fan of his cold 4-bet with 10-6 offsuit, I would buy him a copy of Alice in Wonderland because the Mad Hatter wears 10/6.
Oh.
On his hat.
Nice. I mean, or like a little Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland
Sure.
card protector. That'd
There
be
you go.
cool.
Yep, there you
with the
go.
10-6 in it.
10-6 on it, yep.
Guys, I think John Way's gonna do a little something with his hand. I think he's He's not gonna let a C bet deter him. I know, it's just my feeling.
Check raise.
Oh, right, the gut shot, sure.
900,000, says John Way.
One raiser.
Yup.
How much? How much?
850,000.
Why do they do it to me, Maria?
I mean, that seems pretty close to me.
It is close, but I think, honestly, the one thing that I've noticed from some really good players in this tournament is whenever I guess something like 9, they're always a smidge below. I think maybe I should be discounting myself by half a big blind.
Short stack.
Seems like a good strategy. It's a skill issue. You're right, Lobster. Baines, wrong again. I know, worthless commentator.
Kova is my last name is Kowalski.
Kowalski.
Let's go.
Kowalski.
Okay. Vamo Kova. Vamo Kova.
But then all of a sudden, like, a span of like 15 minutes.
The Brazilians are populating.
Right. Yes, I recognize this screen.
I agree, CG Omega,
play a
who
lot of
says John
online
Way is so fun to watch.
Do you play a lot of tournaments too, like live or mostly like online? Mostly online. What's your screen name? You don't want to share, okay.
He doesn't have to say. He's on stream. It's different if you're like just at a table.
His screen name's quite well known.
You turned a nice shade of pink, though. I'm glad I asked.
No, I thought she was asking for
yeah,
Fournier.
Yeah, little color
Yeah,
in the
I know
cheeks.
Kowalski's.
Mon chéri.
I believe Fournier's is the Love Bunny.
5. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Under the gun raise from Coleman.
Can't talk here, we can talk out there.
10 folds. 1 fold.
Gets through to the big blind and gets through the big blind.
Hey,
Better.
Joe,
Strong applause.
you know what might be a nice gift for John Way?
What's that?
A signed copy of the Trapped graphic novel.
Ooh, this is what we've been waiting for.
As a player here at EPT Barcelona, he's entitled to a free copy.
We don't get real. No.
They got beers.
They have their chants.
Browsy on the inside. Browsy on the inside.
They get rallied.
I've been to South.
Let's go is, I've had enough of let's go.
The Brazilian chanting has begun.
It doesn't sound as nice.
Best food.
They have better chances.
Yeah.
They're footballers.
I guess
When I go there to play poker, I just going for lunch and dinner is my hobby.
It is so good.
5 raises to 400,000. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Song under the gun, King Queen. Rania
8 folds. 400,000.
getting a little bored. It's hard to fold. 10-9, by the way, hand of the day.
It's the Grafton.
This one is the Grafton, that's right.
1 fold. 3 folds.
Coleman with the discipline.
Ace-7 Trey on the flop. Song with the range advantage.
5 checks.
Yes.
Goes check, check, however. Trey ball on the turn, board pair. A little late for diamonds. Song checks. Nasruddin checks.
Quite a quick check again. We have spoken to Ronnie about that faster checkbacks. Doesn't want to take a stab at any point here, Maria, in position. That's kind of unusual.
She's like putting on her blind for the next hand. Never mind.
Feels like if you're going to call with this combo, you need to have some bluffs. And look, I appreciate that's not a spot that might necessarily work, but just kind of decided she was done.
Thanks, pal.
You know, she called to try and improve, and what she did, she was just check, 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 check.
Yeah, I think it's, you know,
Most people would
a
call
little
mine.
bit of thinking about your range as a whole there that you would be flatting it under the gun raise with. So that definitely puts some stronger hands in her range that, you know, I think it's less about her actual hand, but she was more just thinking about her actual hand.
Right.
Yes, yes, yes.
And there's a bunch of us left, like top 100.
I think during.
No, I think you were busy.
Yes.
I mean, there were some guys.
I think during one of her VTs, she was talking about how in the previous, in her previous experience in Monte Carlo, one of the things her friends were saying was, you know, just take another breath, like slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think she would agree that that's something that she's going to try and work on going into Barca. So hopefully on the FT, takes a couple more seconds there. Maybe starts to find more bluffs. I'm not criticizing that particular spot necessarily, but I know that Ronnie mentioned that was something that she was going to try and focus on this trip, especially.
Pertea taking an opportunity to speak here.
Yeah, we've certainly seen Pertea open up his game since he's chipped up a little bit.
One fold, three folds.
Gets around to Coleman with the hand of the day. This one, a Grafton variety, 10-9 of diamonds.
Four folds.
Mr. Song.
Yeah. You're in big trouble, Pertea. Big trouble. 7, deuce, 8. Like I said, Pertea in big trouble. Does have a couple of overs to Song's pair of 8s.
375.
Backdoor club.
And this does feel like it's a pretty reasonable C-bet if he wants it. I think checking isn't ridiculous either, though. 31 big blinds after that pre-flop action for Pertea. Of course, Song got him covered substantially. Would you check raise a hand like 9-8 offsuit here on the FT, Maria? You know, like you kind of want some protection, but it feels like doesn't feel good to me.
Does
what
it
are your
feel like a
thoughts?
little bit of an overplay, maybe, where you get yourself in a bad spot?
You obviously open up the opportunity to get, you know, raised again, which puts you in a really rough spot as well. I mean, you know, suddenly your opponents can represent over pairs if they have, you know, some Jack 10 or 9-10 suited or something like that as well, and it's just a really tricky one to navigate.
Yeah, I think it's definitely opponent dependent. I don't think Song necessarily takes this check raise line against everybody.
Right. I think in this case you do get quite a lot of information though, right? Because your opponent is kind of handcuffed. They can't get really too out of line there at this stage.
Trying to make it a competition over there.
They don't die. They multiply.
Let's see the US part.
I didn't see you win a pot. It's weird.
They're just getting warmed up. Just in time for the final break of the
I
night.
mean, they were really in unison. I would love to hear them sing the Chop Pop song.
Very.
Try to tackle that one.
Hey, they don't need an excuse to chant, you guys.
Can you guys adopt me? Can you guys adopt me?
Oh, definitely.
Ask, please.
My Croatian side as well.
Vuta says, great DMC run reference by James. Where do I start?
What do we got? 12?
7 folds now. 8 folds.
Over.
Reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to have to start a new stream. We're going to have to start a new stream. You're going to have to tune in to that new stream. If you want to stick around. We've been on the edge of our seats for 3 hours.
3 folds, 4 folds.
More than since the last elimination. All 9 of these players are going on break.
Just gonna leave my bag.
And things are about to get a lot more shallower. The short stacks, Kuzmanovic, Jean Wei, and Hume, all below 20 big blinds. Rania and Marius not doing a whole lot better. Then we've got 3 bunched up. And Steven Song is the chip leader. We're taking one last break. When we get back, the final level either way from EPT Barcelona.
Blinds are up to 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Sarwolf folds under the gun. Martin Schleich picks up queens.
Martin's been pretty quiet at this table, which is tough to say when you're at the table with Eugene the Quiet Storm Kachaloff. He's about to speak up, though, I'm thinking.
He's going to raise it to 225. Well, Mestre with King 10 suited in the small blind.
Mestre's got suited Broadway cards, but he's out of position and doesn't have a ton of chips.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Not sure I like this shove at all against a fairly tight early position raiser.
Miller with ace-5 in the big blind will fold. And Schleich makes the call, reluctantly.
I think this is a serious misstep by Mestre. Maybe he's just tilting after that last encounter with Eugene.
At least he's got an overcard.
Martin's the favorite, but there's a lot of funky stuff that can happen with King 10 suited.
Safe flop for queens.
A king is all he's got to dodge.
The turn is another 3. That takes away the heart draw. A king and only a king will eliminate Martin Schleich. It's an ace. So Schleich gets the double up, and Mestre will be left with just 725,000.
Martin Schleich looks like he could explode at any second. Maybe with maniacal laughter, maybe with tears. I'm not sure.
Somber faces among the Spanish crowd.
Appropriate, since Raul Mestre just imploded.
Blind still 50 and 100,000. Action on Tomeo Gamella. 6-5 off, he'll muck. Sarwolf has ace-3, and he's raising.
Even 6-handed, I'm not a huge fan of opening early with ace-tray.
Martin Schleich has ace-king.
Schleich, who just doubled up with queens, is woken up with another monster.
He will 3-bet to 575,000. Gets rid of Kachalov on the button and both the blinds.
Certainly you can't go wrong with a 3-bet. I mean, unless it somehow goes wrong.
Well, Sarwolf is being stubborn. He will make the call. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
Hate the call. Ace-tray plays very poorly.
Check.
And he checks in the dark. Always a winning strategy. Well, there is an ace on the flop. This could get Sarwolf into trouble. Martin Schleich elects to check behind.
The pot's small.
Five of spades on the turn. Wolf checks a second time.
No more free cards.
There's the delayed continuation bet from Martin Schleich. 425,000, actually less than the size of his pre-flop 3-bet.
He looks so proud of himself, too. Way to go, Marty.
Wolf makes the call. 5 on the river, pairs the board.
That's why ace-tray is pants, because at this point you can't really fold. Well, now Wolf is going to lead at it.
700,000.
This bet is quite small and is a fairly obvious blocker bet. I think a lot of the pros are going to value raise so hard here that Sarwolf would probably go blind. Let's see what Marty McSchleich is going to do. He sure doesn't look happy about this, and that's something that we forget sometimes as we get jaded. This is a lot of money to some of these people. Martin's day job is in customer service. My guess is that this is a lot of money to him.
He makes the crying call. Sarwolf shows the ace. Martin shows ace-king. Will feels he's been slow-rolled.
Well, Martin's just very nervous, I think. God bless him. Oh, look at him. I heart him.
He adds 1.9 million to his stack.
And Sarwolf tells the cautionary tale of raising early with ace tray.
And it seems there are a few German supporters out there.
I think they just think Martin's Spanish.
Tomeo Gamilla has ace-king.
He's got a legit hand for once. We'll have to see if he gets any action with it.
He starts the hand with 3.1 million. And he raises it to 255,000. Schleich's got queens.
Martin Schleich is definitely very deliberate and a little nervous, I'm guessing, but getting more money in now is definitely the play here.
He is counting out a 3-bet. He re-raises to 675,000. Gets a fold from Kachelov and from Kostic. Ace-9 of diamonds for Raul Mestre in the big blind. He'll pass.
Looks like Mestre's learned that a Marty Schleich 3-bet means business. This hand sort of plays itself, but ace-king isn't doing very well against the Schleich 3-bet range we've seen so far.
Gamilla elects to shove.
I call.
And Schleich makes the reluctant call one more time.
Gamilla's a little worse off than usual since Mestre folded an ace.
Rather than being a flip, Schleich is 6-4 favorite.
Crowd doesn't know what to think.
Well, Gamilla came into this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the verge of elimination. Well, there's no ace or king on that flop.
Couple of backdoor draws, but that's it.
Mary's partner draped in the flag. Liam Margette's watching on nervously as well.
Not the only one looking on nervously.
Board pairs on the turn. Gamilla still needs an ace or a king. He has 5 outs.
Martin Schleich is 1 card away from making this crowd very unhappy.
It's a 9 on the river. Tomeo Gamilla goes out in 5th place. He'll earn himself 185,000 euros, but he will be bitterly disappointed.
He had a hammerlock on the chip lead entering this final table, now out in disappointing 5th. His crazy style finally caught up with him, even though this time he had a legitimate hand. And he's getting huge support from his countrymen and women. Buenos dias.
Meanwhile, Martin Schleich is up to 8 million in chips. Eugene Kachelov on the button here with ace-10. The button acting first in 3-handed play. He'll raise it to 250,000.
Dragon calls more often than a bad one-night stand.
And he's not going to change the habit of a lifetime.
This is a common mistake when things get short-handed. People adjust their ranges too much, and then they start playing passively.
So Schleich makes the call as well. All 3 players will go to the flop.
Can't blame Martin for defending, I guess. He was getting like 5-1.